clearly what I think is the right move to look at policy and not just enforcement, but both. And so under the Charter, there are a number of people who appoint the commissioners, and as Council President, it's one of my responsibilities to find the best person that I can to represent the city and our Ethics Commission and our ethics system here for the Council. I know that man is Michael Comunez, and I want to thank him for stepping forward on what is a very intense sacrifice to represent the people of Los Angeles on the Ethics Commission, something that cuts to the heart of whether democracy is strong and whether it functions well. I know Michael Comunez. I know his ethics. I know his character. I know his level of trust for all of us, and he is somebody who is as strong as anybody in this city. I take this appointment very seriously, and whether it's his experience serving at the national level, in the Clinton administration, helping bipartisan commissions, helping look at issues from welfare reform to national service, the way he's seen from the inside out how government works is very critical, because we want commissioners who understand and who have served in government, I believe, as well as commissioners who have never been inside government. But he also is somebody who understands, I think, the importance in this city of keeping that trust with the people. I very respectfully disagree with the first public speaker. We have the strictest recusal laws, and this is something which will be very clear, I think, in all of our ethics undertakings. He happens to work at one of the finest law firms, but when Warren Christopher was the head of the Christopher Commission, he was somebody who served this city well. When he was the Secretary of State of the United States of America, he served this country well. And from that same firm, Mr. Comunez comes, but he has served in many, many different ways to this country, to this state, and to this city. I would ask your support today for Mr. Comunez, and I hope that if you have any questions as well, that you will put those forward. I did not appoint my father to the Ethics Commission. My predecessor, Alex Padilla, did. But when the space opened up, loving my father and having a lot of respect for him, those are tough shoes to fill. Michael Comunez will do that very ably. He will represent the city. One of the things on the Ethics Commission is we wanted to reflect what this city looks like. We wanted to reflect the full scope and span of this city's greatness, and I think that he'll bring youth. He will bring a background that is both lawyerly but also very human, a combination which will make sure that he can enforce the laws, expand laws where we need to, but also bring common sense and bring policy thought to our ethics system. So with that, I'd like to give Michael the opportunity to say a few things about his interests. I want to thank him for stepping up, because this is a sacrifice for folks. I think Mr. Saltzman, who's now moving on to the Police Commission, can give a testimony to that shortly of just how much work there is involved, but it's worth the work, because it really does allow people to believe in the system, to believe in the heart of democracy, and believe in government. So thank you, Michael, and with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the City Council, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning and for your consideration of my nomination to the Los Angeles City Ethics Commission. I feel very privileged to have the opportunity to serve my community prospectively as a member of the Ethics Commission, a body I hold in very high regard. In establishing the Commission, the citizens of Los Angeles expressed a strong desire to support an independent entity appropriately detached from the political process that would work to ensure an open, fair, and honest system of government in our city. These values of transparency and integrity are hallmarks of a well-functioning democracy, and values I'm committed to upholding. I believe my record in public service to date reflects my own values and my commitment to building civic institutions that strengthen our communities and the public's trust and faith in government. I also believe my education and professional training as an attorney will be a valuable resource for the Commission and its staff, with whom I look forward to working and collaborating.
Saying there is no doubt that special interests dominate the political process, District 11 Councilmember Bill Rosendahl asked Mr. Comunez about money and politics.
What's your take on the phrase they call clean money campaign? I don't like the phrase clean money, but the point is to take money out of the political process and have a strategy where we don't have to go through every nickel and dime, play all these games, people go and bundle money and all this other stuff because politicians need money to get their messages out. Special interests do dominate the political process on every level of government. What's your take on that relationship of money and politics and the public service issue?
Well, that's a big question, but let me just try to give you a succinct answer. I think that one of the primary goals and missions of the Commission is to ensure that there is transparency and integrity in the political process. There will always be, because of the First Amendment and the guarantees of the Constitution, a certain mixing of politics and money, because money is often associated with expression, and that's protected under the Constitution for individuals. That said, I do think it is an important public policy goal to de-link and decouple the influence of money in politics, and to try to create public policy that encourages the transparency and the elimination of the influence of money in politics, so that our elected officials can be concerned, as they should be properly, with the public interest and not with having to constantly be fundraising and be soliciting special interests. So to me, at the most fundamental level, clean money means an effort to promulgate policies that promote good government by decoupling and delinking the influence of money in politics. I know that the Commission has been working on a publicly funded campaign finance proposal. I will tell you that I have not yet formed a view one way or the other as to the current proposal as it's been promoted. But I do think the objective and the goal of a fully publicly funded campaign finance regime is laudable and should be pursued, and I, in principle, support the goal. I think it's, as they say, the devil's in the details, and there are important policy challenges that will inevitably arise. How do you make it robust enough to entice enough people? How do you ensure that it is inclusive and participatory, so that individuals who are legitimately interested in pursuing public life have an opportunity to do so, and it's not just a system that benefits those with existing name recognition, for example. But I think there are some challenges, but I think that it's an important policy goal that the Commission has been working hard on. I know this body will be giving considerable attention to, and it's one I look forward to jumping into and pursuing with great vigor.
I look forward to that great vigor because, Melviny and Myers and Lathan and Watkins and all these other big law firms contribute substantially to our coffers. And then they have issues one way or the other, and this and that and so on and so forth. And so do the developers at our local level. The day would come that I'd like to see where all of that money doesn't come in anymore, but the people pay for it in their taxes and know farewell that there's no influence other than the fairness of an issue that goes forward with it. Perception does become reality, and people have a cynical view of the political process. So I'd love to see you come up with some thoughts of how we can curb that impact and truly give the people that sense of transparency that you just said. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. I share your aspirations, that's for sure, and I hope we can work together on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the matter is now before us. On the confirmation, open the rolls, close, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations, 12 ayes. You're confirmed. Thank you.
After completing city business on Tuesday, your Los Angeles City Council adjourned in the memory of Congressman Augustus Hawkins, who died at the age of 100. He served as the first African American from California to serve in Congress and was also the oldest living person to have served in Congress.
I'd like to adjourn in memory of Congressman Augustus Hawkins, who passed away on November the 10th at the age of 100. He's the oldest living former congressional figure. He was born in August of 1907 in Shreveport, Louisiana. Moved to Los Angeles, attended the local public schools. He's a graduate of Jefferson High School in 1926, from UCLA in 31, and USC in 1932. He also was a prominent member of the real estate community in the early 40s. He was a member of the State Assembly from 1935 to 1962 and a member of Congress from 63 to 91. He was set as a committee of House Administration, also the Committee on Education and Labor, and also a Joint Committee on Libraries. He reaches power in the U.S. Congress as the chair of the Education and Labor Committee, and he has held public office longer than any current federal or state official in California. He won election in 1962 and eventually became the senior black federal elected official in the nation. He represented the predominantly black voters of Watts, of Los Angeles, and adjoining communities since the mid-30s. He is probably most famous and as the co-author of the Humphrey Hawkins Act, which was a major law on juvenile justice and jobs. One of the things I think that is so important in having known him personally, to look at his life that he lived for 100 years, you can just imagine all the transitions and changes that he observed, everything from the issue of slavery all the way to human rights and the Civil Rights Acts. And so I think it's something that he has been a role model for most everyone in elected office, and certainly a leader within the Los Angeles community and the nation. So I'd ask that we all support that.
Thank you
motion.
very much, Mr. Parks. That's an excellent idea, and I would just like to add my words regarding Mr. Hawkins, as he represented the area as a congressman in the area that you and I both represent, and I had the pleasure of meeting him on a number of occasions as my sister worked for him for many, many years in Washington, D.C., and he was a very humble, unassuming man with a deep intellect and an incredible amount of compassion and awareness of the plight of others who so needed uplift through his advocacy, and I think he'll stand in our history as a hallmark of progressive and thoughtful and substantive politics. To be able to have lived for 100 years is something that we don't get to experience very often, and I think we were all very fortunate to have him for as long as we did.
LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of City Council meetings and programming about City Department services and events. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35, or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. Now, if you'd like to obtain a copy of an audio, video, or DVD of a council or committee meeting, your request may be made in person at room 395 in City Hall, or by calling 213-978-1046, or of course by dialing 311, your one call to City Hall. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending November 23rd, 2007. On behalf of Tony Agani and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
My name is Jacques Hay, and I'm a community activist, and I have a goal in my life to try to make the city a better city every day. Well, I'm also involved in a lot of community events, but recently inside our trophy shop, we put in a 9-hole miniature golf course, complete with palm trees, sand traps, a water hole, and we held a miniature golf contest for a local high school down the street called Miller High School, in which all 240 of the students in the school have a disability, and we raised over $8,000 having a miniature golf contest for the school. My family was fortunate enough 12 years ago to start the first camp for Jewish children with disabilities. The name of the camp is Camp Chesed. Chesed in Hebrew means loving kindness. And for 2 weeks out of the year, we take about 40 kids and their families to Disneyland, Universal Studios, the whole gambit for 2 weeks. It's absolutely free. We provide 2 to 3 counselors per child, and we take no money at all from the families and spend the whole year fundraising for the camp. I'm fortunate enough to live in a city which has beautiful climate. It's large enough that you can do anything you want on a certain day, go to the beach, go to the mountains, etc., and yet it still has a sense of community where you live. My name is Jacques Kay, and I'm a face of LA.
morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, November 28th, 2007. We are in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m., save for the first Friday of the month in which we meet in Van Nuys City Hall. We are broadcast live on Channel 35, and I'd like to welcome our viewers on Channel 35 through our city's cable system. We're also rebroadcast each evening and webcast live on lacity.org, our city's homepage, where there's a wealth of information about your city government and city services to improve the quality of your life. And finally, you can always call on Council Phone, which is a service of the ITA department here, to listen into the council proceedings or any of our committee meetings. And that number is 213-621-CITY. We also archive our council meetings online at lacity.org, and you can catch any of the proceedings of our earlier council meetings, and those are archived either by meeting or by the agendas. Speaking of agendas, you can always get our agenda online 72 hours in advance or in person at the city clerk's office or here in council chambers, 24 hours in advance for our special items, and that lays out the issues that the council will consider at its meeting. The agendas are split into items which have already had public comment in committee and those which have not yet had a public hearing. It requires a reopening of a public hearing to hear it again, but for items that have not yet received a public hearing, if you'd like to fill out a speaker card and be heard, we'd love to hear your comments, and please fill out a speaker card in the back of council chambers or remote in Van Nuys at Van Nuys City Hall, and please hand that to one of the sergeants at arms, and we'll take your comments under consideration. Finally, if you have items of a general nature that are items that are under our jurisdiction but not on the agenda, that falls under general public comment, which we take each council meeting as well. And if you'd like to fill out a speaker card and just check the area for general public comment, we will be sure to hear that as well. Council rules dictate that council members should be on time in the chairs at 10 a.m. We have 9 members of the 15. We need 10 to begin the meeting, so we are waiting one more council member to constitute a 2/3 quorum of our body. We have council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Huizar, Parks, Perry, Rosendahl, Smith, and Zine, who are here on time. Thank you, council members, for being prompt. We are still awaiting the following council members who are now late. Councilmember Gruhl, Councilmember Hahn, Councilmember Labange, Councilmember Reyes, and Councilmember Weiss. Mr. Wesson is excused to arrive a few minutes late, and we expect him shortly. So again, if we could have we do have Councilmember Labange now, so if we can call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Huizar, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today is our second single-topic council meeting, council meetings which we are conducting to have a proactive policy agenda for the City of Los Angeles. In our council retreat, one of the items that council members identified as improving our operations here would be to have a couple of the most important items which we all vote on in here, to have a day or two to be able to focus exclusively on those items and have more in-depth and more proactive discussions than we're often allowed to do as a body as a whole. Our first such meeting was actually 2 days of meetings last month in which we took up the issue of the environment, and out of that we have a draft of a city sustainability plan that we are working on, bringing together of all of the environmental initiatives that this council has launched and is looking to continue. Our second is today looking at the issue of public safety with a focus on gang violence and youth development. So we will be taking that up shortly, but we do have a few items that are for our normal business, so if we can please continue with the next order of business, Madam Clerk, and we are looking about 11 o'clock at taking up the issue of gang violence and youth development. Next order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
I will move those, and Mr. Huizar seconds without objection. Those minutes will be approved.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Smith moves, Mr. Rosendahl seconds without objection. Those two will be approved.
Mr. President, on the regular agenda, items for which public hearings have been held, items 1 through 11, items 1, 2, and 3 are confirmations of commissioners. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Okay. If we can please hold the commissioners on the desk, the first 3.
And then that would leave 4 through 11, and 4 is an ordinance, and I believe 12 council members will be present.
Okay, let's hold that on the desk then as well.
And, a committee report has been submitted on item number 5.
Okay, so that report has been submitted. Colleagues, we have items 5 through 11 Are there any specials that council members would like to call, 5 through 11? If not, let's go ahead then, and please open the roll on the balance of those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, we'll hold 12 on the table, if we can take up the other items.
That would be 13 through 37, and those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, colleagues, we have 13 through 37. We have a card on 26, and we have a card on 31, so we'll call those special for cards from the public.
And, Mr. President, on 31E, there is an amending motion from Mr. Parks, and I believe that is in the process.
Okay, we'll hold that as well for the amending motion. For the other items, we'll see if there's any other new ones. Okay. All right, we will open and close the public hearings on the others. Any specials, colleagues, items 13 through 37? Seeing none, if we can we add 4 to that list too, now that we have 12 members? Or should we do that separately? Okay, so from 13 through 37, let's go ahead on the balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. If we can take up 4 now that we have 12 members. Anybody wishing to call that special? If not, let's go ahead then and please prepare the roll on 4 and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved as well. Okay, next items?
That would take council back to the items called special and public comment.
Okay. We will go to public comment at this time. I'd like to start with James Ota. I'd like to come forward, sir, and welcome all public speakers. These should be on items that are not on the agenda, but nevertheless are under our jurisdiction, and we have 2 minutes to help you guide your time. And thank you very much, Mr. Ota, and good morning.
Good morning, President Garcetti and members of the LA City Council. The Mayor of Los Angeles and Long Beach together bring to the harbor a plan to help clean the dirty air caused by diesel engines used in the ports. The Clean Air Act plan is to help eliminate the dirty air we all breathe, to help eliminate health issues that have a direct link to the dirty air. In the next 5 years, 16,000 trucks driven in the harbor are to be replaced with cleaner engines. The 2000-year model engine is to be the standard for the ports requesting to use as a minimum. The minimum for the requirements of all 1989s is that they are used in the harbor, and there are no requirements on engine size for trade-ins. All pre-1989s are to become scrap metal. Having too many restrictions or requirements on the trucks to be replaced will only create more problems. The independent truckers are trying to comply with your request of getting rid of all the pre-1989 trucks by October 2008. Many are going to be rejected because of the requirements on the trade-ins. The mayors need to know and help prevent these truckers from being denied on their trade-ins. We are trying to comply, but many are being denied to doing their fair share, trading in their older trucks and replacing them with newer trucks. Many will still be eliminated because requirements the mayors are asking for us to comply with. We will continue to do our best in replacing the older trucks. Concession is still a part that we still reject because the union drivers are replacing the independent truckers and eliminating many of the harbor trucking companies and their support groups. You have 2 unions in the harbor. A third will give the unions total control of the nation harbors. Let's just stay focused on cleaning the air at the harbors and no to any concessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ota. Mervyn Evans is our next speaker.
It's a pleasure to be here, Merv Evans. As a veteran of the 1st to the 10th Air Cav U.S. Army, it's an insult to have 1 in 4 of our veterans homeless. It's a crisis that requires a declaration of a state of emergency. You'll find a letter to Miss Nancy Ward, our regional director of FEMA, requesting that FEMA step in and act on behalf of our homeless citizens. This council should require the mayor to declare a state of emergency and request the county to declare a state of emergency and the governor to declare a state of emergency. Federal resources should be applied to the crisis of homelessness in this city. It is a disgrace. It is a flat-out disgrace that this problem has got to the point where it is right now. There's no public policy that can tolerate 45,000 people homeless in this city. Not with the exceptional and outstanding leadership that this council brings to bear. So I certainly hope, Mr. President, that you'll urge the mayor to request a state of emergency for homeless and ask for county, state, and federal resources to be applied to this problem. Not to act on behalf of our veterans, not to act on their behalf, is an insult to all Americans. Thank you. Mervyn Evans, your friend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. We'll go out to Van Nuys. Next, Miriam Fogler is our next speaker out in Van Nuys, and then we'll come back here for Noel Weiss.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Hello? Yes. As I was talking about yesterday, we have a problem is that the war in the Middle East could pour over here. How it will affect us here is very traumatic with all the veterans coming back wounded. So what I'm trying to bring up is the fact is that we're heading towards very serious problems in this country. The people coming over here that are not being identified, and of course we have homeless people. I like to have them identify who they are because we have, security is of the essence for this holiday season. My daughter's going to be going to the mall. I need to make sure that we don't have to help monsters come over here and hurt people. So, and when I was saying we need to protect our right to bear and keep arms, Second Amendment. Number 3 is that the CRA needs to return all the property taxes to the city here, so that we can hire and train our personnel, our police department and fire department. We need very well qualified, hard working people out there. And also the fact is that they need to get their pay and their COLAs. Your city council, you can afford to take pay cuts. You don't need that much money, and so can the managers. And I'm going to be speaking on number 26 about that. And this is not good. What's going on here in this country and over abroad? Annapolis is this going to lead the whole world to disaster? And I just don't want us to be disarmed. We need to protect our country, our state, and protect our people. Thank you. May God bless America.
Noel Weiss is our next speaker. Thank you, Ms. Fogler. And after that will be Arnold Sachs here. Then we'll go back to Van Nuys.
Thank you, council members. This is really more for, I think, the television audience, since some of you are listening, some of you aren't. To give a gift, particularly an anonymous gift, I think is really the best gift of all. And yesterday, because of Janice Hahn, a developer was induced to provide an extra $20,000 to 17 tenants displaced in Ms. Gruhl's district because of a development project which took away their rent-controlled units. Now, the people watching this on television really cannot appreciate the importance and the significance and the uniqueness of what Ms. Hahn did. I want to also thank Mr. Alarcon for seconding the motion, because a lot of times we as citizens don't know what our politicians are really made of unless and until we are in a position to find them in the heat of battle. They say a lot of things, but it doesn't count unless the time comes. And when Janice Hahn made her motion on last Wednesday, nobody stood up to second it. Mr. Alarcon wasn't here then because he had left.
Just to correct the record, it was seconded and carried over with a second.
By you? By Mr. Rosendahl. Okay, thank you for that correction. I think going forward, I think it's important that this council, in terms of making policy, begin to concentrate on the kinds of thoughtful, thorough discussion of ideas that need to be undertaken in order to help reach these conclusions, because unfortunately we're not getting, I think, a decent debate of ideas. And part of the problem was the structure of these appeals. The appellants don't get that opportunity. And I would also urge that at some point appellants get an opportunity to rebut, or that the structure be changed so that we don't have an hour for the city and 1 or 2 minutes, essentially, for the appellates. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that, we'll be going out to Van Nuys for Sharon Brewer, and then we'll come back here to City Hall Chambers for Mr. Tenen. Good morning, Mr. Sachs.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. I wanted to address a couple of items that were on last week's agenda. Unfortunately, I missed the meeting because I was at the County Board of Supervisors meeting. One of them was related to a billboard item on the agenda regarding a billboard. And then on Monday, November 12th, there was an article in the LA Times regarding last September, 2 billboard firms agreed to take down nearly 600 signs that had been installed in LA without permits. As of last week, 2 had been demolished. What department oversees the removal of those billboards, and can we get a little fire under their butt to get them moving? Then I also wanted to address, in a roundabout way, 2 items from last week. One was the vote for the tape recording left to the wrong person's answering service. And the reason that it came to light is only really because the person who did the calling got an answering service and not a human voice at the other end. How many other calls have actually been made with the same message that have actually gone through to the parties that it referred to? But my point was that one of the councilmen, Councilman Alarcon, recused himself. And it was brought to the attention that whether he left the chambers or not, his vote would still count as a yes. I've discussed that problem in front of the City Council numerous times about a non-vote counting as a yes. I know that there's rules and regulations.
No, I just want to clarify, and I'm holding your time. It was not that it would be counted as a yes. The effect would be the same as a yes, is what I said, because if no action was taken by the council, the Planning Commission action was upheld. So it's a differentiation. I just wanted to state that for the record.
Thank you. But nevertheless, if somebody has a heart attack in the council chambers, their vote still counts. Also, regarding that, there was an appointment to the Ethics Commission last week. And in that appointment, I addressed the City Council regarding a lapse in ethics by a former City Council member who addressed several department heads.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Alarcon?
I have to make a statement for the public.
Absolutely.
In fact, I did not recuse myself. I stepped away because the council member of the district was not present, and I quite often rely on the council member of the district being present. But I was in the back listening to the discussion, so it wasn't as if I wasn't getting the information. And then on the day when we made the decision, it was not a problem for me to participate because I had been informed, and my staff did more research, and we looked into the case more thoroughly, and the council member made her case, and we adjusted the proposal to add $20,000 to the tenants, and that was sufficient to gain my yes vote. It wasn't an issue of recusal. A recusal implies a conflict of interest. There was no conflict of interest. I don't even know the owner of the property.
Thank you. Sharon Brewer will be our next speaker out in Van Nuys City Hall. And then after that will be Chuck Tenen here in our City Council chambers. Good morning, Ms. Brewer.
Morning. I want to refer to an article in the Daily News, page A3, developer to pay more in relocation costs for tenants. Bowing to pressure from City Council members, a developer agreed to pay an additional $20,000 in relocation costs for tenants evicted from Valley Village apartment building to clear the way for the approval of a condominium project. The developer, under terse questioning from a council member, I'm not going to say the name, agreed to make the additional payment to end the controversy that had surrounded his project after a city planner mistakenly left a telephone message with a tenant promising the developer would win approval no matter what. The developer said he had already given $20,000 for tenant relocation money above what was legally required, but he said he was willing to pay tenants an additional $20,000 for peace of mind and to get his project moving. Some of the words used yesterday at the meeting where this was discussed was spirit of the holiday, coal in stocking, only $20,000. If it was only $20,000, council members, and why wouldn't the council members go and pick up the tab? They could each, the 11 could pay $2,000 each, and they'd have $22,000. Also, what was mentioned is if the developer doesn't pay the $20,000 that he wasn't required to do by law, that the recordation of the map will come before the council. I feel that the process that happened yesterday was basically the developer was coerced to take and pay the additional $20,000. It was used to make up the problem with the planning department where they ended up going and making a mistake. And you've opened up basically probably a can of worms that now other people can take and come and use the same excuse to get more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brewer. Chuck Tenen is our next speaker. After that will be Linda Sung-hee de Young.
Good morning, council members. First, I want to thank Janice Hahn and Richard Alarcon for seconding Janice's motion. You're both leaders and you care for people. We saw that. And I have always had the utmost respect for all of our city council members. The class of 2007, an idea starts at public comment, and they do listen to it, and it can be developed and finally turned into a solution, an ordinance, or a policy. So if you have an opportunity to speak, it is part of the decision-making process, and I encourage you to do so. Starting at public comment, it's a far cry from fishing and music publishing, which is my expertise, but I'm learning public speaking at City Council, and I'm living testimony that public comment can move mountains, and they do listen. To me, City Hall is like a big ship with lots of fishing going on every day. It's kind of like music because everyone speaks words in their issues and comments, shouting, sometimes with joy, sometimes they sing the blues, and they're happy when things go their way. My experience over the last 1.5 years was rewarding on how our city government works and how the public can be part of the decision-making process. And the captain, like Eric Garcetti, will put you in your place if you're out of line, but he has to follow protocol. He does a great job, as does all the city council members. And I did want to say, if you weren't aware of it, but on the Magnolia Project, did you know that from Colfax and Chandler to Laurel Canyon, down to Magnolia to Colfax, half the buildings are forthcoming to be demolished for luxury condos. There will be a huge loss of affordable housing with many displaced tenants with no place to go. Part of that is because the Orange Line, Red Line, and the massive NoHo project.
Thank you, Mr. Tenen. Yes, Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. President, point of personal privilege. I know this is not an agendized item, but I think I need to clarify for the record. People keep talking about the $20,000 that was talked about yesterday or what have you. But don't forget, the council member of the district, Wendy Gruhl, had actually worked with the developer and worked really hard, her and her staff, to make sure that the tenants got $20,000 over and above the regular relocation requirements before it came to council. So with all due respect, I just want to make sure that the people listening understand that a lot of good work went into this before, I won't color what I thought happened yesterday, before what happened yesterday.
Our next speaker is Linda Sung-hee de Young.
Good morning. I came back. Sorry about my language. I'm very pissed. Look at my keys. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and I only need 1 key for my 4 deadbolt lock. Look how many keys I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Time I had to call the locksmith. Group of people, they keep breaking into my apartment. So, I and citizens in LA decide to fire Chief of LAPD. What do you think? No comment? We decided.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Parks, still Chief.
Thank you.
I'll turn it off.
No, go ahead.
Who did it?
You still have a minute if you'd like to say anything else.
Playing with me? You'll be there. Mr. Parks, still my Chief. I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. We don't have a meeting tomorrow. It's on Friday. Okay. That will close our general public comment. Our next meeting is on Friday. Yes. If we can go to the items called special now.
First item called special, Mr. President, is confirmation of Ms. Yolanda Anguilino to the Relocation Appeals Board, and that was in committee this morning. A committee report has been distributed.
Okay. And Mr. Weston, our chair, has asked me to fill in while he is excused on city business for a few minutes. Ms. Anguiano had a unanimous support from the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee this morning, and if you'd like to address the council about your interest in serving on the Relocation Appeals Board, we'd be very pleased to take your testimony. Hold on one second, we'll make sure. Why don't you take the second one? Yeah, just to be safe. Thanks.
Thank you for this opportunity. I feel very humbled just to be in this building in front of all of you honorable council members. I feel like this is the perfect opportunity for me to do more social service for tenants as well as landlords, and to hear what different issues are coming about through this Relocation Appeals Board. So,
thank you. Are there any council members who would like to be heard on this nomination? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Congratulations and welcome aboard.
thank you again.
Thank you very much for your offering to serve. We appreciate it. If we can take up the next item, please.
Next item is item number 2, and that's confirmation of Mr. Joseph Montes to the Industrial Development Authority, and again, that was in committee this morning.
Okay, Mr. Montes. Mr. Weston has also asked me to speak on his behalf, and we had a very good and spirited conversation, and I think as with Ms. Anguiano, we were very impressed with you and your resume, which includes service to the Los Angeles Police Department and to the people of Los Angeles. We want to thank you as well for putting yourself forward for service, and we had a unanimous vote. So if you'd like to say anything to the council members, this would be appropriate time about your interest in serving.
Thank you very much. I am also honored to be here, and I look forward to working with all of you and being educated on how I can best help the city of Los Angeles. I'm a team player, always have been, and I think I always will be. And so I do look forward to you educating me on how I can best help all of you individually and collectively.
Okay. Thank you. We have one council member who would like to be heard. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Can you tell us a little bit about your previous activities, careers?
Councilman, I was raised in Whittier, California, and I joined the military right out of high school. I spent 4.5 years in the military, and I was a driver and bodyguard for a 4-star Army general in headquarters NATO. After my service to our country, I was honorably discharged, and I realized my dream of becoming a Los Angeles police officer, where I spent 10 years. And while I was a police officer, I attended and graduated from a great institution by the name of University of Southern California. I received my BA and my graduate degree, and I had great mentors while I was on the Los Angeles Police Department, one of which is Alan Kirstein. I would like for him to stand up. And
Former commander, LAPD, Alan Kirstein, who now runs all types of security at our wonderful Staples.
Right.
LA Live.
And so it was commanders like him that made it possible for me to be successful in Los Angeles Police Department. And after my graduate degree, I received a scholarship to go to the London School of Economics and Oxford University in England. And whilst in England, I took a paradigm shift and became an investment banker. And I joined Goldman Sachs Investment Banking, both in New York and in Los Angeles. Worked at HSBC, and I'm currently at Union Bank. And I live in the city of Los Angeles in Westwood.
So you went to Oxford, and so did our council president.
I was not aware of that, but yes.
You did. And here he is, and both of you in the same chamber. Wonderful. So I just want to congratulate you. And it's nice to see people from the LAPD that go on to other activities and become commissioners and bring that balance of public safety and dedication to the people of Los Angeles. And to have former Commander Al Kirstein here and to show his support. We also have one of our parking attendants here to show support. So you cover the globe in the real world here in Los Angeles. So congratulations.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mr. Cardenas.
Yeah, we had a great opportunity to dialogue with you about some of your experience, and I think you're going to serve the city well. We appreciate you're a very valuable individual. I'm sure we couldn't pay you anywhere what you're worth, but thank God we're paying you for free on this on this commission. But we're all going to benefit from that. But one thing I'd like you to point out is that when you were working for the police force, that's when you decided to take a leave and go study in England, is it?
Yes.
Wasn't there something that the police chief at the time told you? Could you repeat what the police chief at the time told you, and can you point him out if he's here in this room?
Well, I still think of him as my chief of police. And when I met Chief Parks, he said, I'm going to approve your leave of absence, but I seriously doubt that I'll ever see you again.
Okay. Well, I don't get this chance too often. I don't get the chance to expose the fact that maybe former Chief Parks, my colleague Councilman Parks, is wrong once in a great while. But Chief, Councilman, you were wrong. Here he is. You did see him again. But I know what you meant. I know what you meant. And I think he said that out of respect, knowing that you were going to be successful. You were going to find yourself having other opportunities. And looking at your resume, you've done very, very well, not only for yourself, but for the community. And I want to thank you again for your service to the country, service to the city of Los Angeles. And here you are back again, providing service to Los Angeles. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you, Council Member.
We have Mr. Labange, Mr. Reyes, and Ms. Hahn.
Congratulations. Wonderful to hear when someone does have great success, and I'm sure from your life experience it'll only be greater success. Here's my business question here. I know we, in this organization, this authority, we have, let's say, help companies located in Los Angeles, right? Are you familiar?
Sure.
So I was trying to do the reverse thing on this here. We sometimes help large home improvement stores get to where they need to get to. I know they did it in Hollywood on Sunset Boulevard about 10 years ago with a company out there, and they've done it around here. Neighborhood hardware stores are losing their opportunity, and they're very part of our fabric. Could the Industrial Development Authority look into ways of helping local neighborhood improvement stores so that they could keep a stake? Because they're so important along with everything else in our local economic base. Case in point, you know, a local hardware store has reached its age and someone wants to sell their land, and everybody in the neighborhood loves the little hardware store, but the only way he could survive if he gets support from someone to be able to buy the land. Would that be something you could, with your great training that you got at Oxford, figure a way to make it happen?
I look forward to working with you on ways to make it happen, absolutely.
You understand the philosophy, though. Sometimes we go after the big thing, but if we go after a lot of little things, it makes a lot of great neighborhood.
You know, my answer to your question is twofold. One, with the big things, as I mentioned earlier in council, is we need to go to a big treasure chest by the name of CalPERS. It's a $250 billion pension fund. And everyone in the country, if not the planet, goes to CalPERS. And I don't see why the city of Los Angeles is actively engaged. When I take some of my clients to visit CalPERS, they're typically billionaire clients, the first thing out of CalPERS question that they ask is, how is this going to benefit the state of California? And I think we have ample answers there. So I think we just need to team up on the big level and with the big developers for the big projects, and then maybe pool smaller developers and high net worth individuals to team up with CalPERS. And I think that's kind of the secret sauce. And it's where I've been very successful as an investment banker working with high net worth clients in CalPERS. I just put myself in the middle. It's a win-win for both the pension funds and for the investors. Whittier High School.
Whittier High School. Okay, good. Thank you.
Richard
Congratulations.
Nixon.
That's right. That's all right.
What's the mascot,
right?
Mr.
The
Labange?
Poets.
Poets?
The Poets. Did I get it right?
That's correct.
The Poets.
All right. Mr. Labange, coming through big.
George Brewer, I think, went to Whittier. He was number 72 for the Raiders when they had a great 67. I think he was the player of the year for the CIF. I know, right?
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
Thank you, Council President. I also want to thank Mr. Montes for offering his services to the city. In committee, I did ask him where he grew up, and I wanted to ask you, in terms of your experiences growing up in Whittier, looking at the poverty pockets are there any poverty pockets in Whittier?
Yes, there are.
Okay. But given those dynamics and seeing the poverty pockets that exist here in this city, and now with your experience as a police officer, now as an investor, a financier, what recommendations, what observations would you make that would allow us to stimulate jobs in our poverty-stricken areas? What kinds of industries you can see coming into these corridors? And if looking at the whole notion of environmentally friendly, is that conceivable to have environmentally friendly industries come into our city that can be compatible with our residential stock, given the fact that in many of our poor neighborhoods, people are already living there, either through adaptive reuse or because they have nowhere else to go. That's where they live. I'm throwing a lot at you. I know you're going to save the world, but we just give us some thoughts on that. I appreciate it.
Well, I think when it comes to job creation, one of the things that you really have to hone in on is living wage, which Councilman Garcetti is a proponent of. And I think you have to start there before you get a project running. Once you get to the threshold, whether it's $11 or $12 per person per hour, then you can start looking at other types of avenues in which to create that opportunity. And to your question about environmental friendly, I think there are at least 15 hedge funds and many, many pension funds that have green projects or green funds. And I think it's just a matter of tapping into those funds and creating those funds so that they better the city of Los Angeles and the inner cities in particular. And I think in terms of writing bonds, I think that what the investment banks look at is, will the city reach a certain commitment threshold? And I think that if you put in there a CalPERS, for instance, or a CalSTRS, I think that increases the value of the bonds. It makes it very, very attractive to Wall Street. And the city of Los Angeles, I think, is very creative. They're very creative council members that I think maybe just need to think out of the box a little bit and put together these ideas and go after these opportunities. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you've given us some parameters to look at, and hopefully that can evolve into policy type of proposals that we can put forth. My challenge is understanding how to better use our land. When you look at our land use patterns, many of them are based on post-World War II industries. Much of our infrastructure is based on 1940s, 1950s type environments. It's now 50 years later. We're going through the process with the River Master Plan to understand how to be opportunistic in creating multiple functions, multiple purposes on one site. So how we clean up our waterways, how we introduce ecologically friendly natural habitats that can serve as economic development anchors that allows us to refurbish our waterways, replenish our aquifers, while creating, using aquatic architecture, greening opportunities that can complement a sense of place and make it more desirable for companies to move into Los Angeles and invite more housing investors. So those are the scenarios that I would hope we can play out as we go through this process of redefining our community plans. In particular, the Riverfront District Corridor that right now is in play. So I appreciate your insight, and hopefully the authority can engage the Ad Hoc River Committee and have a session where we can actually describe these types of scenarios that could perhaps be a calling card to those hedge funds and any other funds that would find this inviting and a new opportunity to invest and create jobs. So thank you for your work, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn is next, then Mr. Parks and Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your willingness to serve on this commission. One of the ideas that I've been floating lately and it has to do with the emergence of the charter high schools that are being developed here in the city of Los Angeles. And many of the charter high schools get the charter from the LAUSD. They're given their blessing or not, and they're basically being told, good luck. They have difficulty purchasing buildings. They have difficulty in their startup dollars because they also get paid like regular district schools based on daily attendance. And yet, you know, when they're starting a four-year high school, many times they start with the 9th grade and then they add a 10th grade and 11th grade every year. So they're kind of always behind in terms of their funding. But they're very much a public benefit. They're very much something that we in the city have endorsed. We try to, each of us in our own council districts, work with the principals and the teachers. We've in the city of LA have actually created an office of charter schools so that when they come and need to open in September and they're opening in a building that was never intended to be a school, we help them with building permits, zoning. Our fire department works because obviously public safety is big. One of the things I'm floating is the idea of the Industrial Development Authority looking to issue a bond or a bridge type of a loan to get them over the initial humps before they have their funding that catches up with their expenses in opening. Would love to have you look at it, particularly with your background, whether or not this is a proper use of our Industrial Development Authority's authority to issue bonds. This is something that you see as being of public benefit to the city of Los Angeles. And what do you think about that idea?
Well, in my limited knowledge of charter schools, I believe that when you look at the city of Los Angeles, land is scarce, but opportunities are opulent. And so to the extent that you can make a school, not a bond for one school, but a bond for several schools, I think that might be the way to go. And, you know, I think to the flip side of that is, if you can do that with a charter school, then can you do that with the public schools? That's just, you know,
True.
it's just a thought.
Right.
So
Public schools usually don't need that money. They've figured out how to access the state dollars and the local bond dollars a little bit better than the charter schools have.
Well, I had in some of my notes, because this is a topic that's of interest to me, is that some of these schools are in empowerment zones.
Yes.
And so by virtue of being in an empowerment zone, it doesn't make it that attractive to the investment banks, to the pension funds. So I think to the extent that you could basically make these schools as part of a bond initiative, and that, you know, a bond for the entire city of Los Angeles, in which the underpinning is a charter school, I think you should be able to carve out a lot of money with the investment banks, with the pension funds, and with the actual hedge funds. Again, I don't have a lot of experience with the school side of it, but I was telling council members earlier that Magic Johnson really has the vision by teaming up with an $18 billion pension fund, or I'm sorry, a hedge fund. So there's a hedge fund in Beverly Hills. It's one of the biggest in the country, called Canyon Capital Partners. And they have $18 billion that they manage. And $4 billion of that is earmarked for real estate. And what Magic Johnson did was he teamed up with the pension, with the hedge fund, and is now able to make inner city investments in Inglewood and other areas that he has an interest in. And it's actually called the Canyon Johnson Fund.
Right.
So I think if we teamed up with a pension fund and maybe used a very strong celebrity behind the name, George Lopez or Oscar de la Hoya, for example, and team them up with the hedge fund to give inner city Los Angeles schools with the charter. I think that's an idea that could be.
That's an interesting idea. Not all these charter schools are in empowerment zones or in the inner city of Los Angeles. I think what we're finding in LA is they're cropping up everywhere. I think probably every council district has these charter schools emerging. And basically it's an alternative to the current choice that parents have for their kids going to school. But anyway, I would just like to charge you with looking at the possibility of the Industrial Development Authority looking to issue some kind of financing that would help charter schools within the city of Los Angeles get over that hump for a couple of years until their funding catches up with their student attendance.
I look forward to working with you.
I do too. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Parks and Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Officer Montez, I guess you made me a liar today. You did show up. No, I just wanted to say thank you for coming back. It was kind of interesting to be reminded of that story because it kind of flashed back that when it was presented to me and you begin to evaluate, on the one hand, do you want to lose somebody? On the other hand, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you don't get to go to Oxford every day. And so it became one of those fairly easy decisions after a while. But I think it also reflected that the confidence that the people had in you, that they knew you were going to use that education to continue expanding your future. And I'm just pleased to see that you have come back to Los Angeles, that you are looking at ways to improve, and you will probably do in the capacity of this commission you're on and your employment, do more in crime prevention than you can do wearing a uniform, because you're looking at ways in which people can be gainfully employed, how people can mainly take control of their lives. My one question is that, and this is something that impacts the 8th District and probably the 9th more than most, is that in addition to the loss of jobs over time, we also have a significant return of ex-offenders into the community that basically causes even more difficulty for employment opportunities. So you have the exodus of jobs over the last 15 to 20 years, and then you have this population that's hard to place. And in some instances, some PV jobs, and others a few that will go out and actually recruit and solicit, but that's not the norm. Any ideas on how those populations can be served as we're looking for the issue of development, industrial development, job opportunities, job creation?
Well, Chief, I'm sorry, I still call you Chief because I still look at you as a chief. I think that the City of Los Angeles, as I mentioned earlier, is restricted in terms of the land that we have. And when you think about job creation, you always have to look at land. But there's a lot of opportunity, even though there isn't land. If you take a look at New York and Philadelphia, and they have built vertically instead of horizontally. And so if you look at downtown Los Angeles, who would have, 10 years ago, would you have thought downtown LA would have been a great place to live? Or Chief Kirstein. And, now there are $1 million apartments in downtown Los Angeles. And so somewhere someone had a vision to start building vertically instead of horizontally. And so I think that is an attractive feature that can bring developers from all over the country to build in different areas within the city. And so I have always been one who thinks out of the box. And we have limited space, but I think ample opportunity for investors, as I've mentioned, the pension funds, the hedge funds, and high net worth individuals who care about the city. So I'm not answering your question as deep as you would like, but I think the broad brush that I'm trying to stroke and paint is that we just need to think out of the box and build vertically when it comes to buildings. And within those buildings, obviously, are businesses as well, law firms, you name it. I think if you build a stadium, people will come, but you have to build it first.
Yeah. Let me just ask also, in looking at industry, and if you read the daily business, the Business Journal, there's always articles about the unfriendliness of California, the county, the city of LA. What is your perception and somewhat trying to change that image of where it's being viewed as business unfriendly?
Well, I think in terms of bonds, I think that the city of Los Angeles has not always given the best incentives for the investment banks to be interested in bonds. And so I think that maybe if you take a haircut, if the city is willing to, when you talk about bonds, I think you shouldn't look at bonds as an investment short term. It's an investment long term. And the city of Los Angeles can very easily issue, a $400, $500 million bond for inner city improvement. And the investment banks will be very receptive if the rating agencies rate the bonds high. So if it's a AAA rated or AA rated bond, I think it makes it very attractive to investors all over the country, particularly municipal free, tax-free bonds. And so I think working with the different investment banks in, Wall Street, I think we need to really just create a massive, huge bond that doesn't put the city of Los Angeles at risk, but instead uses the full faith and credit of the city of Los Angeles. And that's what Louisiana did. Their state is much lower rated than California, and certainly so is New Orleans. But every investment bank in the world was putting money in to rebuild, and they were able to get a favorable credit rating. And I think Los Angeles should very easily get a very favorable credit rating for a big, massive fund.
Thank you very much.
And I would love to sit down and have you educate me on other ways in which the Industrial Development Authority can be helpful to your district and others.
We'll look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Alarcon is our last speaker. And as he's stepping forward, we will, after this, colleagues, take a public comment on two other items, and then we will get to our single topic discussion. Mr. Alarcon.
Mr. Balcarce was just telling me why I should support you. Notwithstanding his comments, I was interested in your notions of the investment into, you said, the green hedge funds, and it's an interesting situation. You are an attorney, so you're well aware that corporations are driven by new law that requires they make a profit for their investors. Corporations, the notion of corporations, interestingly, came about to be based on some social benefit. And over time, the law has moved them away from the social benefit equation and required them to the extent where board members could get sued if they wanted to do something that was good for the environment just because, and there was no nexus to the profit. And I know this because I introduced legislation on this and worked with the Social Reform Network from the Northeast United States and a group in Washington, D.C. who are trying to change that law to allow board members to have more leeway in investments that make sense, not just on the issue of green, but also on the issue of job investment in a community. So, for example, corporations in Los Angeles should invest in creating jobs in Los Angeles instead of going outside. And so I was interested in your comments, and I was hoping that you could expound on how you might use this position to inspire, since at this point the law does not provide for us to allow corporations the liberty to do it voluntarily without a nexus to the profit. What kinds of things might we do to inspire corporations and incentivize corporations to want to do it for the social good, which is the way corporations began?
I think that when it comes to working with the corporations, obviously they're inspired by the bottom line, which is profit. So you hit the issue right on the head. I think as an alternative, and I don't mean to keep beating a dead horse, but I think you need to look outside of corporations, and I think you need to focus on the pension funds in this country. Like I said, the two biggest pension funds in the entire world are in Sacramento, and many of the council members here have vast experience and relations in Sacramento. And I think if the rest of the country is going to CalPERS to make real estate investments within their city, I think that there should be a select committee of council members and spearhead the raising with the pension funds in the country, because once you get CalPERS money, the rest of the pension funds in the country, they start investing. And so do the foundations, Harvard University, Yale University. So all of these pension funds invest in tandem. They look to what CalPERS is doing, and they just basically make the same investments.
Well, let me say, Tony and I and Mr. Wesson are certainly familiar with that process. I actually served on the CalPERS committee, and can tell you that Chairman Del Soto is doing a tremendous job on the Senate side to inspire local investment, bringing California retirement money to be invested in California, and particularly in Southern California, as she represents Pomona. So I would enjoy the opportunity to work with you and to learn from you how we might do a better job of reinvesting locally, not just in Sacramento, but also the city's retirement system invests money. And many years ago, I remember introducing a motion to block the city investment into Swiss banks, and actually that caused quite a ruckus, and they eventually provided reparations to the Jewish families that lost money as a result of the Nazi regime. But anyway, I applaud you for your career, and I'm inspired, and I hope that we'll be able to do some good work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I just wanted, on a point, I'm not an attorney, I'm a banker.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make it clear.
You just picked up a couple.
I apologize.
It's okay.
You picked up a couple of
That's what James Blancarte is.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll.
That's usually my line. I'm not an attorney, but...
And tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Congratulations. You've been approved. Thank you. Colleagues, we're running about 10 or 15 minutes behind, so we still have one more commissioner and two items requiring public comment. So if we can take up the next commissioner, and we can just be mindful of the fact that we're going to try to get as much discussion in on our public safety issue today. So with that, if we can ask Mr. Varela to come forward. We have our nominee, Mr. Varela. Is our nominee here for number 3? Mr. Varela? Yep. Mr. Weiss?
Fire department gets appointed, Mr. Lewiger.
So you move approval? Okay, Mr.
On the record, the chief was here this morning, and he was here this morning, and Tony's he helped lead the effort in Griffith Park to let you know, members, and especially fight along with Engine 38 from Wilmington to save the merry-go-round.
Great. Thank you. So
Tony is a great choice.
Okay.
A call for an aye vote.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Mr. Varela is approved. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 26, and that was called special for cards from the public.
All righty. Mr. Rezar, did you want to be recognized? Okay. We have a speaker card out in Van Nuys. I'd like to recognize Miriam Fogler on item number 26.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, when we're talking about this manager's salary set, we need to set these salaries down lower too. With your salaries and their salaries need to be cut. That's what you need to be discussing, how to save money for the city. Because it shouldn't be on the backs of these poor, the middle class city workers at the 6 coalitions that got their contract finally set in. So it's due to come any time. They tentatively ratified their contract 5 years, and they, of course, are the middle class, the heart of middle class, getting 2% in January, then 2% in July. Like, you people get 4.16 all at once, and you're making one heck of a much more money. Over the last 5 years, the city workers were lucky to get 7% or 6%. You guys got 20% in 2 years. So ones who are gouging all the money is the CRA and your salaries and the managers too, and the mayor, of course, his salary, and the city attorney makes too much money. It's way too high, and they should be come down to proportion down here to the middle class area, because this is very, very dangerous, President. You're widening the gap between the middle class from the poor and the rich. So what you're doing is you're spreading the rich way up and the poor way down here, and you think that you're going to give affordable housing for poor people, and then you think your rich people are going to live in your big mansions. And where the middle class going to be, they're going to disappear. That's what you want. That's what you're counting on, hoping it happens. Because obviously, Pakistan has their middle class people. They're trying to struggle over there. They're doing the same thing what we're doing right here in the city right now.
That'll close our public comment on that item. Any council members wishing to be heard? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll.
And excuse me, for the record, Mr. President, the salary is $180,508.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes. 14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 31. That was called special for cards from the public, and there is a substitute motion that has been distributed on 31E.
Thank you. I'll be accepted as friendly. And Ms. Fogler, if you'd like to go first, and then Ms. Brewer will follow you on item 31.
Yes, on the waivers fees and the number 35, that one here, the Pacoima Christmas Parade, was that number 35? That one also has the fire department, and that addition, that's more than $3,000 just to do that, and it shouldn't be called Christmas Parade. It should be called the Santa Claus Parade, just like Hollywood Santa Claus Parade. It's supposed to be non-denominational. Don't forget church and state, folks. We don't want to have what's the same thing happen in Europe, and that's why our pilgrims came over here, to get away from that, so that we have freedom of our choice, of our religions to practice here. And I don't like that being called that. And then on the special events here, you're spending a lot of money here. It's a terrible thing you're doing to the city. This has got to stop, and I want you to vote against this. And I want Mayor Antonio, please, if you hear me out there, please vote no on all these special events now. We need to stop them. I know you're at Hyperion. Please stop them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brewer. Will be the next speaker.
Hi, Sharon Brewer, item number 31, special event fee waivers. On today's agenda, we have 12 total, 11 with amounts. Total is $51,314, one to reimburse. I also wanted to speak on 35 because it's an amendment and it is a special event fee waiver for the Pacoima Chamber of Commerce Family Holiday Festival. They have now added the fire department and GSD for security from noon to 5. That should increase the fee waiver to be more than $3,952 because the fire department and security is not cheap. For November, you had 7 days of city council, 112 total, 84 with amounts, totaling $331,223, one no amount, 28 to reimburse. For July, August, September, October, and November, 5 months, you have fee waivers of $2,461,058. I also want to take and make a correction after watching myself last night. I said that five of the council members should be looking at making up the $5 million since there was a moratorium. They didn't vote for the moratorium on special events. I really meant all 15 council members need to be looking at where the $5 million, approximate $5 million that could have been saved with a moratorium on special event fee waivers will come from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no further speaker cards on this item. No speakers in the queue. So, Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item.
Next item, Madam President, is item number 12.
All right, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues, for the earlier part of the meeting in which we dispensed with our general business. As I mentioned, this is the second of our General Council topic meetings that we wanted to have as a result of the retreat that we took this summer. We discussed the environment last month. This month we're looking at public safety, and I think transportation is the next one that we have queued up. But let me start by speaking kind of from the heart. We've all been there, where we get that call. We're probably at an event or we're at home, and we get the call from the police or one of our staff members that somebody else has been killed in our council district. We hear the story of a young person who is either killed by an errant bullet, stabbed, beaten up to within a breath of his or her life, and we feel powerless. We feel powerless to do anything to change the way that things have been. We also know that we live in this kind of paradox right now where we have the lowest crime rate in 50 years, but we haven't been able to drive down substantively our youth homicide rate. We live in the best of times, but for many Angelenos, too many, we live in the worst of times as well. I know around this horseshoe we have the collective wisdom to solve this issue. Why? Because we've been there. We've consoled families. We've paid for funerals and attended them. We've held mothers crying. We've lit candles and walked the streets. We've talked to people who spend their days getting between guns and bullets. We've spoken with seniors who come home and lock their doors and shutter their windows because they're too scared to walk in their own neighborhood. We've felt, we've seen, and we've been touched by what happens in this city as a result of youth violence. So today, we actually have a really good platform from which we start this conversation because, colleagues, if you remember, at the retreat, this was the first kind of conversation that we had. Ms. Hahn, Mr. Cardenas, all of us spoke about the impact that we've had and how we've been impacted by gang activity in our communities. And so as we look at a comprehensive strategy in each area, today we've asked the police department and others, and Mr. Cardenas will walk us through kind of what the lineup is going to be. But those city agencies that can make an impact and can make a difference. I want to thank Mr. Cardenas as our ad hoc chair of the ad hoc committee on our youth development and gang violence issues. I want to thank Ms. Hahn, too, for the work that she's done in pushing forward a new funding source. But I could go literally through everybody here. Our public safety chair, Mr. Weiss, the way Mr. Reyes has talked about the impact of violence in his communities, Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Cardenas, and Ms. Gruhl out in San Fernando Valley. We've all been touched by the impact of this violence, and we've seen the effects of it. So today we're going to be able to have the chance to hear from the community first, but also from our departments. But I would encourage you then, too, we're going to focus today on suppression and prevention, but to think about what is our timeline and what will we accomplish this year as a city council. This isn't to hear ourselves talk, it's to listen. This isn't a chance for us just to debate and let it go away. It's a chance for us to change the course of policy. This is an opportunity for us to really save lives. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Cardenas, who will run through what we're going to be doing, and then we'll kick things off by hearing from each one of the council members in some of the ways we can be moving forward. So,
Mr. Garcetti, before Mr. Cardenas speaks, I think you wanted to go to the cards.
Why don't we hear from Mr. Cardenas and then
Mr. Cardenas and then the cards? Okay, great. Okay. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Council President, and I'd like to thank my colleagues, especially those on the ad hoc committee on gang violence and youth development. And it's really important for the community of Los Angeles to understand that never before has the legislative body of the city of Los Angeles spent so much time and energy in hearing from the community, the mayor, working with the mayor, the city attorney, the treasurer, all of the departments within the city of Los Angeles that have anything to do with working with our youth, whether it be suppression with the police department or intervention and prevention with CDD and our recreation and parks, etc. We've actually had people from the school district come forward and come to this committee and make presentations and dialogue and communicate with us. We've had Chief Baca come to this committee, our chief of the sheriff's department for the county of Los Angeles. We've had county supervisors come to the committee hearings. We have an engagement now that we've never ever had before in the community of Los Angeles, beyond the city in and of itself. In addition to that, we've also have done some of the painstaking work of making sure that all of the departments understand within the city that today is a new day, that tomorrow we promised and we're committed as a council with the mayor's office to restructure the delivery of services to the community of Los Angeles, to make sure that we truly do reduce crime on the front end with more intervention and prevention than ever before. That we make sure that people understand that that is truly the best investment of their dollar. Yet at the same time, we've made a promise to the taxpayers of Los Angeles that if and when we do that, and we will only do it if we can keep our promise of making sure that we are more effective, that we are communicating, that we are efficient, and that we have accountability at every level. You're going to hear today from one of the new members of the City of Los Angeles, which is the Deputy Mayor for Gang Reduction and Youth Development, Jeff Carr. He'll be one of the presenters, and he was added on to the responsibility of the city via the mayor's office to make sure that we have that accountability going forward, starting today and tomorrow. We've already embarked on various programs throughout the city this year in gang reduction zones. Something that we only did one time before in this city, and we've had tremendous success. And no, it's not perfect. The gang reduction zones are going through the changes themselves. Why? Because we're monitoring them on a weekly basis. We're making sure that whenever we add to whatever we're doing from here on out, we are having all the answers first. There is a new day in the city of Los Angeles on how we are working with our youth. And I'm not going to say dealing with our youth. I'm saying working with our youth. Because in my personal opinion, for far too long throughout this country, people look at our young people and they say, oh my gosh, we have to deal with you? That is a dynamic that we need to understand, that we in the city of Los Angeles are a part of. And we need to stop. We need to understand that just because a young kid is growing up in a tough neighborhood, we need to understand that to just say no to drugs isn't enough. They have to say no to gangs. Some of them get beat up because they say no to gangs. But when they get up off the ground and they're wiping the blood, where do they go? We need to make sure that we have some place for them. We need to make sure that this is a safe city for them. Far too often, when people and politicians think about safer streets, they think about the senior citizen voter. I do too. But at the same time, I give equal responsibility to myself to think about the little kids throughout this city who are not voters, who are not taxpayers, who deserve equal respect and attention. So this city is committed to stop dealing with our young people and working with our young people. And with that, we're going to hear from the LAPD. We're going to hear from the city attorney. We're going to hear from the Community Development Department, otherwise known as CDD. We're going to hear from Recreation and Parks. We're going to hear from HRC. Once again, we're going to hear from Jeff Carr on behalf of the mayor's office. We're going to have the CAO here who's going to make presentation as well. And we have a whole team of people that you're not going to see at the table who are going to be taking notes and making sure that they respond to the requests and responsibilities that we're going to give them, because what we are going to do, and working with the Budget Committee, with the Mayor's Office, with the City Treasurer, the Controller, the City Attorney, everybody, we are going to have a focused, concerted plan. And the timeline for that plan is the budget cycle of the spring of 2008. It's going to be a new day, it's going to be a new dynamic, and we're going to have answers, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to have questions. Today you're going to see a lot of questions. We've had a lot of questions. We've been receiving some answers. But by the spring of 2008, we will have enough of the answers so that we can honestly provide for you, the City of Los Angeles, a better way in which we are working with our communities and working with our youth. And once again, I'd like to thank the President of the Council, Eric Garcetti, for setting this unprecedented tone of the City of Los Angeles and having an entire day, not where we finish the work, but we're here before the cameras, before the people of Los Angeles, and we're exposing the fact that we are here to work. Thank you very much.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. And so, colleagues, we're rolling up our sleeves today. We've got lunch being brought in for a working lunch. We're going to be here. We asked people to stay till up to 5. I think we might be able to get out of here sometime 4:30 if we keep on time. But I would propose we now hear from members of the public that have filled out public speaker cards, that we come back, have a short discussion about some of the experiences we've had, and then we'll start hearing from the departments, beginning with the police department. So with that, I would move.
Thank you very much. And our first speaker will be Adela Barajas, followed by Michael Parker. Ms. Barajas and Mr. Parker.
Good morning. First of all, thank you for having me here. Hope you all had a wonderful holiday, which I did not. 9 months ago, my sister-in-law, Lara Sanchez, was killed, murdered in front of her children on Long Beach Avenue. And for that reason, I'm here to talk about the Newton Police Station and the number of officers we have there, or their schedule 12 hours, 3 days a week. If everybody could please give me your attention, I would really appreciate it. Last time I was here, I asked and I offered to set up a campsite at Fred Roberts Park. It's right in front of where my sister-in-law got killed, so that you guys could experience a little bit of what the children there are experiencing and all other community members. I need for you guys to please consider what Councilwoman Jan Perry is doing here. I want flexibility with the police station, and I know that not all LA police station or Los Angeles police departments need the same attention or the same amount of officers in that area. The area that I'm here to speak in behalf needs more cops in the street, or need them more days at their positions so that we feel safe. A week ago, there was a young woman who was 8 months pregnant walking across the street when she got shot at. My sister-in-law was killed on March 18th of this year. Drive-by shooting, random shooting like they want to call it. I call it war in LA. Her mother was killed 9 years prior to that on a Thanksgiving night while she was smoking outside her porch on 49th and Compton. You know, it's really sad to tell you that your children are I'm pretty sure that are not growing up in a community like my nephews or I grew up in. My sister-in-law was at the corner approaching her grandmother's house. When she got there, her little babies got to see their grandmother shot in the head while she held her, or their grandmother held her. 9 years later, my own nephews, my mother, and our children got to witness her being shot and killed by a drive-by. And the shooters were just down the street from us. We're not gang affiliated. The youth that lives in South Central was not born gang affiliated, but yet that's what we are called. We are in South Central. I invite all of you to come and cruise my streets in the evening so that you can hear a helicopter hovering over you or gunshots being shot. And when you call the police, they're not arriving on time because there's too many other shootings going on. And I'm here to tell you to please pay attention to my city, to the section of the city that is not called. Maybe because you don't have those voters, but I promise you, I will go out there and get those voters that you guys need to not vote for you guys if you guys don't bring change to my area.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barajas. Mr. Parker is our next speaker. Following Mr. Parker is Iona Diggs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you in advance for your attention. My name is Mike Parker. I live in the Vernon-Figueroa area, and I'm a secondary high school counselor over at Belmont, right nearby here. I wanted to first point out that on this issue, item 12, we are here individually but collectively because as neighbors and as stakeholders in the area, we have noticed these things regarding the 12-hour shifts, and we talk with block clubs and area meetings and things individually, collectively, and we've chosen to come here because it is affecting us all. It's kind of a situation of, again, a quality of life issue in the South Central area. I have been there for 3 years. I'm glad to be a homeowner there in the area. But I have to say, in the past 3 years, many things have really fallen by the wayside. Living in the area is one thing, but at Belmont we have buried 7 students this year alone from January until now. I've attended all of those, and I'm starting to see a lot of the same characteristics, if you will, over in the South Central area. The shrines, the candles, the walks, everyone's upset. I'm very big on accountability and personal responsibility with parents and the community, but I'm really also looking to that with our police services in the area. Doing discipline at Fremont High School in the past, and I've also worked for Jefferson and Manual Arts. We have problems at times getting a car, an active duty, out for an emergency at these schools in this area. And to me, it's really not okay. I'm here because of myself as a resident, but also my neighbors, many of whom are new immigrants to the area, in and around the South Central area, and as well as long-term, long-living people who have spent their lives there or returned to the area. It's really not fair that we are kind of being gypped out of good services in the area. We're asking for flexibility, please, among the police force so that we can be better served and more fairly served within the area.
Thank you. Ms. Iona Diggs is next.
Good afternoon, and thank you in advance for listening to all of us. I'm here because I live in that South Los Angeles area. I have witnessed 4 homicides in the last 2 months. I also work with the police department and have worked with the police department for the past 18 years. What we're asking for, and we're asking the council like we asked before when we were here, the 4 schedule is not working. We know that there's not enough officers, but now we're supposedly having the Safer City initiative over there in the Southwest area. And it seems like since we've had that Safer City, it's not been safe. We've had numerous shootings. We don't see the officers over there, and they know that it's dangerous. I have also talked to our chiefs and asked them to help me bring our neighborhood back to reality. And I'm also asking the city council to, we're not asking for all over, we're just asking for one little piece, to bring that schedule back so that we can have more officers in our area to help us out. And I would appreciate your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Diggs. We next have Carol White. After that is Joe Turner.
Good morning, City Council members. I, too, am a resident of the area around Vernon and Figueroa. I'm also the interim president and chair of the Voices of 90037 Neighborhood Council. But most important to me is my wearing this badge. I've been a joyful volunteer for the LAPD 77th Street Jeopardy program, a youth intervention, gang intervention and prevention program, and I've worked with these kids for 3 years. I do support all efforts to move our youth away from gangs, but That's not the real reality. That's not realistic. What I am saddened about is the lack of attention and sensitivity by many members of the governing bodies of this community to our issues in our community. When our kids come to us with gunshots, with lead still in their legs in the Jeopardy program, they've been shot. Their lack of sensitivity to the senseless shooting of their friends and their peer groups in school, that is saddening. This is a global problem. This is a problem of a lack of civility among our kids, a lack of attention, a lack of resources, and a lack of creativity and innovation in this community. All we're asking for is to look at our area and come up with some creative and innovative solutions to policing that will save lives. Even if their physical well-being is not being harmed, we want to make sure that they are emotionally well and healthy in our community. Turning a blind eye to this, not allocating resources where resources are needed, in my opinion, brings up issues of a lack of morality and responsibility. Please be responsive to the real needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Joe Turner is our next speaker, and then Rogelio Macedonio.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, our City Council. I know there's only 3 minutes or 2 minutes on this list, but there's something I have to tell you, and the word is underserved. The word is underserved. The police department is doing the best they can with what they have, but we're still underserved. I know we was promised there was going to be more policemen hired, but it didn't happen. We hired 300, we're still short about 700. But you know what? A combined effort of this entire board sitting up here who represents me. I've been here 68 years, and I don't plan on going anyplace. I'm going to be here another 68 years. So just remember that. It's a great pleasure for me to hear that Jeff Carr has come in here from Washington, D.C. It's a great pleasure for me to hear that Senor Cardenas is doing a great job. You need to come to South L.A. In South L.A., in CD9 is where most of everybody go, and they say, oh, let's send them to South L.A., let's send them to South L.A. You know what we need to do? We need some of you to come to South L.A. We need some of you to come. When there's a shooting, we need you to come and see what's happening. Instead of laying the burden on 1 or 2 city council, it should be everybody. Janice Hahn over there, and Watts, I'll put it right where it is, and Watts. They mistreat her, and she's over there trying to do a job. And I understand each one of you have a place to represent. But we need everybody's help in here, including the police department. We don't need anybody saying, oh, well, it's not my problem. It is your problem. Because once upon a time, there was only South L.A., and then there was the Valley, and then there was West L.A. Okay, now we have a thing that's called South Los Angeles, and we need your help. And that buzzer just went off.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turner. Rogelio Macedonio is our next speaker, and then after that is Bobby Arias. Yeah, Ms. Perry?
I'm going to ask the translator to assist Mr. Macedonio, so could he have a little extra time?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. All right.
Un momento, señor.
Is she going to come up? Okay.
Okay.
Buenos días. Good morning. Mi nombre es Rogelio Macedonio. My name is Rogelio Macedonio. Vivo en el sur centro de Los Ángeles. I live in South Central LA. Estoy en la comunidad, sirviendo a la comunidad por 12 años. I've been serving the community for the past 12 years. Hago juntas comunitarias. I make reunions with the community. Con la policía. With the police department. Con John Perry, oficiales de John Perry también. Con el señor John Perry. Para las necesidades que tenemos. For the needs that we have in the community. Y últimamente. Lately. Ha habido muchos tiroteos. We've been having too many gunshots, too many. Muchos han matado a varias personas. People have been killed. Few people have been killed. Malo que son niños. And the worst of it is that our kids.
Son los que llevan los de perder.
Those are the kids that loses the most their lives.
Muchas balaceras y
Too many gunshots and we keep
llamamos
calling.
a la policía.
We keep calling the police.
Y tarda mucho en venir.
And they take too long to come in.
Y verdaderamente queremos más vigilancia para
So
que
we
no
please,
pasen
we
estas
suggest
cosas.
we need more police to enforce this.
Es necesario tenerlas.
We need them
porque muchas gangas,
because too many
muchos tiros,
gangs and too many shots.
Y no queremos más muertes en la
And we don't
comunidad.
want no more people to be dying in the community.
Es todo. Gracias.
This is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Bobby Arias is next, and then Akil Bashir.
It's a pleasure to be here as a sixth generation Angelino. I want to commend you, first of all, Councilman Cardenas, for calling the question not only on education, but service delivery and job development to our most precious resource in our city, and that is our children. You know, one of the sad things that we've had to endure, my partner Blinken, I'm president of Communities and Schools, talking about San Fernando Valley and Pacoima, is seeing a lack of hope in the faces of our children. It's not just about more police, and we have a great relationship with police. They have their job, but we have children who have nothing to do. They're not being embraced by anybody. As I look around these tables right here, these honored people, I pretty much, Blink and I have talked to every one of you. And this is an opportunity. We just experienced Thanksgiving, giving thanks to our blessings. We're now preparing for the holiday season where we can talk, hopefully, about peace. We are at a point now through the ad hoc committee on gangs and violence and youth development where we have convened all the people that have been working prevention, intervention, hardcore gang intervention to really call the question for the youth who my partner Blinky called the forgotten people, the lepers of our society. It pains me when people from the private sector or others say we need to give up on our children at any age. In order for us for a city to move forward, we have to embrace the notion of recovery, that people can get better. And that's what this initiative has done, Tony. It's forced us to come together and develop what I call the PACT program. That our programs need to be personal, they need to be accountable, they need to be coordinated. We buried 36 kids last year. 36 kids. And unfortunately, that is not uncommon in our city. So I ask you to vote for hope, vote for our future when this ad hoc committee project comes before you, because we have the wherewithal to get this done. It's not a window of opportunity, it's a porthole. Let's take advantage of it. Vote for hope.
Akil Bashir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I want to humbly thank you for the effort that I think you diligently have made to seriously address the problem that confronts this society and specifically this community. LA sets the tone for the rest of the nation, so usually what transpires here is indicative of what's going to transpire elsewhere. Let me say this and let me open by saying, when we fail our youth, we have failed to society, and this society will not continue. The job of us as elders in the community is to teach the youngsters how to take our role and take our position. And I'd have to say, I'm in my 50s. We have failed miserably. What does all this mean? Bottom line is, look, we can talk about more police, we can talk about more suppression, we can talk in these arenas, but we have to develop the mechanism for community empowerment, a self-generating capability to make sure that we eradicate the violence in our community and equip the individuals in that community with the expertise and the wherewithal, the strategies and tools to do just that. I think we're on the forefront of being able to create that, and I think through the Tony Cardenas' office and what he presented, Janice's serious work, and the majority of you, I think you understand, you get it. And that's a blessing with addressing. We have, for the first time in the history of LA, created coalitions that in the past have been diametrically opposed to one another. You got gang intervention specialists sitting down with politicians, interacting with police commanders. I can go on and on and on. That's historically never happened before. What I would propose to you is you cannot let that momentum die. You've got to get behind and show the people that are on the front line, that are diligently putting themselves out there because they understand from the heart this is a responsibility that's been mandated. It's not by choice. You've got to create the infrastructural direction to show them that we are behind you, we will support you, and we will not leave you out there. You're going to have a variety of things facing you in the near future. All I would ask is that you support us and show us that you mean it, and I guarantee you, you'll get a regurgitated 100% return. Thank you for all your efforts, and we do appreciate all the work that's been put forward by you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bashir. Colleagues, that will close our comments, public comments on this item. Our first department that we'll be hearing from in a little bit is going to be the Los Angeles Police Department. But before that, I know it's a less intimate environment than what we had down in Long Beach, in the harbor, but we want San Pedro. Just seeing if you're awake, Ms. Han. But the idea for the beginning is to have folks from the council speak a little bit from the heart about, briefly, 1 or 2 minutes, prevention strategies that they have seen work in their neighborhood. Something that has impacted them, that they've seen, that they've watched, whether it's a community group, whether it's through PD, whether it's through individuals. And I know Ms. Han and Mr. Huizar had a couple stories maybe to kick things off, but I would ask all colleagues just to think about that. As you're hearing the first two colleagues speak about that, what is something that you've seen actually make that impact, make that difference, that you'd like the rest of your colleagues to hear about as well? So if I may impose upon you, Ms. Han, would you like to be the first to share with folks something that's worked?
Sure. Well, thank you. And again, I really want to thank our council president for allowing us to do what many of us wanted to do, was let's spend a day talking about some of these issues that we never really get to vet as an entire governing body. And I will tell you, I think what you said today about Tony's committee being sort of the vehicle for historically bringing together entities and stakeholders in this effort to combat gang violence together for the first time has been amazing. It's been really great to be a part of that. You guys have all heard me talk about GAP. That's the one that I will talk about this morning in terms of a program that focuses solely on prevention. And it's one of the things that has helped me in our ad hoc committee have us at least as a city begin to talk about these various efforts with the right terminology. I think for the first time we are going to be talking about what is prevention, what is intervention, what is reentry, what really constitutes after school, what really constitutes job training opportunities. And we have a historic opportunity to finally adopt language about intervention that we've never actually been able to talk about. But prevention is something that I think has gotten widely used and not always in the right way. And the Gang Alternative Program, better known as GAP, has helped me to understand what prevention really is. And there's a lot of efforts that we're going to use in terms of steering our kids away from gang violence, giving them real choices, real opportunities. But GAP's philosophy is that you prevent kids from joining gangs in the first place, and that gangs rely on membership, and to increase their membership, they rely on recruitment. And when I first got involved with GAP, over 10, 15 years ago, it was a program that was targeting 5th grade students. This is a program that is school-based. It actually goes into LAUSD. It's a 12-week course, about 45 minutes for one day a week. And they targeted 5th grade students. But then the experts began to tell us, guess what? That's too late. by 5th grade, kids are already being recruited to join a gang. 5th grade kids already, particularly if they have a mother and father or an older brother and sister that's in a gang, they've already kind of made a decision in their own hearts that gang life is okay. That certain characteristics about being a gang member is okay. So we now target the 4th grade students. And right now, GAP serves about 28 schools in El Sereno, Harbor City, Harbor Gateway, San Pedro, Watts, and Wilmington. And what's remarkable about this program is that about 5,000 students, I guess, a year go through this 12-week program. And in the beginning, about 15% of these kids are deemed at risk. By the time the program is completed, only about 2% are testing at risk. And this is about $100 per kid is what this program costs. So the thinking is that while we continue to fund intervention, because we know that's it's kind of the real hard work on the street, we continue to hire more police officers, we continue to try to get our kids good choices after school, there is a hope, and it's one I believe, that we can actually grow up a generation of kids, and maybe it's this next generation finally, that will choose not to join a gang. Because I even think our great intervention workers will tell you, once they become a gang member, it is so much more difficult to turn their lives around. Some would say sometimes impossible. Jose told the story of the 18-year-old who wanted to leave the gang and was shot dead at his back door. Kids want to leave, but sometimes they cannot, or the gangs will not let them. So this program, again, one of the very few that LAUSD blesses, you know, they're very restrictive about what they let in their classrooms. All the teachers have to get so many parts of their curriculum taught every day. The fact that they allow this program in the school, I think, really gives it its stamp of approval. For about $600,000 more in funding, we could expand this program to about 25 more schools. I think currently it's the only, and I'm going to say that, and it's the truth, it's the only school-based prevention program that targets 4th grade kids to keep them from joining gangs in the first place. I think it's a huge part of our effort to end gang violence in Los Angeles someday. A generation is 25 years, so maybe we'll have to all hang together for 25 years. But that's the program, in my experience, that I think is the most successful prevention program out there.
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing that. Mr. Huizar, I know you also had some personal interactions with success as well, and why don't you share that with the council?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I, too, from what I've heard from the GAP program and serving on the Board of Education for 4 years, it's a great way to reach those students when we have time with them. If you think where most of our young people spend most of their time, it's in our schools, and that's probably one of the better places to help them. When I was at the school district, I also helped establish a program that was piloted at 2 schools, one at Hollenbeck Middle School, one in South Los Angeles, that worked with the identified gang members at the campus, at the middle schools, and they would take a special class that would not only teach them about their opportunities to get out of gangs, but also it was a way of working with the young people to work with their peers. If they focused on the leaders of the gangs, get them in this class, hopefully bring peace to those middle schools, and also have the leaders hopefully influence the other members of those gangs. We found it to be very effective, particularly because, we got to start with them at the earliest possible time, and GAP does that. Here at the middle school, the philosophy was that this is the time when they're making those real choices. For some of these young people, it's the middle school level when they either decide to continue down one path or another. And I know that was certainly the case for me after getting expelled from my middle school when I decided to go down a different path and was at that middle school time. And that's one thing we did at the school district. But what was remarkable about this, in my view, was that this was the only real, aside from GAP and this middle school program that we piloted, the only real, an alley bridges that goes into our schools, but LAUSD-sponsored effort to focus particularly on youth development and kids who may be joining gangs, kids at risk. We had a lot of supplemental services, after-school programs, but that focused on the general population. But if we think about what we're doing as a school district and the city partnering with a school district to address our young people in our schools, there was some of these we weren't doing enough. I mean, we could identify them in one hand to see what we're doing. And so I know we've got to do more there. I did want to mention one other program that I've seen a lot of success in my area, and that is the Soledad Enrichment Action, SEA. They not only do intervention, they do prevention, and they also have a few charter schools throughout the city of Los Angeles that particularly focuses on at-risk students who have not functioned at your regular schools. They take them in. They have a 98 or higher % graduation rate. So we know that these kids are bright, smart, and talented. SEA is doing wonders with these students. But I wanted to focus on one area of SEA, and that is their intervention that they're doing with the young, with people in general in my area. You know, there was an incident about a year ago at Ramona Gardens where actually in two separate incidents where officers were shot at. And a few weeks later, coincidentally, not related, there was an individual from that same area that died while in custody of our police officers, not because of any trauma or any action by the officers, but it was concluded that the individual was actually on drugs and died because possible overdose or other reasons. But nonetheless, you could see the tension that existed that day. A few months ago, officer shot at. Now a gang member from that community died in the custody of officers. But SEA was able to go in there, calm the situation down, actually speak to the actual gang members, and in my view, prevented a possible riot, prevented this from escalating any further, and prevented gang members going after more of our officers. And so I've seen the power that exists in intervention programs where, like Ms. Hahn said, it's some of the most difficult work. And I've heard it expressed here in council, I've heard it expressed in Mr. Cardenas' subcommittee, when these members have to go out sometimes 1, 2 in the morning to calm situations down. And I simply wanted to point that out because we cannot underestimate the power of people who are doing intervention in the trenches. Some of the most dangerous work, they do not have badges, they do not have anything else to protect themselves. Just the good faith that these gang members have on these individuals to do the work, that they will do the best to calm the situation down and earn their trust and respect. So I was asked to talk about a group in my district that's doing good work, and I think SEA is doing great work amongst other organizations. And I also wanted to simply point it out when I started, the importance of doing more work with our school district in our schools. We're not doing enough there to do the prevention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. I think we'll hear maybe a few other folks before. We'll ask LAPD to start at noon. I know that's 15 minutes later than what we planned, but if they'll just sit tight. Ms. Perry is next on the queue, and then Mr. Cardenas.
A few things that are working in the district are the intervention programs that are heavily infused with social services, and I had an occasion to spend some time at Walden House over the holiday, and have always been impressed with the quality of work, because not only do they have people who have lived the life and gotten out of the life and reclaimed their lives, but a very clear template on how to address the needs of a community at risk, not just a family or an individual, but a community at risk, and they understand the multiple diagnosis and all levels of outreach that need to be done for people who are so at risk that generations of families have engaged in gang activity. This is a good program to address the issues that adults face. As for the younger people, we're very fortunate to have a place called Home and All People's Christian Center as after-school programs for intervention and suppression for younger people. And in spite of all that, just as I'm sitting here this morning, I got an email from the executive director at All People's who said the teenagers got shot last week right behind the center. One died, one was 15, the other one was 13. And so as much work as they do and as good as they do it, still isn't good enough to stop someone from getting murdered
So we need more help.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Cardenas and then Mr. Reyes.
Thank you very much. I think it's important for me to outline three basic kinds of programs that all communities who engage in this work with, and that's prevention, intervention, and suppression. Not everybody knows what each one of those are. As a matter of fact, the City of Los Angeles is still defining what each one of those kinds of programs should be or should look like, or the models that they should follow. So let me just outline really quickly, and let me point out all three of them are needed. They were needed yesterday, they're needed today, and they're going to be needed tomorrow. Suppression is when you mainly send in the police or the DA or the city attorney or what have you to get engaged in the issue. Usually what that means is some crimes have already occurred. They're looking for people who've committed those crimes, etc. They're going into a community that feels terrorized, etc., and they go in there with the guns and the batons and the full weight of the law, and that's why they call it suppression, because it truly is a suppression effort. It's needed, as I said, because crimes have already occurred. So that's needed. And it occurs, and that's what we have here. But understand this, if we as a society, as a community, as a city, wait for that moment when the police do their job and the DA and the city attorney do their job, and say they get a 16-year-old who's committed a crime, maybe even killed a fellow gang member, or innocently a child walking down the street was hit by a drive-by, and that person is put in jail, a youth in the state of California is siphoning over $90,000 of our tax dollars once the police and the prosecutors do their job and put that person away. So understand this, that is the most expensive effort that we engage in. In addition to that, we have prevention, and one of the programs, as described by Ms. Hahn earlier, they work with the children, or mostly children, who are at risk. They live in a tough neighborhood, maybe they're not doing well in school or what have you, so they pull them into a program to try to uplift them, to get them back on track. 99% of the time they're only really dealing with, and some programs are honest with us and say, we are not going to work with gang members. If a gang kid walks into our program, we push them out. That's a prevention program. That's on the lighter end. And as a matter of fact, that is the least expensive person-per-person program that we can engage in. And we engage in those programs today. But I think it's equally important for us to understand what intervention is. And intervention today is the most innovative and perhaps the most effective, cost-effective way in which we deal with people who are already involved in gangs, people who have already got a criminal record, etc. But ladies and gentlemen, we live in the United States of America. They have a right to be on our streets. And we have a responsibility to work with them, to try our best to get them back on track. And intervention programs, as a matter of fact, the Community Engagement Advisory Committee has actually come up with, right here in the city of Los Angeles, what appears to be the most comprehensive, the most involved, the most understandable definition of what intervention is and what those programs should be like. So I point out to you that that is progress that we are making by focusing the energy that we've been focusing on these matters. In addition to that, I'd like to point out that there are programs out there today that we fund. For example, Communities in Schools, that serves the San Fernando Valley. They actually have men and women who go out at 2 in the morning when there's been a shooting across the valley, and they go out at 2 in the morning and they go to the people that they think are most likely going to be the ones to retaliate and cause more bloodshed, and they intervene. That's a very specialized job. That's a job, ladies and gentlemen, that I don't want to do. I never want to be in the situation where somebody has a gun in their hand and they're outraged and they're ready to use it, and I'm standing there telling them, put it down. I want to go home to my children. That's why I don't do that job. But there are men and women in the city of Los Angeles who do that job. But the fact of the matter is, one thing I'd like to point out is we are engaging in making sure that we professionalize those individuals, that we have better standards, that we make it safer for them, that we make it safer for all of us, that we can justify it and prove to everyone that this has been working and we can make it work better. And therein lies a perfect example of the accountability that we have the responsibility to bring to bear on every program. But that's an example of the accountability that we need to bring to bear when it comes to acknowledging the fact that we engage people to be interventionists, yet at the same time we haven't fortified them with the tools that we know they need in order for them to do their job that is probably not the safest job no matter what you do. But we have a responsibility to make sure that we provide them with the tools necessary to do their job as safe as it is possible.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So with that, thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sorry I went over my time.
That's okay. Well, we have two other people on the queue. Again, we are sharing, and as Mr. Cardenas just did, one successful instance of some work in our district. I'm going to ask Mr. Reyes and Mr. Parks to keep that to 2 minutes apiece, if that's all right, because we're going to start with the departments at noon right here. So one successful example of some prevention efforts. Mr. Reyes, thank you.
So now you lay down the hammer, huh? Okay. Thank you, folks. But I did want to, intervention that has been successful has been in the context of the CLEAR program. When you look at how they are able to establish community impact teams. We combine entities like the Aztec Fire Crew with a intervention program, along with the city attorney, along with the county probation department, along with the LAPD. Together they're able to go into a hot spot, draw out what are the particulars of that issue, and then break down the casework where you can intervene and deal with the family or the individual. To me, that has been very successful. It started back in 1995 when we had the killing of a young girl, a little girl, Stephanie Kewen, in Cypress Park. The important element here is that you start breaking down the connection not only to the individual act, but what's happening around that person's life. And in our particular situation here in this city, we cannot ignore the role of the prisons and the jails and the drug transactions. So in intervention, it's also about connecting with those support systems that deal with the health of the individual, their addictions, issues of security, their own self-esteem, and giving them a sense of purpose by offering them jobs like Aztec Fire Crew does when they offer them jobs working as firefighters, a way out of the neighborhood, getting a different type of environment, you get a different perspective, then it gets them out of that hole that seems to get deeper and darker as they wind down to that culture that is about drug dependency, it is about making money, it is about taking orders from people who influence gangs from the prisons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes, and I would echo the same comments. If I were to have told my story, it would have also been about Aztec Fire Crew. Appreciate that. Mr. Parks will be our last speaker. Mr. Zine and Ms. Gruhl, we're going to carry your names on for a little bit as we hear from the department. So a successful example from Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm so pleased that we're having this meeting, and particularly the work that Tony Cardenas is doing on looking not only at the ad hoc gang committee, but also the assessment of where those dollars are being spent. And I think that's going to serve us well in next year's budget. But one of the things I think is so important, and we hear this on our community budget meetings, is that each community, as we go into it, has a different perspective of what public safety is. Some communities will say clearly, it's just give us as many police officers as you can buy and put them on the street. But what you find, and particularly some of our poor communities, they view public safety much differently and in a broader scope. They're saying, yes, we need the police, we need to get people off the street that are gang members that need to be separated, but they view equally as important expanded library hours, park and recreation facilities, supervised activities on park and recreation facilities, after-school programs. They view those with equal importance, believing that if you do those things, at some point, you may not need as many police officers. And so as we look at our approach, and I think for the last 40 or 50 years, we've had these debates as to whether we should be enforcement conscious or rehabilitation, and I think what we have failed to realize that all of them are important. We have to have a full spectrum of looking at prevention, intervention, education. Yes, we have to enforce when enforcement is appropriate. We have to incarcerate, and then we have to make sure that those who return, there's a open arm to get them back into the mainstream to cut down the 80% that go back to prison. So if we do not equally support and finance that full spectrum, then we will continue to find ways to have them compete against each other and find ways in which we will not be successful. So I would hope as we move forward, we continue to plug in each one of those elements of a full spectrum approach to policing and enforcement and safety, and find ways in which we will support them equally and fund them equally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. And just listening to all of my colleagues here, it seems like there is a consensus on that, which is a change day, that prevention and intervention as well as enforcement are all critical elements of what we're moving forward as a council and for our agenda this year to save lives and to reduce crime and violence. Our first presentation from a department will be the Los Angeles Police Department. I'd like to welcome our Chief Bill Bratton, who is here, as well as Chief Paysinger, who has joined him, and anybody else. If we will now have a presentation from the table from the Los Angeles Police Department to go. They have about 20 minutes of presentation. We're leaving about 40 minutes for some questions and answers and discussion with the council. So with that, I want to thank them for being here and hand it over to you.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of the council. Very pleased to be here this morning to talk about an issue that has been a passion of mine now for the last 30 some odd years, the last 3 decades. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilmember Cardenas for taking the lead and bringing a dialogue, a very important dialogue, to the city of Los Angeles that frankly has been lacking for quite a number of years. And all the rest of the council members who have found it in their hearts and minds to talk openly and with integrity about a situation that has plagued this city for too many years. I would say this from my chair: there is no greater challenge in American cities today than the safety of our youth and shielding them from gang violence. This is an issue that has been a tough nut to crack for generations, and I think with the leadership of this council and the audacity of the people that live in this city, I think this is something that we can overcome. A persistent problem that we can deal with just a little muscle, with just a little ingenuity and creativity. In early 2007, in response to a burgeoning crime problem with gang offenses in 2006, our department identified a number of important wide-ranging initiatives designed significantly to reduce the incidence of gang violence in the city. This comprehensive approach was particularly important, I believe, especially when members of the gang culture and entrenched gang activity had proven to be impervious to traditional enforcement practices and strategies. The plan that we developed as members of your police department also sought to leverage prevention and intervention formulas as well as collaborative partnerships with public and private institutions. I find it very heartwarming, frankly, when we talk about prevention and intervention, because those are the two important dimensions of the criminal justice continuum. We do in the police department the enforcement, the prosecution, the arrest piece very well, because they tend to be much more empirical. There is very tangible proof of our success, but where we must, I believe, devote our attention and really go to great lengths to pay dividends into is the areas of prevention and intervention. Those are the keys. Councilmember Cardenas has mentioned it. Councilmember Hahn has mentioned it. All of you at some point in time are dealing with this tough issue, and I believe it has the great potential of reaping dividends. Gang crime today, I'm very happy to report, is down 3.2%. That's 224 fewer victims this time today as compared to last year. I would also state very affirmatively.
Could you restate that one more time?
224 fewer victims this year as compared to last.
Okay. Thanks.
But I do realize, too, that 224 fewer victims, we really don't need any victims as it relates to violent crime. We often bring to bear numbers such as in the late 80s when we were having 800-900 murders, 1,000 murders a year, and now we have an opportunity to significantly undercut that with the various strategies and initiatives that we have employed so far. But by the same token, one homicide is too many in our communities, and we must seek to find solutions to those problems that cause those issues to develop. I'd like to take a moment, if I may, to highlight some of our gang initiatives, and I'll be necessarily brief to give you an opportunity to ask your questions. One of the first things that we did was to designate a department gang coordinator. The commanding officer of the Detective Bureau was named the department gang coordinator, and in that role, we hoped, and he has already started to bring coordination, focus, and action to our citywide gang effort. That position is also designed to harvest and analyze and accurately disseminate gang intelligence from the street level throughout county custody facilities and also from the state prison system to identify that important information that we could use in order to deal with this tough question called gangs. And also, just as importantly, to interpret emerging trends throughout the city, both regionally and nationally, and from that data, develop actionable enforcement responses to what we see that's occurring in our cities. One of the other important things that we sought to do, and I'm very pleased to make this announcement that we have, is the launch of the South Bureau Criminal Gang Homicide Group. At the start of this year, the department introduced a new investigative facility comprised of a select team of homicide investigators and supervisors. And I'm very pleased to note today that team now numbers somewhere in the neighborhood, I believe, of 79 detectives and supervisors. Of the city's 361 murders in 2007, nearly 50% of them occur in South Bureau, and over 70% of those are gang-related. The South Bureau Criminal Gang Homicide Group has provided relentless focus and exclusive attention on gang-related murders and attempt murders. Those assigned have not only identified and brought to justice gang members who have committed these atrocities, but they've also sought to ensure the type of comprehensive prosecutions in those cases and guarantee that those convicted are subjected to the most severe judicious penalties possible. The arrangement at the South Bureau Criminal Gang Homicide Group also includes full-time on-site staffing of the District Attorney's Office, the FBI, as well as other county and state agencies that have sustained strong commitments in that group. This is the first time that I've been with this company that we have brought together these key members of the law enforcement community, and we have worked in concert with each other solely for the issue of gang murders. An additional unique dimension of this command is the designated teams of community gang intervention specialists that have been integrated into this gang system. They've actively engaged in intervention and prevention strategies, and they're working with active and former gang members in close coordination and collaboration. The type of arrangement that we have not seen in this city for many, many years, and frankly, at any time. Commander Patrick Michael Gannon, who's here with us today, a fourth-generation police administrator, was selected as the commanding officer and supervised the development of this architecture of this group, and has been asked and been tasked with ensuring the success of this important undertaking. I would say, I would allow him to say, but I'm here at the mic, so I'll say it for him. Since its inception in March of this year, the homicide group has an overall homicide clearance rate of nearly 70%. And that's compared to 55% as a national standard.
How does it compare to the rest of the cities?
The rest of the city is right at 57%.
Okay.
An additional strategy that we've undertaken as a result of these, our gang strategies for 2007, is the formation of the Executive Ad Hoc Committee on Gangs. It's substantially a prototype of CompStat, where we bring together highly successful police managers in this accountability system. And this ad hoc committee was introduced and convened to provide all of us in the law enforcement community a synchronized means to evaluate the progress of collaborative crime abatement efforts. In these sessions, all of us, LAPD, Sheriff's Department, FBI, probation, parole, ATF, just about every law enforcement agency in this region come together as a collaborative. And in doing so, they permit us, the decision makers, the opportunity to contribute imaginative and constructive proposal and provide and apply them in a predictive manner. Oftentimes what we tend to do is respond to crime, respond to gangs. And what we really focus on doing is predict the type of gang issues that has metastasized in this city and has created such a tough problem for us all. We've also enhanced our gang enforcement details. I don't think I have to tell anybody in this room that gangs in this city number approximately 47,000 registered CAL gang members, with a total in the county of somewhere in the neighborhood of 90,000 gang members. As a result, we have increased the number of our gang officers to a total of nearly 300 throughout all 19 commands. And in doing so, it increases our agility to address gang problems and issues nearly 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. We also work in close collaboration with the City Attorney's Office, who we really associate as being one of our closest partners in terms of the enforcement of gang injunctions. As you know, there are currently 34 civil injunctions covering 50 gangs in this city, with an additional 2 gang injunctions soon to go into effect. The City Attorney's Office has done a phenomenal job in terms of working in partnership with us and dealing along with those gang injunctions in this important area. The top targeted street gangs and gang members was still another marker in our efforts to deal with gangs in this city. The identification of the most notorious and dangerous street gangs in the city brought new focus and ensured a more comprehensive enforcement effort concerning select street gangs in the city that have made a conscious and a deliberate choice to wreak havoc in all of our communities. The criteria for placement of these top gangs and gang members on this list is that they would have a propensity for engaging in acts of abject violence, the participation in crimes that are motivated by racial hatred or prejudice, or those who engage in spontaneous or premeditated attacks against police officers. Since the inception of the top targeted street gangs and gang members, Part 1 crime committed by members of these gangs has decreased approximately 10%, and arrests are up nearly 20%. As it relates to the top targeted gang members, most of those are placed on the department's website. And I'm also pleased to report that of the 18 that were originally posted, 5 have been brought to justice, 3 have fled the country, and 1 has committed suicide in another police jurisdiction. One such example of one of these top targeted gang members was a suspect that's known, I think, to many of you by the name of Monster Cody Dijon Scott. This admitted self-proclaimed founder and documented 8-tray gangster Crip has an extensive criminal history that includes an array of violent crime, misdemeanor convictions, battery, narcotics possession, assault with a firearm, resisting arrest, robbery, assault on a police officer. Scott had shown a propensity for premeditated violence and a wanton and willful disregard for community members throughout his adolescent and adult life. He was one of the ones that this community needed to have on that list. And in March of this year, Scott was arrested in the Florence area of Los Angeles. And I'd also like to say, I'd be quick to add, that his arrest was based upon a tip by a member of this community, which demonstrates the benefit of naming some of these criminals on lists such as these. The list of gangs on the top 10 list are reevaluated annually based upon the criteria that I talked about, and I will ask all of our commanding officers for 2008 to consider other gangs and gang members to be placed on that list. We also, just last month, convened a Regional Gang Officers Conference. The purpose of doing so was to re-educate the department gang officers as well as public safety personnel from partner agencies concerning current and projected gang trends and philosophies and cultures. In addition to our gang personnel and detectives, over 65 other law enforcement agencies participated in this conference, bringing the total participants to over 700 over this two-day period. I'd also note that also making presentations at this system was Mr. Jeff Carr, the city's Director of Gang Reduction and Youth Development, as well as a panel discussion of community gang intervention specialists. The purpose for this was, for their participation, was to further enhance officers' participation or knowledge of other effective, viable, and alternative means to deal with and address the challenge of gangs. In other words, as I've said so often, as so many of you know, it's not about arrest. It's about finding other ways to leverage city resources and other opportunities for young people who oftentimes don't have any other way other than that which exists in their neighborhoods. Still another way we really move forward with our gang initiatives for 2007 was the International Gang Summit. In collaboration with the FBI, the county sheriffs, our department contributed to an unprecedented dialogue between executive-level officials from this company and from those in Central America concerning the proliferation of gangs throughout the world, such as MS-13. In September, our department sent representatives to El Salvador on a fact-finding mission to assess experiences of those police officials in that world region and how gangs in such an environment impact their lives as well. As the next dimension of this exchange program, our agencies are hosting their law enforcement administrators here in Los Angeles, further broadening our conversations concerning gang trends and identification of best practices that can be applied to what well may be considered a global threat here in this region. Still another way that I'm very proud of, and an area that we've taken advantage of in our gang initiatives, was the community symposiums on gang awareness. I believe it's important that the community awareness of gang cultures and trends, we heighten their attitude towards how they go about participating and their knowledge of alleviating gang crime in the city. I've asked each Operations Bureau commanding officer to coordinate and convene special gang educational seminars. They reached out to many of our standing community groups, such as the neighborhood councils, CPABs, community police academy graduates, clergy councils, faith and civic leaders, specialist reserves, public and private school principals, administrators, other educational officials, really to help them understand and more fully appreciate how gang trends and issues affect their lives. The more we densen their muscle and increase their attitude and comprehension of gangs and how it affects their students and those within their neighborhoods, I think that's the way we build a wall, a stout wall against gangs in our communities. We've incorporated the concept of accountability system to the arena of gangs as well. The most recent session occurred just last month, and it allows us in that CompStat session for gangs to drill even deeper into gang trends and cultures and philosophies in an effort not only to mitigate the crimes they commit, but also to develop ways to create better coalitions with partner community-based organizations. A really special place in my heart is the enhancement of department-sponsored youth programs. I am a product of many of these type of programs. Sitting before you now is a former police student worker. And I understand and really appreciate the value of being involved in a system where you have not only protection, but you have a greater sense and appreciation of law enforcement and what that then can do to help all of our communities. We have recently engaged in a significant drive to improve our existing youth-based programs such as Explorers, our Deputy Auxiliary Police, our PAL programs. I heard somebody mention that earlier. And the Juvenile Impact Program as a means to channel the energy of our children along a very positive course. We have dramatically enhanced the membership of these programs, and I'm very, very happy to say that just 2 weeks ago, we graduated nearly 200 Explorers. As a matter of fact, that was the first time that we've ever used, to my knowledge anyway, the first time we ever used the Academy field to graduate this group of Explorers. Not only the 200 Explorers, but there were somewhere in the neighborhood of about 800 parents and others in the community that came with us to help us commemorate that very special occasion. We're also currently restructuring the Explorer Academy curriculum to include new concepts, exciting concepts, such as a proposed CSI for Explorers to further help them and meet the needs of today's youth. The CLEAR program is another what I believe to be a dynamic way to deal with entrenched gang violence and the mayor's participation in the gang reduction zones. Essentially, they marry up with each other in terms of facilitating the recovery of gang-infested communities, accomplished by infusing coordinated resources. And I want to emphasize that term, coordinated. Councilmember Cardenas mentioned that early in terms of bringing these resources to bear. They are here, and we can use them to deal with some of these persistent problems that we struggle with in targeted areas of high gang crime in order to decrease gang violence and promote community recovery. The agencies, I think all of you are aware, that are involved in the system, our department, the mayor's office, plays a key leadership role. The DA's office, Sheriff's Department, County Probation, the City Attorney's Office, Corrections and Rehabilitation, all of whom participate and set aside our own agendas for the sole and specific purposes of addressing gang violence. I think I've talked about, I think my 15, 20 minutes have just about
22 minutes. So
22 minutes. I'm about to wrap it up. I'm very pleased about the work that we have done, but we have not done that work alone. I would be foolish and ill-advised to suggest that we have. The fact of the matter is we have done it with the strong advocacy of the community, with the will of this body. And I hate to single her out, but Councilmember Hahn and the work that she's done in South Los Angeles, particularly during the time that I was there with the Watts Gang Task Force, shifting and changing the architecture. People are hungry to be free from the scourge of gang violence. And that is a graphic demonstration of what we can all accomplish if we bind together in a collaborative way and we have a will to protect our youth against gang violence in our city.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Chief Basinger. And we have now about a half hour or so of time for discussion. I told Mr. Zine and Ms. Gruhl that we would carry them over into this discussion. So I want to turn to Mr. Zine and see if he has any thoughts and or questions as our first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, good morning.
Mr. Zine.
I know your dedication to the people of Los Angeles. I've known you during your career as our careers paralleled and mine stopped at Motor Sergeant. Yours continued up the ladder. Nevertheless, we both do the public safety of the people of Los Angeles. When it comes to the deployment of our police officers, where we have our gang officers, our gang intervention officers, the GET teams, the special details, do we find success in that working with other agencies? Probation Department, the California Department of Corrections Rehabilitation. Do we find a coordinated effort with our resources that we deploy with the community, the diverse community of Los Angeles? And in addition to that, with the 70% recidivism of prison, do we find that there's any coordination between what we do with the probation, the parole, and the California Department of Corrections Rehabilitation, do we find that we work with them in a cooperative fashion to bring down those numbers? Because we know from our experience that prison just makes them a harder criminal, more educated in the aspects of committing crime. Can you touch that area, please?
I will, and I appreciate the question. Let me just give you an example of what's happening in the Valley. Chief Moore and his team of gang specialists several months ago, I want to say the better part of a year ago, reached out to county probation, and were successful in bringing in county probation and embedding them into the fiber of their gang teams themselves. I cannot think of a better way, and it's happening throughout the city in terms of collaboration and partnership with our agencies. I can't remember at any time in my career where we have worked as seamlessly as we are now with other law enforcement agencies and community-based programs. But in the immediate instant, as it relates to the county probation, they work alongside our police officers. They share the same office space. They consider the same information. They enforce in the same manner in which we do. They go to the roll calls. And even in the enforcement efforts, not only when they go out, they serve warrants together. The fact that we share information in the manner in which we do, and we do so with ill regard of our personal agenda and what the LAPD can bring to bear, but nevertheless reaching out to them and ensuring that we have good coordination with other agencies is one of the principal reasons that we enjoy the success we do today.
And then when we look at the gang violence, and I know I'm assigned to the fugitive warrant detail when we serve these warrants, these felony warrants throughout the city of Los Angeles, it seems like the revolving door. The same individuals get arrested, they get a warrant, we arrest them, they get arrested, they get a warrant. It seems that cycle doesn't stop. And I know the department has that obligation of public safety for all the city with the resources that you have. That link between LAPD and the court system, do we find that we have cooperation with the court system, and then following that, when a person is incarcerated in a local jail, a county jail, I know Lee Baca, Sheriff Baca, has his concerns and demands, it seems that there's a breakdown on that aspect. If someone gets 6 months, they may do a couple weeks. That aspect of it, it's like a big puzzle where we try to put it together. The officers do their job, the detectives do their job, the city attorney, the district attorney, all those components. But then when we look at the whole picture, it seems that there's breakdowns, that it doesn't really follow through. I want to, if you can respond to that, but just highlight another incident. During this Thanksgiving holiday, I was at the LA Mission serving the homeless, and a man there tattooed all over his body, MS-13. He's come out of MS-13. He's now going through rehabilitation. And I had a conversation with him, how he got in MS-13, how he's trying to get his life in order. He's finally realized, after having 3 children with 3 different women, that he wants to get his life in order. He's making that move, and the mission's helping him accomplish that. Those types of rehabilitation programs, I think he's a rare breed where he wants to come out. He wants to get his tattoos removed and become a member of society, a productive member of society. But getting back to the other aspects of it, the breakdown where the revolving door, those components that the courts, the jail incarceration, we talk about prevention, we talk about apprehension, we talk about suppression, all these programs, millions of dollars that we spend, yet we see the numbers continuing the staggering numbers of violence. In certain parts of the city, we know that the violence is greater than other parts of the city. Can you touch on that and how we can bring those? Do you have the courts involved? Do you have the jails involved, the resources to follow through with this? And what do we do to rehabilitate people that end up getting incarcerated? I know there's a lot of questions there, but the fact is, we try to clean it up. We try to make it work. Pardon me?
And I told the chief, don't worry, your time's up. So.
But now he's got a bottle of water. Thanks, Harry.
These are a series of perhaps the most challenging questions that we deal with as a community. Let me touch on your first issue first about the warrants. There are currently over 40,000 felony warrants in the LAPD system. 40,000 felony warrants. And I think at the end of the day, in terms of the cooperation and the partnership that we share with other law enforcement agencies, all that is good, and it helps us deal with today's issues. But today's issues is not the problem. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. And this is just an analogy. This is not true. An analogy. We have a man in prison. He's 47 years old. He has spent the majority of his adult life in prison. He's a 5 Deuce Hoover gang member, and his life is ruined because when he was out in the street, he committed crimes against humanity. The problem is, council member, he has a 17-year-old son. He still lives in our community, and he is throwing gang signs, and he knows that there's a very good chance that he won't live beyond the age of 19. What we must acknowledge as members of this community is that he has an 8-year-old brother. And we have an opportunity here to draw the line of demarcation and put our arms around that young man and tell gang members that you're not going to take my child. Prevention and intervention, and there is a difference between the two, it works. That's where we must focus our attention. The Constitution of law enforcement agents is to arrest and incarcerate those who have already committed criminal acts. We acknowledge that piece. Our focus as an institution of the willing is to identify our children and find intelligent ways, using the resources that we have, to prevent them from channeling in a very, very horrible path. I have to tell you, I'm a firm believer in the intervention piece. I've practiced this law enforcement thing now I'm working on my 31st year. Actually, I had my 31st year on November 22nd. I'm finally off probation. But the key is today is the intervention piece, and I hope we focus on that as we move forward.
Well, I know we put a lot of money into intervention. We put a tremendous amount of resource into intervention, but we find oftentimes a lack of productivity in intervention. We find programs that come forward where people promise that they're going to make all these changes, and then we do an analysis, we do an audit, and we find out the results are dismal. And that's one thing that former Councilman Martin Ludlow and I had discussed when we started this, to say, let's identify the millions of dollars we're spending, and are we getting the best value for the programs that we're investing in. You go to the YMCA, you go to some of the facilities where we have people that are trying to keep on the right path. Then you got a lot of programs that they really feed off the public dollar, but we find the success rate is very, very low. And that was one of the things that now Councilman Cardenas is trying to figure out. Separate the good programs, the productive programs, the worthy programs from those that are draining the dollars and not producing results.
I'm going to ask you to press I'm going to invite you to press your button a second.
I'll press it. Here you go.
We're about a minute and a half over. So
I pressed it? Now what?
No, you're a minute and a half over. So after Gruhl, Garcetti, Hahn, and Reyes, you can speak some more. But go ahead. Why don't you answer that, and then we'll move on to Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you.
I think that's the real purpose and the challenge for this committee today is to figure out, come up with some answers for all of us in the city in terms of how we best utilize in a smart way the funds, the city funds that are available to us. I know, as you do, that the city controller, Laura Chick, has embarked on a very important journey in terms of deciding the efficacy of some of the many programs in which we've invested. I think the important attribute of her work is establishing in real empirical ways how we spend our dollar and whether it's smart spending. I think if we keep down this path, we'll be able to answer some of those questions and then invest in those programs that have significant and real value.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl is our next speaker, then myself, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Zine for a second time, Ms. Perry, and then Mr. Zine.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation, Chief Paysinger. I went on an interesting ride-along 3 weeks ago with probation and LAPD, the program that is funded half by the city, half by by the county of Los Angeles. Because I had heard it was very effective, but there's nothing like going out with them. And so I met with the LAPD officers before we went out, and They had an individual that they felt had violated their probation and had been following it. And the interesting part to me was how valued the probation officer was to the LAPD.
Absolutely.
And the fact that there was information that the probation officer had that LAPD did not have access to. And the ability for them to, and I'm all for individual rights, so I want to preface it by saying that, but the ability that a probation officer has to go in and do search and seizure that LAPD does not have in these certain circumstances. And again, the information and the coordination was critical. And it made me think about it when Mr. Zine, and Mr. Garcetti's sitting with him now, as I was pointing out, Mr. Zine asked that question about the coordination, because this is a program that I was with them for a couple hours, but they were able to catch the individual, talk to the parents who had to come by to get into the house. A long story, but it was, this individual had drugs involvement, and the parents were frustrated about what they could do and how could they intervene. And this was a young person who had just turned 18, so now was an adult. And when they were 17, they could get away with a lot, and now they were 18 years old, and it was a much stricter thing. And the interaction between the parents and the child, an 18-year-old, and I think that it demonstrated to me how important, as you look at the gang intervention program, and I know Mr. Cardenas, because it was in Sun Valley, I'm not sure if it was in my district, I think, where they caught the individuals closer, but they work a lot in that Northeast Valley, and how important that is, and for the department to come back to us as we move ahead to show some of the successes of that in the aspects. So I just wanted to mention that I thought that was a fabulous program that is not fully utilized because they don't have the money and the people, and how we can ensure that we continue that program. It is very effective, and the officer said they would not be able to do this without those probation officers there on a Saturday night going out. And if you could just maybe comment on your experience or knowledge of that.
And you're right, and there's really no sense in
Hold my time, sorry.
In the redundancy, because you hit the nail right on the head. The fact is, those types of symbiotic relationships, not only will we share information, but we ride together, we work together in real and effective ways, is more than symbolic. It's something that works. And the ability of whether it be probation, parole, or the ATF, to access information and be aware of leverages in terms of the criminal justice system that we either do not know or cannot leverage is an important dimension of that partnership. And the more we take advantage of that in terms of the comprehensive way in which we deal with some of these crimes and issues, that's the way that we deal with those problems. And they're such effective ways. And the roots are so deep in terms of solving some of these tough problems. And it's just a shame that the city and the county doesn't have the fiscal infrastructure to support that in more meaningful ways. But I'm very, very hopeful that as a result of some of this work, that we'll find those ways.
Well, and I hope that as you work with Mr. Cardenas' committee, that we can see, because they didn't know about how long this is going to, what our funding is and all of that, but to kind of get a report back on that, because it was so effective. And the reason they knew this gentleman was probably at his parents' house, because the LAPD had arrested some of his friends where he had been staying for armed robbery and others, and they knew that he was probably going to move back with his family. And so it was that information sharing that was so critical to be able to get this individual at that time.
And I would just add this last thing in terms of the partnerships. It's not only working with each other, it's knowing each other.
Yeah.
The Chief of County Probation, Bob Taylor, a former LAPD commander, he understands the depth and the breadth and the width of the problem. And so from its inception, Bob Taylor actually offered that resource before he was even able to pay for it. And so his acceptance and his ability to partner in the way that he did is key and critical in terms of us really getting our arms around this problem. And if there are ways, if we can find ways, and some of these ways have not so much to do with funding as much as they have to do with will.
Right.
I think that we can wrestle this thing.
Great. So I would ask maybe a report back to Tony's committee about this program, its status, and again, I think probably CLA can help with that. And
Very well.
I just want to mention, I know I'm a little over time, but some of the successful programs that we've been able to do is in my district was involve the community in the solutions to this, and to be able to be an advocate. And we've had town halls. We have had, I think 12 new neighborhood watches come out of that town hall. We have the Q-Star cameras that have been working, the Adopt-A-Wall, looking at the graffiti. We all know that that is usually unfortunately, the pathways when they start with the graffiti to catch them at that early time. And I think that as Ms. Hahn has the Effective Gap program, which is middle school, right? Is it or is it elementary school? Elementary school. It's the same, with the LA's Best program that who knew, when Tom Bradley created it in '88 that we'd be able to be at 170 schools, and the LAUSD's Beyond the Bell and Ms. Hahn's GAP program. If you catch those kids early, the challenge has always been that you may be able to give them those programs after school in elementary school, but they get to that middle school and there just aren't the same kind of programs. And I know Bridges was a response to that, but we haven't seen the same kind of success I think that we would like to see in that coordination too, that when a kid leaves the GAP program at LA's Best or whatever, that they're funneled into that next program and ensure that all of those years of hard work are not lost because they've fallen into the wrong situation. And that kind of coordination on the intervention side, I know, is what the committee is focusing on as well. But I appreciate you being here, and I'm anxious to kind of follow up on that probation because it was great. And I encourage anyone else who wants to go out. They were so thrilled that a council member would go out with them, in the evening, and it was a couple of sergeants caught the guy running over the fence, and it was quite dramatic, I have to say. But it was an effective program.
Real stories of the LAPD.
Real stories.
Council President. Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, council members. I have to be at the Sanitation District meeting, Board of Directors, but in the past, and I thank my colleagues for working with me on this, Councilman Cardenas and Councilman Wesson, but this notion of leveraging is important, I believe, with our limited sources. 3 years ago, we moved on the first source hiring program policy, where now we have an ordinance that's first source that requires work source centers to absorb our youth so they can get jobs. And so now we are leveraging we're looking at approximately $3.5 billion annually that we generate in contracts. And 1/3, about $1.1 billion, approximately 10,000 jobs are lost outside the city of LA. And so now we talk about connectivity. And when you are identifying, you have all of your organizational units, you have these groups, these teams, these task forces that you spoke to. When will we be able to leverage the information we get from building and safety? When the council office makes it aware to the senior lead officer or to the captain that we have a drug house that has constant traffic. You have people coming and going all the time. You've got neighbors who are intimidated but find a way to let us know. You have essentially a house that's known for multi-generations of gang members that essentially becomes a hornet's nest because this is where the gangs hang out. They know their rights. They complain against the police because they come by. But the fact is there's drug dealing going on. There's guns in there. And that's constant. When do we start matching that information? And how do we get to a point where we understand that those are real life experiences? And when do we get to see that level of coordination? Because I understand if you hit the international, you've hit the national, you've hit the local, city, municipal effort, but now I'm talking about the neighborhood in terms of street by street issues. When do you see us being able to bring in building and safety in that capacity, bringing in the fire department, bringing in county health department? Because these are the locations that are essentially the cancer points of our communities.
Thank you, Council Member. Your question is extraordinarily timely because just yesterday I met with the CEO of the Community Redevelopment Agency and talked about ways that we can partner with that agency as well. Far too often, I believe, of the city departments, what we tend to do is work really in a manner that's akin to being in a silo.
Exactly.
It's not collaborative. Right. And listen, this is not a judgment or a criticism, nor am I trying to be hurtful. But the fact of the matter is, I think the more we understand that we don't work alone, that we should work in partnership and combine our resources in ways that make sense. I think that we'll get to solving some of these problems. I mentioned earlier the healthy degree to which we work with the city attorney's office in terms of the neighborhood prosecutor program for that very purpose, in understanding these persistent drug locations. There is not a better city attorney's program that I think that I've ever heard of other than that, in terms of understanding where those locations are, receiving and processing, and then acting upon the data in real-time ways. That's the way that the rest of the city and the city's resources should collaborate. And once again, I point to the leadership of this body in this effort in dealing with this question, bringing together those resources and asking all of us to the table to understand what the problems are, where the problems are, and focusing on those problems in real ways. We've started to do that work, but we have a long way to go.
In light of how historically this issue has been dealt with in terms of gangs and what they do to our communities and our youth, wouldn't it behoove us to raise this level of coordination so it's not dependent on different departments but have a real task force or have a real body made up of different city family members that allows us to map out these issues in each one of our districts? We've got these great maps that you can actually see where these events are occurring. You can overlay it with the level of poverty that's there, the level of homelessness, and the level of dropout rates, and start making those connections. We have that technology, but I have yet to see us moving in a direction where we're all looking at that same map at the same time and talk about where we prioritize our housing money, we prioritize our green money in terms of our parks. Great example, when we build residential units, our state law only allows us to use the monies from that residential structure within only certain miles of that site, when we should be targeting those funds in these areas where the crime is the highest, the drug dealing is most pervasive, and the dropout rates are the highest. But we don't do that as a city. I'm hoping as a body we can start seeing the wisdom of it for the sake of the whole city, not just that one neighborhood. But I appreciate it, and I thank my colleagues for allowing me to ask the questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Reyes, as well, for those questions. A couple things, and thank you for the presentation, Chief.
Thank you.
It was very comprehensive. I think it hit on the primary enforcement aspects, but also on some of the prevention and intervention stuff. One area that we heard a lot about, some of us have been working on individually, when there was the article in the LA Times about the success in driving gang violence and gang murders down, or gang-related murders down in South LA, was linked to the coordination or interaction, maybe not coordination, with intervention experts on the ground. How comprehensively are we doing that? Is that something just in South Bureau? Is the department looking at that comprehensively? And could you tell members of the public who are listening or members of the audience exactly how that works in a way that doesn't pollute either well? You know, because for the intervention folks to have credibility out there on the street, they can't be seen as police officers. For the police officers, to do what they need to do, they can't exactly be going and befriending people who might be criminals. So, walk us through how that works and what you're looking at policy-wise.
It's interesting because the union of the members of this organization and gang specialists, community-based organizations, in its finite form, it's based upon that thing called trust, and being able to speak with integrity and working in strategic ways. And it's not only occurring in South Bureau. I use the example of South Bureau because that's where we started, the South Bureau Criminal Gang Homicide Group, where in some ways we almost embed, Commander Gannon and his people, along with Chief Beck, embed community-based gang specialists in that unit. It's happening also in the Valley with Chief Moore and the specialists that he works in that region of the city. And what we hope to do in 2008 is mimic the gang group that's occurred in South Bureau, also in Central Bureau, because in some of the areas in that region they have similar problems as well.
And so just to drill into that, that's now department policy that every bureau chief is to develop this, or is it happening on an ad hoc level when those bureau chiefs say, we'd like to do this and we see it happening? How is that direction occurring?
It's actually happening because it's smart police work.
Well, I know why it's happening, but how is it happening? Is it happening because... And it's fine if not. I just am curious right now whether it's coming top down. Is it department policy now, or is it just something that
some of this comes about because we recognize as individuals, as individual command officers. I know I did it when I was a chief in the bureau in terms of working with members of the community. Frankly, there was a fair amount of criticism of me for reaching out to groups of people that other folks didn't believe that I would or could do so. But I felt that it was absolutely necessary for us to succeed. We had to do so beyond the badge. In creating those relationships, and I think Commander Gannon and the work that he's done, and extending that by bringing in folks and having regular meetings with them. Give an example of what I'm talking about. There's a shooting or a murder or some major crime. Not only does Commander Gannon send his people, his investigators, but the next call he makes is to gang intervention specialists, primarily for the purposes of them, first of all, understanding where the event is occurring, and second of all, giving them an opportunity in ways of which we're not capable of dealing with issues through the back door. So that we, to the extent that they can, prevent retaliatory acts that are consistent with the types of activities that we've seen for generations. The difficulty is at this point is developing a system, a strategic way to evaluate whether it works. We know that it does, but creating measurement devices to understand that's the great challenge. Is it an organizational policy? Not necessarily, but it's something that I'm very driven about, and I believe my partners are too. It's happening in the South Bureau. It's soon to happen in Central Bureau. It's already happening in the Valley, and it's in many ways it's like a virus that I think we have to take advantage of.
Positive virus.
Positive virus.
Let me make the motion then, and colleagues, just like we did with the environment stuff, we encourage folks to actually make motions, and they'll be sent to committee. I'd like to make a motion to ask the CLA to work with PD on what needs there are, and also CDD, which is the department that supports most of our intervention programs, to look at replicating that model throughout the city, to what sort of support we need as we're looking at our precious gang dollars or gang-oriented dollars. This may be one of the places where we can spend money well, bringing our intervention folks together, and it might not need any money. It could be done with existing money, but I'd like the CLA to work with CDD and PD to look at whether that can become city policy, and we'll take your lead on where that's gone well. I understand there may be some disagreements about tactics, but I think this body has seen the success of that, and we'd like to support that moving forward. Secondly, this is a little tougher question, and this will be my last one since my time's running out, and I want to model good behavior.
Your time's out.
Dang. Well, I gave you a minute and a half, so I'll take 30 seconds. We had a very sad candlelight vigil for a young man who was killed in East Hollywood, 14-year-old ninth grader at Belmont High School. He was a 10th grader. And it got a little rough. We did a candlelight vigil, and a couple of his buddies were there. He was affiliated. But at the moment, we thanked everybody. We talked about what we need to have in the neighborhood, lighting, better streets, all this kind of stuff. And at the very end, I thanked our police department because we had made an arrest in the killings. This was somebody who was stabbed to death. Sorry, not shot. And immediately one of his friends kind of stepped forward and started confronting me a little bit and confronting everybody about PD, saying, they treat us like criminals. They don't care about us. The whole thing. We've heard the rap before. But it spoke from a place to me that was a central issue of we need to be aggressive out there in enforcement. And at the same time, we kind of do these programs that engage young people in other ways. But for those that are already past that point, they're not maybe even registered yet, but they're past that point and they are becoming affiliated. Can we resolve those two tensions in terms of how we do our police work? In asking, for the arrests to go up and asking for us to be more aggressive, what can we do for that person? Because I saw it in that boy's eyes. That he was right there on the edge, and he wanted revenge for his friend being killed. He didn't see a way out right now. It was the opposite. And he didn't see PD as a force where there was anybody there that he would ever reach out to. And I don't blame the police department for that single-handedly, but can we ever resolve those two things, in your opinion?
Mr. President, that's probably one of the toughest questions that we face as a community here in this city, because I would strongly assert that although that isn't perhaps an ancillary function of the police department, the answer doesn't lie in policing. The answer lies in other. I said it before, and I'll say it again for emphasis. I'll put an exclamation point on it. It lies in other resources to ensure that we channel those young people prior to them getting to that place. Because far too often, I think it was talked about before, far too often we catch our young people far too late. Yep. We emphasize high school and middle school. We emphasize high school to middle school, but the fact of the matter is these young people are starting to become trapped in elementary school. So in terms of charting their hearts and minds and channeling them in positive directions, first of all, I mean, the LAPD should be participants, but by the same token, there are an array of opportunities and other resources in the city to which we should channel them into and be a conduit. And that's the reason that I'm such a passionate advocate for the LAPD youth-based programs, because even though that's not necessarily our charge, it's a conduit through which we can pass them for positive ways. Right. And my strong sense is there's so many other opportunities out there for young people that we can do the same.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Han. Oh, I'm sorry, before, for a short introduction.
I just wanted to thank the children, the fourth graders from Camellia Elementary, for coming here today and being part of today's hearing. They just walked out right now. I think they want to go see the rest of the building. But I just want to thank Camellia fourth graders for coming.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Han.
Thank you. Councilman Gruhl touched on two areas which I want to follow up on. One was graffiti and one was working with the community. You also referenced our very hard work in Watts, along with our Human Relations Commission. It's been kind of a 2-year process, but it has completely, in my opinion, changed the dynamics between the community and LAPD. How important is that? And I know what you're going to say. It's very important. So what is LAPD doing on a strategic basis to improve relationships in the communities where it is not great? Some communities, it's great. It's not even the same. In my council district, I have the harbor area, and then I have, the southeast area, and completely different dynamics in terms of the community. If it's such an important part of helping LAPD solve crimes, do your work, what do you do on a strategic level to improve community relations?
Councilmember?
Because I never saw it in the southeast area until we got involved. Hold my time.
We have a difference of opinion about that, but let me just point to some work that you helped with, giving you one of your own examples in terms of that Cal gang system.
Yeah.
You recall what a difficult issue that was, what a difficult conversation that was, and without getting into any great specifics, it was difficult at that time for young men, primarily young men who had been identified as gang members, to find a way out of that labyrinth. Once in, they had a sense that they didn't know how to get out. And with your leadership, and I also say with your persistence, along with the city attorney's office, recrafting and recalibrating the manner in which young men had a way to extricate themselves from the Cal gang system. I guess what I'm talking about is a degree of heightening community confidence in the work that we do. That is the only way, one of the few ways, that we can improve relationships with the community. It's not necessarily with neighborhood watch meetings, although that is a way. But some of these other ideas and concepts in strengthening the community's resolve and how we do business by doing something other than meeting them halfway is proving to them in tangible ways, like I just talked about, and strengthening their confidence in the community.
I will say one of the things that I think is most effective is in Southeast they call it From the Heart. And it's actually meeting in the station with the commanding officer and the community. I believe somewhere else they're doing it, and they're calling it at the table, at the captain's table.
Let me just add.
And I'm wondering if that's, because again, Neighborhood Watch are effective, CPABs are somewhat effective, but the idea of having the community in the station with the captain on a regular basis, I think has gone a long way towards breaking down walls and barriers and misconceptions about each other. And I'm wondering if that's something you want to institute at a department level.
You raise a very important point about something that is ongoing.
Hold my time. Okay.
That is ongoing throughout the city is that wonderful thing called access. You know, some call it transparency. I like to call it access because years ago, you know as well as I do, that members of the community didn't have access to commanding officers or commanders or deputy chiefs, and meeting with them and expressing their concerns and having some great expectation that something would actually happen. I don't think anything. I know that that's changing. The shape of it is changing for the positive. And I would also hasten to add this one point.
Now when we get access, we get them moved every year.
Oh, that's so unfair. But that's another conversation. But I would also add this. Just in the manner in which we are constructing the new police stations and building true community rooms that invite people to come in. I think that's a very important point. The new Harbor Station has a marvelous plan for a community room.
Right. Okay, that's good. Well, that's a strategic.
I'm glad you agree.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Let me touch on graffiti because I know my constituents who are watching this are going to want me to ask this. I know particularly in the Harbor area, we've seemed to have an increase in graffiti. We used to have a graffiti car, which is no longer there, although I've actually written Chief Bratton asking if it can return. When Bratton came in, it was the broken windows theory. He talked a lot about, which most of us agree with, that it's the small things you got to pay attention to because the small things lead to bigger crimes. Most people would assume there's a relationship between graffiti and gang involvement, and yet it still seems to be one of those things that we don't have a handle on. It seems to be getting worse. It goes in spurts. We try to paint it out as fast as it gets up there. It's millions of dollars of the city budget go towards eradicating graffiti. Once and for all, what's the real relationship between graffiti and gang involvement or gang activity in a particular area? And it seems to be the one area we're not feeling that there's a real comprehensive effort strategy from LAPD to catch these taggers, arrest these taggers, help us follow them through the system, and have some lasting impact. Speak to us about that.
Ma'am, I really don't have an answer. Well, let me
Don't call me ma'am.
Let me respond to your let me respond to your first question as it relates to the fundamental issue of graffiti, and does it have some relationship to gang membership? Yes, it does. Because I would tell you, and something you already know, that many times we are successful in terms of investigative process of defining who's responsible for certain crimes by reading the graffiti on the wall that the gang members put themselves.
Right.
And so in many respects, that's helpful for us. But to the larger question of graffiti, I'm not so certain that that's an answer just for the police department. Yes, we have a responsibility in terms of the arrest and prosecution of those who commit that crime. And let me just say this, and I think as a point of emphasis, graffiti is a crime. It's not an art form.
Right.
And so many times we mistake the two. And part of our responsibility as a law enforcement agency is dealing with the criminal aspect of it. But my other point I would really like to make is maybe as a body, maybe as an institution, is we tackle the question of why. Because my sense is it is a social dynamic that we have not yet come to grips with. The graffiti itself is the aftermath of something that goes on in some young man's mind. And we have not done the best job of exploring why he or she, particularly he, does that.
Is it gang activity or not? I mean, is graffiti an indication of gang activity?
It can be, yes. But it's not the sole indices of gang activity. There are some who are practicing it simply as an art form, but they do it in public places.
But how does
which equates to a
LAPD, how does LAPD view graffiti in the city of LA?
The LAPD views
A mix
graffiti.
of art and gang activity?
LAPD, I view graffiti as a criminal act.
Okay.
Simply said. And as you know, I mean, we have leveraged not only human resources, but cameras, volunteers, any manner of different technologies.
But it seems to be worse than ever.
Well, that's because we have 40,000 gang members in the city of Los Angeles. And it's one of those issues that, you know, despite what we do in terms of the prosecution piece, the arrest and prosecution piece, it is a stubborn, malignant problem that we have to deal with. That's why my sense is that we have to do a better job of getting in front of it and finding out what causes it. Because they do it for other reasons other than just being gang members. We know the body of cognitive literature tells us that the reason the gang members become gang members is because there's a void in their lives for a lot of reasons. If we can fill that void in terms of gang membership, then they wouldn't chart the path of gangs.
Well, you know, that's my message, is prevention. I agree. We've got to give our kids another alternative to gang violence, and we can't arrest our way out of it.
But they're inextricably linked.
I agree, but this is a specific, once they're in gangs, graffiti seems to be one of the pieces of evidence. Okay, one of the things...
We're about 3 minutes over. So.
One of the things I've introduced today is the idea of a citywide, more strategic approach to the cameras. Because it seems to me a lot of council members are doing it individually. We're all trying to find extra money to put cameras in places where we think is particularly difficult. It seems to me we have to look at it more in a citywide effort, working with you, where are the worst places. And I'll end with this. Do the cameras help you in your efforts to catch, arrest, and ultimately prosecute taggers?
Absolutely they do. In addition to other gang criminal acts. Yes.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. We actually have heard from Mr. Zine once, so even though you're next in the queue, it's actually technically Ms. Perry is next, and then we will come back. And colleagues, we're going to keep folks on the queue, and in about 2 minutes, ask the city attorney to join Chief Pasinger at the table as well. We'll continue the questioning to keep pace with making sure we can hear from our CDD, our Rec and Parks, and all of our preventative folks too. So keep your good ideas on the table, but I will cut short some of what we're going to be doing. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Mr. Pasinger, I've got some maps here, too, on census tracts in the 8th, the 9th, 10th, and the 15th, and the 1st regarding concentration of population, of course, highest in South L.A., concentration of people who are defined as living at the poverty level, highest in L.A., highest concentration of housing stock, low to moderate, again, 80% in South L.A., highest number of unemployed persons, South Los Angeles. And here's an interesting map. Unemployment rate where it is more than double the citywide average, again in council districts 8, 9, 15, 1. So, you know, it's no surprise that we're facing the challenges that we're facing. I appreciate the numbers you gave on the crime rate and that it's dropped citywide, but I really want to drill down on South LA and drill down on maybe Newton and 77th and talk about the homicide rates there, because anecdotally, it doesn't really seem as if they are dropping or dropping as fast as the rest of the city. And I'd also like to know, proportionally or in comparison to the rest of the city's number of outstanding homicides, unsolved homicide cases, South LA, Newton 77th versus the rest of the city. Where do we stand on that? And then finally, why don't you just take those two real quick? Hold my time.
My response?
Yeah.
To the issue first of the the homicide rate in South Los Angeles, you are right. It is now, and as long as I've known, it has been the city's leader in the commission of murder. I think I mentioned earlier that of the 361 homicides that the city has had this year, about 50% of them have occurred in the southern region of Los Angeles, particularly 77 Southwest, Southeast, and Newton, I think, as we've discussed in the past. The clearance rate for those homicides is relatively high. And has been for many for the better part of this year, since March, since the launch of the criminal gang homicide group. And at one time, early in its inception, it was as high as 82%. But again, we've had this discussion before. Those numbers really mean nothing in terms of the murders themselves, because one murder is one murder too many. But the fact is, we have devoted a significant resource of individuals in that criminal gang homicide group. In the past, we've devoted, I believe it was a lieutenant as a commanding officer. Now we have devoted a commander to the commanding officer position there. In addition to that, we have numbering, I believe, 79 detectives, or total in the entire group, devoted specifically to investigate gang murders. We are efforting in the right direction. Are we doing the best job? I would say we're getting there, but we still have a long ways to go.
Okay. I was really pleased when I read this editorial on November 21st in the LA Times referencing the 312 schedule and highlighted Honolulu as a municipality that went back to a 5-day week calendar, and the crime dropped 9% there. And what I want to know is, and I know not everybody's comfortable talking about this, but I feel that we have an obligation to represent our constituents in 77th Newton and Southwest, Southeast, because they have asked us. They were here earlier this morning giving firsthand testimony. I guess what I want to know is there discretion within command staff, within captain level and above, within the stations, the department, the division, to tailor a schedule based on need within, a division? Do they have that discretion now?
Actually, it's a very good question, and to some degree they do. In each of the stations, each of the commands, they have a combination of 312 schedules, 410 schedules, 540 schedules, 917 and 980 schedules.
So what's the process for invoking those or implementing those, and what's the decision-making tree on that?
I don't know if we have enough time. I'll give you the basics. The 312, in each of the stations, it's a mandatory schedule for the major watches. The major watches being those that extend from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening, and then from 6 o'clock in the evening to 6 o'clock in the morning. And of course, they have overlapping watches of the 410s and other schedules that are involved in deploying our personnel.
So what's the process for invoking that? If a captain decides, we got a real increase of homicides and gang activity in a particular area, and I need more people on the street at the same time. So what's the process for
the actual schedule is dictated by information that we derive from the patrol plan. It's a conglomerate of information that we receive from prior months and throughout the years that gives us a sense of the fluctuations of crime that occurs in a particular area. But in addition to that, we look at crime. I look at crime every single day. As a matter of fact, in this notebook.
So, but at the field level, then, who decides that, okay, we need to adjust the schedule to get more cars on the street at the same time?
It's not a matter of adjusting the schedule as much as it is responding to some of the instances of crime.
Okay, so who decides that?
In many respects, the commanding officer does.
Okay. At the station, the division. So other than maybe a 30-day notice, what's the process to invoke that?
I'm not sure I understand the point of your question.
To initiate it, what's the process?
To initiate what?
To change in schedule based on need.
I'm still not sure I understand the point of your question. Are you talking about the 312?
Yeah.
The 312 is embodied in the MOU, and it's not something that we can necessarily change at will. If somebody wants to change a start time for a watch, one has to go through the process of drafting a memo to the Employee Relations Administrator. The Employee Relations Administrator meets with representatives from the league, and based upon that conversation, modifications can be made during the start and time of the watch itself, if I understand the nature of your question.
So basically, you're saying there's no discretion at the field, in the field at the command level to change a schedule based on an increase in some type of criminal activity to address that, to get more cars on the street?
There is a degree of discretion. Yes, there is.
Okay, tell me what that degree is.
And we may be talking about some different things, and I'm not sure I understand the point of your question.
Well, I guess the point of my question is pretty straightforward, and I'll press my button again. I am concerned that we have special needs in some of the divisions there, and Newton, 77th, and Southwest, Southeast to a certain extent. Gang activity, it's still increasing. Homicide rate, still increasing. So what I'm asking for is where's the...
We have a bit of a difference of opinion, because I would assert that gang crime and homicides are not necessarily increasing. As a matter of fact, they are on the decrease.
Yeah.
South Bureau is posting, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I'll just say a significant decrease in the incidence of homicides this year compared to last. So the numbers are not increasing.
You know what I think I'll do, just for the purposes of time, just to ask for a report back. I'll make a motion to ask for a report back. How many people are deployed by shift if you go under the 312 scenario? 410 and a third alternative, and let me just play with the language. I'll come back before the end, and I may just want to limit it to Newton and 77th and those areas in South Los Angeles, because again, I understand other people are not necessarily comfortable with this, but I feel we really have.
I'm not uncomfortable, but let me just.
Not talking about other colleagues, not you.
There's currently a study being conducted by the CLA on this very issue.
Yeah, no, I know. I want to see how those numbers line up.
Okay. Are we talking about an additional report to the one that the CLA is doing?
It'll augment it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, we're going to...
I don't care.
Chief, are you able to stay with us for a little bit longer as we bring the city attorney? Because there's still people who want to talk, but I'd like to also incorporate the presentation of the city attorney's office. But I want to give people the opportunity who wanted to ask PD questions specifically to continue to do that. So if you can actually take a little break if you want for a few minutes, and we'll have city attorney, but we'll ask the chief to sit back down when the city attorney is here as well. So any of the questions folks have, we'll keep the queue right here. You can ask either PD or city attorney as we continue on. Okay? I'd like to welcome the city attorney's office, and after that, when we come back to the queue, it'll be Mr. Zion, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Parks, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Cardenas. And we have the city attorney himself.
Well, thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Council President, good afternoon, and I want to thank the members of the City Council as well for focusing today on the subject I consider the number one public safety issue in the City of Los Angeles, and that is gang violence. There is not one aspect of crime that gangs are not involved in, and as you know, I share your commitment to breaking the grip that gangs have had for too long on too many Los Angeles neighborhoods. And I want to find ways to prevent our young people from ever joining gangs in the very first place. I do want to also thank our partners, the LAPD and Chief Bratton and Assistant Chief Pasinger, and the dedicated men and women that work for the LAPD. We are working all over the city to end gang violence, but as I know, as everybody has said here today, we simply cannot arrest our way out of this problem. That's not going to happen, and we have to find solutions for suppression, prevention, and intervention if we are going to be truly successful. I know you're familiar with some of the traditional ways that we deal with gangs, and we are continuing to do that, and I'm proud to say with great success. But I wanted to highlight three new aspects of our work and the work of my criminal prosecutors to find creative ways to solve the city's gang problem. These are three approaches that go beyond the traditional methods of arrest and prosecution, and all of us recognize, sadly, that Los Angeles has become known as the birthplace of gangs in America. We are the birthplace of the problem, and so I hope that we will become the birthplace of the solution. And I think today is part of that effort to become the solution. And so I've asked my prosecutors to be creative, resourceful, and more than that, relentless in their actions to deal with gangs. The first theme I want to talk about is civil actions. This is born of our gang injunctions, which are civil actions, but we decided to expand that notion and use civil actions to get at the very heart of gang activity throughout the city, and specifically in neighborhoods that have been plagued by gangs. As you know, we have our tough program, Taking Out Urban Gang Headquarters and Hangouts, and that has been working. Last week we filed against the Rolling 30s Crips, 3 properties within a block of each other that were not owned by the Rolling 30s Crips, but were occupied by the Rolling 30s Crips, and in fact we brought an action against the homeowners, as well as the gang and the gang members who were occupying those properties and terrorizing that neighborhood. You also might remember that in our sweep with the FBI of 18th Street, the West Side Clique, this is about a month ago, we filed in that sweep a unfair business practices action against the tattoo parlor that was the headquarters of the shot caller for 18th Street West Side in the MacArthur Park area. That's where he resided. That's where he called all the shots. Now, it would be one thing to do the sweep, and in the sweep the federal government, the FBI did pick up the shot caller. But had we not brought the action against the tattoo parlor, we would have left behind in that neighborhood the very symbol of terror for that gang in that neighborhood, the tattoo parlor, which was their headquarters. So in this case, we brought an unfair business practice action, which is a civil action, not a criminal action. It wasn't attempting to put anybody in jail, and in fact shut down the tattoo parlor. So it's not there anymore. And the symbol of gang terror and gang power in that neighborhood is now gone. That type of civil action will continue to expand in our office and will be something that we will focus on in the coming months. That sweep with the FBI of 18th Street also highlighted the second part of the theme that I want to mention, which is partnership. Not only partnership with our local law enforcement, LAPD, the district attorney, the sheriff's department, probation, all the local law enforcement, but also partnership with the federal authorities. And I think that this is a new day in Los Angeles with respect to partnership with the federal government. We're working with the U.S. Attorney, Tom O'Brien, and I meet with Tom on a regular basis and talk to him. We work with the FBI, and I've met with several times now Robert Loosely, who's the special agent in charge. The ATF, John Torres, is someone that we work very closely with. Bob Shook at ICE on occasion as well. And of course, we continue our partnership with all of the local agencies here in Los Angeles. In fact, I even had a meeting with the Attorney General of El Salvador, because El Salvador is dealing with the very same gangs that we are dealing with here in the city of Los Angeles. They have ideas, we have ideas, we need to exchange information, especially for some of these transnational gangs like MS-13 and 18th Street. One recent success, in addition to the 18th Street sweep and the MS-13 sweep we did, was this last summer in Wilmington with the East Side Pain Gang, where we had on one day 150 ATF agents out dealing with a gang that had controlled the ghost town neighborhood of Wilmington for decades and had been the source of drug sales to Long Beach and Newport Beach for that same period of time. We believe that our efforts resulted in bringing peace back to that neighborhood as ATF and LAPD did their sweep of the neighborhood and executed on search warrants and arrest warrants. We at the same time brought actions against 10 properties in that neighborhood. 5 abatement actions, 5 forfeiture actions brought by city attorneys currently working as special assistant U.S. attorneys using the jurisdiction of the federal government to do our work here in the city, which was significant because we could then go after more properties. And we believe that effort has resulted in delivering that neighborhood back to the hard-working American dreamers who live there. The last and maybe most important theme I wanted to point out is the exit strategy. Gang members are on a superhighway when they join gangs. Has 2 destinations, and only 2. 1, jail, prison. 2, and more tragically, death. We need to provide exit ramps off of that superhighway to those 2 destinations for gang members and make sure that they have a chance at a better life. I have, as you know, all of you have worked with Father Boyle on many occasions, and he has a statement, a quote that he uses often about our injunctions that I use and as a theme for our office. In describing our gang injunctions, Father Boyle has noted that injunctions can create a heat that can drive gang members to the light. And we need to provide that pathway for gang members to get to that place. And I want to commend today Councilmember Cardenas for being such a strong and passionate voice on helping us, our office, along with Councilmember Hahn, to develop an exit strategy from gang injunctions for gang members who want to get out of the injunctions. And today, I think we have them to pass around, we have finalized our petition for removal from gang injunctions. As you now know, we have 53 gangs subject to injunctions here in the city of Los Angeles, over 11,000 gang members, well over, I believe it's 60 square miles that are covered by that territory. I want to make sure that every one of those gang members has an opportunity to leave that life. The petition does not require them to renounce the gang. It simply requires them to prove up to us that they want to leave the gang. Because it's not about the gang members, it's about the gang banging activity. That's what we all want to stop. And if these individuals want to leave the gang, we want to give them that opportunity to do so. This petition, I believe, is the step in the right direction. Well, a better way to distribute it than here at the City Council, so you can get it out to your neighborhoods, to the people in your neighborhoods who want to help. And as I said many times before publicly, any gang member on an injunction who can successfully prove to us that they want to get out, we will help them, and I will personally find them a job. So I hope that there's a line outside my door. It'll be a tough problem, but I'd love that problem. And I'm looking to your partnership, the City Council, to help us make that line significant and hopefully get some of these individuals out of that lifestyle and into a better place and into the light. Those are some of the themes that I wanted to talk about today that our office is working on. We do believe that prevention and intervention are critical, and of course we have a number of those programs in our office, but I just wanted to talk about these three themes that are a different way of doing business for our office, and in many ways a significant paradigm shift for prosecutors who have worked so hard to put gang members in an injunction to then say give them a chance to get out. That is a big shift for law enforcement. But we're here, we're doing it, it has changed, and that exit ramp now exists for gang members in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. We really appreciate that. Colleagues, we have some time to ask questions of our City Attorney. Also, you can continue, some law enforcement questions. We figured we're doing the enforcement and suppression side together here. So on the queue right now, we have Mr. Zine, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Labange, Mr. Smith, Mr. Parks, Mr. Huizar, and Mr. Cardenas. So basically everybody. And I would ask you, if there's any questions directed to the City Attorney, this is a good time to take them to make sure that we have the opportunity to ask him while he is here. I want to be respectful of his time as well. I know his staff is here as well. So, Mr. Paysinger, Chief Paysinger, if you want to take the last seat there, join the folks at the table. Mr. Zine, we'll recognize you for next set of questions.
Mr. President, Mr. City Attorney, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
I want to commend Marty Veronicar from your office. 28 years he's been battling this. I understand he's going to retire pretty soon.
Right.
And he's going to be a big loss to you because
it is a huge loss.
We go way, way back in the City Attorney's office in LAPD. So, Marty, I know we'll have a formal acknowledgement when you retire, but Rocky, he's done a great job.
Thanks.
Consistently for those 28 years. Neighborhood Prosecutor Program has been wonderful. I don't know how many agencies have that, how many cities, but it's been absolutely a tremendous program. It's helped us in the West San Fernando Valley combating gangs and the quality of life issues. Janice Hahn mentioned graffiti. When you talk about the civil action, have we ever utilized the city attorney's office in a civil action against the parents? And the one that comes to light was the mother that was taking her kids down Sunset or Hollywood. She was driving them while they're tagging up the buildings. And the Valley people are so frustrated with the tagging. And I know that when the people are arrested, what the courts do you as your office ever take the action civilly against the parents of the youth that's a minor?
We do take an action criminally against the parents under a contributing to the delinquency of a minor theory, which we have been successful on in the past, where parents should have known that their child was engaged in this activity, and we have been successful at prosecuting parents. As you know, we do the same with chronic truants at schools. We hold parents accountable. But on the criminal side, we are expanding into that civil area. That is something that we are currently looking at. You know, there are some legal hurdles to get over, but we think we can get to that place, and we're currently looking at some ways to address that problem in our office, civilly.
And I also want to acknowledge that under civil actions, there's been many cases that you've won on the civil category that people aren't aware of. I know that you now send out memos, which we circulate.
Right.
The people need to know a lot of the stuff you're doing, you're not tooting that horn and pounding that drum like many of us in politics here do. But I want to acknowledge publicly, there's been many of those cases, that have been, well, you toot that horn all the time, Jan. Many of those cases that have been forward. But that civil action that we look at, to say, how do we take a neighborhood, whether it be Hollywood, where you drive down the Hollywood freeway and you see the tagging, and then Caltrans comes and wipes it out. We got the $1,000 reward for information leading to, and it's back the next day. Right. I mean, it's a revolving door. We all drive the city. We see it. It irritates us. And through the cooperative effort of you folks in the city attorney's office, with the police department, with the community groups, I know my posse members in the Valley are working diligently with the LAPD, the video surveillance, that whole program together. And we don't often have time to come together and explain what we're doing. People don't see it every single day, but they need to acknowledge that there is that partnership between your office, the LAPD, the council, and when it started with your idea of the neighborhood prosecutor, really get down to the grassroots efforts to get it done at the district level.
I mean, and Dennis, you were part of that creation, as well as Janice Hahn and others here, that if you put prosecutors in the neighborhood, then they will act like the neighborhood belongs to them, and they'll protect it like they live there.
Yeah, and they do.
That's different. And of course, as you guys have all figured out, every time I try to move a neighborhood prosecutor, it's like, no way, it's not going to happen, because they become part of the family.
Yeah.
And when you're part of the family, sometimes arresting and prosecuting isn't what you'll do to solve the problem. You'll do things that will solve the problem, but won't be our traditional way of addressing law enforcement. And and every one of these council members has been a part of finding those creative solutions. I know at Peck Park with graffiti, Janice Hahn, we caught a vandal there, and instead of simply putting him in jail, we said, come back to the park every Saturday at 6:15 a.m. and spend 8 hours cleaning up the graffiti in the park. Well, first of all, the punishment was getting up on a Saturday at 6:15 a.m., which he did. He then spent 8 hours at the park with Rec and Parks employees cleaning up the park. And when his probation was over, one of the things we realized is that he was part of a tagging crew. Yeah. And so while he was cleaning up the park, his crew didn't tag the park. Why? Because their buddy'd have to clean it up. So it prevented crime from happening. And then once he left, we're not so sure now, but at the time, we believed that his crew didn't tag the park because it belonged to him. He cleaned it up for a year.
Right.
And those are some of the kinds of creative solutions that all of you have come up with over the years that I think are important and will continue to utilize.
And I just want to acknowledge one more program, and I've just heard about this petition for removal from gang injunction.
Right.
You've got the positive and the negative, and if they want to enjoy that, I think a very creative way, thinking outside the box, which was wonderful for those, as I mentioned earlier, LA Mission during Thanksgiving, serving food to the homeless. MS-13 tattooed all over his body, and what are you doing here? I'm out of the gang. I said, well, he wants to get
that petition, will you?
I'm telling you, I'm going to take this down to him, because that's the kind of individual who's finally seen the light, that he wants to come back and be a member of productive society.
And let me just emphasize to all of you that you all have tremendous power here. I could tell you, council member, that if you did present that petition to a gang member from MS-13, it would mean something different than if he came to pick it up from our office or got it off our website. And so I just want to emphasize that we want your help in helping us remove individuals who really want to be out of that lifestyle and out of that gang.
Thank you. Thank you for the good work, and your representatives here also. I want to acknowledge wherever they're hiding. There they are. He's hiding over there. Do a great job in keeping that liaison going. You don't oftentimes hear it, but this is the day we can acknowledge it. And thank you for the partnership. Thanks, Rocky.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mr. Alarcon, we'll wait on, and Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been really interesting, both the police and the city attorney. First, Rocky, I got to tell you, your neighborhood prosecutor program is a home run.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The ones that you've had in my district, it's true. When one was pregnant and was have a kid, nobody wanted to lose her because they have bonded and became part of the community and have been a very effective tool, and I congratulate you for that. My questions are three, and it's really for both of you if you want to interact on it. One is Brewer comes to town. He's the new head of the LAUSD. He has said that schools should stay open longer. I frankly believe the hours between 2 and 6. You know, I was raised a Catholic boy. Idle mind is the devil's workshop was the way we kind of phrased that. So one of the things I'm doing in my district, I'm putting in 5 skateboard parks. I'm going to have them in there. The kids can go skateboard and get their energy out and have fun, okay? But more importantly, what relationships are we now creating with the LAUSD to increase their hours, get the teachers to be mentors and coaches so that the kids have adult supervision until 6 o'clock at night? Do we have any progress on any relationship happening between LAUSD and us?
I'll just give you one specific example. I remember Admiral Brewer was here, I don't know, a few months back and said, "You keep them safe, I'll educate them." And we need to hold them to that because I think we're in a place where we are keeping them safe. A quick example, Janice Sana is very familiar with, at Markham Middle School, we have assigned a prosecutor who goes to work there every day.
Great.
Let me tell you what's happened. They now will have shortly an after-school program run by the Watts Willowbrook Boys and Girls Club that we helped find the resources to partially pay for with the school district so that in the hours after school, kids have something to do. Now, what's really important about us is that at the end of that after-school program, we have now also arranged for a safe passage back to their homes, which is also working with LAPD. I could give you a whole slew of things that we've done at Markham, but I think what you need to know is that there's a sense of order now at that place that didn't exist before, in part because you have the chief, one of the chief law enforcement officials of the city has a representative that goes to work there every day. We're also at Councilmember Weisar's at Roosevelt High School, we're at Fremont High School, we're at Crenshaw High School, we're out in the Valley, Panorama and Arleta, and we would like to be in every school in the district. We believe it has a significant impact on the safety in those environments, not only at the school, but around the school.
Amen.
And that's what we're trying to do. It works.
And Chief?
I could not agree more. The fact of the matter is that the longer we keep the schools open, the longer we provide a haven for our young people to play and work and study in a safe environment, that's a recipe for their success. I mean, the relationship that we have with the city attorney's office, and I crowed about it earlier, there's not a day that goes by that I'm not talking to somebody from their office or they, me. And likewise, the Los Angeles Unified School District with Chief Mannion, a marvelous relationship, and we work in a symbiotic way. So I think if we continue that and we apply the resources, we will do nothing but succeed.
I would like a report back from the collective strategy with the LAUSD showing what our plans are over the next 2 years to show increasing collaboration among LAUSD and our great city on various matters. The second question is the Connie Rice report. We all saw how heavy it was. We carried it around, and the biggest conversation about it from Connie Rice was the silos. And right hand, left hand, how do we pull it all together? The mayor now has a czar in. We're going to hear from the czar. What's your guys' take on the Connie Rice report and the implementation of that since it's been released to us?
Well, I could tell you that it was a very significant way for us to bring this issue to the top of the list because it belongs there. That's what I've said from the beginning. What I said at the beginning today was that it's the #1 public safety issue for Los Angeles. And one of the points I made today was partnership, which was we're now working together in ways out of those silos, or silos connected, in ways that we had not done before. certainly with the federal government in particular, but certainly here on the local level as well. We've all, I think all of us have now, it was priority one for me when I started, but all of us have now made it a priority, and we will continue to work on that. So I think that we're working hard in that regard. And we're continuing to look for innovation. We think this is an evolutionary process, not one that we start today and ends tomorrow, but this is going to continue to evolve. We're learning new and different things. These civil actions that we've taken on have evolved from gang injunctions that we started under the Jim Hahn administration.
Right.
So.
Right. Chief, you want to comment?
Thank you, Councilmember. The fact is, and I'll be brief, Ms. Rice's 100-pound report was a gauntlet, and it was a challenge to everybody in this city that we need to put aside our individual issues and work in smart and intelligent ways, like the city attorney mentioned before, that we've not done before, and be smart about it. And so I think we're getting there. Have we gotten there? Absolutely not. But we've made significant strides forward in sharing resources, sharing ideas, being creative, and working smartly.
Very good. Last one is sort of an 800-pound gorilla, and I know some of my other colleagues want to talk about it, which is the war on drugs. We know historically now we have over 2.1 million people in prison in America, which is 25% of the world's incarceration, and we're less than 5% of the world's population. We know that we have been building more prisons in the last 10, 15, 20 years than schools in some places. In fact, the governor now is talking about another $7 or $8 billion for expansion and dealing with the reality that in part the war on drugs has filled the prisons. The war on drugs has also created an underculture in the dark that gives kids this enticing opportunity to make a lot of money in a gang. Gangs tend to go by territory. Part of the graffiti is, my marketing area is this, you stay out of my area. And obviously the third thing is when the criminal justice system snaps somebody in that, they get the stamp on the head and they're in the criminal justice system in that culture. The residuum rate is 70% back, we're told. What about that war on drugs? It started 20 years ago. It got more intense under Bill Clinton with certain tightening up of different aspects of those rules. George Bush has continued it, and yet I don't see what impact it's having on the drug issue, but I do see how it's fueling an underground and in the dark strategy. What about that whole issue?
I would just say we do know that revenues are extremely important to gangs. They're like any other enterprise, and that the sale of drugs, either by themselves or through intermediaries that they contract with, essentially, is still the lion's share of their revenues. However, I will say that as a percentage of their revenues, it is shrinking. That gangs are like any other enterprise. They're going to seek greater return for lower risk. And so, for example, the sale of counterfeit DVDs actually has bigger margins than the sale of some drugs, and lower risk because it's an infraction. So we're seeing that kind of activity where gangs are really mostly focused on revenues. Drugs have been the largest source of their revenues, but it is shrinking as a percentage. The other, you alluded to it, but the other issue that all of us are going to have to deal with over the next several years, and reading Mark Penn's book on microtrends, he points out that I think it's over the next 5 years or so, we'll have somewhere between 600,000 and 800,000 felons coming out of prison in the United States. As you know, we have about 800,000 gang members in the United States. So where are those? And by the way, their average age will be between 34 and 37 when they're out. So where are they going to work? Who's going to hire them? Who's going to be their employer of choice? Probably those other 800,000 gang members. And so that's a real big issue for all of us that we're going to have to deal with, and especially here in California, as you point out, where we have a significant number of individuals incarcerated.
Thank you.
I would just echo the comments by the city attorney. In many of our communities, particularly those that are disadvantaged and disenfranchised, unfortunately for generations, that the only thing they know is in terms of a revenue stream. And part of our responsibility, I believe, is to change the shape of the opportunity and giving them other legal means to exercise their talents. Many of our young people, if you sit down and talk to them, yeah, they have backgrounds that are criminal in nature, but intelligent young men and women who have such an enormous amount of promise. Going back to my persistent and consistent theme as it relates to opportunity and resources, finding smart ways to invest in communities to shift or to change the architecture of how they do business and giving them an opportunity to be more self-sufficient. I think if we can find ways to do that, we would stem the tide of drug sales because, as he talked about earlier, they're not huge amounts of drugs, but it's just enough to snuff the life out of a community. If we change the shape of what they're trying to accomplish, maybe we'll succeed in that regard.
I certainly agree with you because my biggest concern is when those young men go through that criminal justice system, we've kind of lost them and we are really in a tough spot and it's not getting us the success we need. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Did you want to make a comment?
No, I
agree with you entirely.
Colleagues, in the interest of time, we're going to set the clock to 5 minutes total. That includes answers, so I'm going to very respectfully ask the folks who are at the table as well as the council members, we're going to do 5 minutes at a time. That'll take us, if we finish this queue, about 35 minutes. The folks that are here from CDD and Rec and Parks means we're going to go about 2:15, which is about a half hour later than we had initially planned. So feel free to relax, get a cup of coffee, and be here at 2:15. So with that, our next speaker is Mr. Alarcon. And we will set the clock at 5 minutes total, and we'll just no holding time. We'll just go straight through. Okay.
Having served as Mayor Bradley's gang specialist, I can tell you watching this transition in our city government to address the issue of gang violence has been interesting. It's amazing to watch the chief espouse notions that the police department would never speak of even 10 years ago. They were having some people would have a tough time, but it was actually Chief Davis who first talked about and was a national recognized leader in community-based policing and talked about the police department not being the place to solve the problems of society, but in fact it must be a partner with those elements that do have a function that is more rooted in the socialization process. So I'm going to run through a series of things that I have observed as key problems to addressing the issue of gang violence, and I would like you to react. First of all, schools to me are the primary prevention entity. And the extent to which schools aren't in operation means that kids are out, particularly with the high volume of single-parent families, and obviously those parents are working. Kids are out doing what they're going to do when their parents aren't around. Truancy is undermined by the year-round school practice, and I would like to know what we're doing about truancy in that context, but also hopefully we create a legislative policy to end year-round school. So for one reason, so that we can know when the kids are supposed to be in school and when they're not supposed to be in school. After-school programming is critical. It saved my life. Interestingly, at the after-school program I went to, Bobby Chacon went to, and a lot of people have read about Bobby's problems. So it works for some, it doesn't work for all. Although he did have quite a bit of success in the ring. In terms of intervention, we have to increase our intervention at the point of return from the penal institution. That we have to be there within an hour of them landing on the street. If we don't, we will lose them in a 24-hour period. They will relate to their colleagues, because I do believe they're colleagues, because I absolutely agree with you, Rocky, that this is an industry primarily related to drugs. The cooperation with the community-based agencies has everything to do with the intelligence strategies that we're able to deploy. And then the definition of intervention versus prevention, it's critical that we recognize that intervention strategies are needed for the family members, particularly the younger family members, and we must incorporate those things into the strategy. Prevention is sort of, catch as catch can. Sometimes it's real, and sometimes it's fluff, quite frankly. The injunction and abatement processes have been absolutely critical, and I want to thank the city attorney for his absolute leadership. It was my district back in I think it was 94 or 5, the first one at Blythe Street that was conducted, and it absolutely worked. Obviously, we have to follow them for where they go, but we can disperse it with immediacy with that process. And so I applaud those things and want you to continue and have some discussion about that. But the final notion is that a lot of this, the violence is necessary in order to enable the drug trade. The fact that gangs are identifying themselves as connected with MF by putting a 13 under their placa on the walls is a criminal conspiracy, and it's an institutional conspiracy. And I'm wondering, when are we going to get the federal government to come in and truly address the institutional problem and conspiratorial reality of gang violence, which really is about the drug trade more than the violence. But the violence is an element that's necessary to implement the drug trade. And so they're breeding violence. And it's not that everybody who's violent is connected to the drug trade, but it's that culture of violence that's necessary so that they can pick those who are violent to be their enforcers on the drug trade. So when are we going to start dealing with that reality in a bigger way and in a more public way?
You have 1 second to answer that now. But his time was up, but go ahead. And then we'll go to Mr. Labange next.
I'll just address, because it's a short time, I'll address one thing. I would love to come chat with you, Councilmember, because we worked on this before in different arenas, but just on the truancy side, actually I think it was Marty Ranicar was the first one to say to me that he never met a gang member who wasn't first a truant. They cut class first and then they joined gangs, and that's so we set out about, I said, well then let's keep them in class, and maybe we keep them out of gangs. It's a gang prevention program. And so we've been doing that for the last 6 years now. At 30 middle schools, we are holding the parents of chronic truants accountable for sending their kids to school. We've dealt with 25,000 chronic truants over that period of time. We have prosecuted in that period of time. By the way, the parents get a letter from me that says, you're going to jail unless your kid's in school. Say it nicer than that, but that's what we say. And over that time of 25,000, we have prosecuted 16 parents. 16. Yeah. Almost all the rest of the kids back in class. That first letter goes out, the next day, 9 out of 10 of those kids are back in class the next day. And we do think it's at middle school where we need to focus our attention. In fact, now we think we need to go younger. And so that program has been successful. We put our school safety prosecutors on site. They come up with all these programs. They design them all. Because right now, the person in charge of public safety at a school is the principal, who is trained to be an educator, not a public safety person. And so we're there providing that kind of guidance. And I think the schools, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Those after-school programs are critical. I was a beneficiary of one of those as well. And I think it's important for us to follow up on that.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. All right, let's talk about graffiti. What problem that is, and quick answers, what can we do about it?
Well, we're continuing to look at new and innovative ways to deal with graffiti. And as Councilmember Zine pointed out, one of the things that we're thinking about is some kind of a civil action against the taggers and as the gang members as well.
And maybe anecdotal. I'm told when they go before a judge, the judge says you want to go to jail, you want to do community service. And they say, I want to go to jail.
Right now,
when they get over to jail, Lee Baca has to let them go. Is that true or false?
Not necessarily. What we are doing now in my office, the policy in our office with graffiti, and especially gang graffiti, we are now seeking maximum sentences. So we are getting some of the largest sentences ever for graffiti vandalism in our office by going after the...
But when they go to jail or do they go to prison? What do they do?
In our case, because it's misdemeanor level, they go to jail.
But then they sometimes get excused from jail.
Well, but as you know, we have now a 100% project with gang members with the sheriff, that if a gang member goes in, they spend 100% of their time.
Could we do community service too? Give them jail time and service? Because I think when you have to scrape a street sign, you may think again of that. And all our workers who do the work, and the public gets dismayed at the vandalism that takes place there, which is just a little bit of a seed that causes other problems. And I know these are not as serious as the violence, but it's part of the thing.
No, it's very serious. We think it's extremely serious. I mean, as was pointed out earlier, that the gang tagging in particular is a way to intimidate the neighborhood, to tell them that this neighborhood belongs to whoever, whatever gang. And I don't know if you were here, but Janice Hahn was helpful in the past where we are finding innovative ways for graffiti vandals to do that kind of exact work in the neighborhood at the park that they vandalize or whatever it might be.
Okay, go back 35 years, you're at Franklin High School. Go back 35 years, you're at Narbonne High School. What's the difference?
What's the difference?
Was there ever a shooting when you were at Franklin?
Yeah, there was.
Okay, there was a shooting when I was at Marshall. Was there a shooting at Narbonne? There wasn't at Narbonne. What is the difference now from what, and all I think we all try to do collectively is try to do better for the generation that's here now than what was ours, but we seem to have slipped collectively in not making the experiences good. High school football, all that fun, and yet it's lost in some of this violence.
As you know, Councilmember, like you, I go back to the old high school, and I talk to the kids, and the biggest difference is they don't dream anymore. They don't have dreams.
Don't dream.
They don't dream. And the reason why they don't dream is they don't see an opportunity beyond the streets that are outside that school. And I think we have to provide them with those opportunities. And one of the ways of doing that is to take away the very individuals who are providing them with the alternative opportunity, which is not a good one, to join the gang. And it's a challenge. It's a real challenge. I mean, I go and I talk to kids and I tell them about how they could, become a lawyer, and I say they have to go to school for 7 years and borrow $100,000. It's tough. When that guy down the street dresses like them, dropped out of school, has a wad of cash, and probably has a nice car. That's a challenge. That's a challenge.
Earl, when you spoke earlier, you talked about the added programs that you see increase, the graduation at the Academy of the Explorer program and Palace program. Of the 20 areas, and I think we're up to 20 or near 20 areas, 19, 20, how many of them have PAL programs, and how good is that working? And are we working well enough with the Recreation and Parks Department to do that?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have 8 PAL programs throughout the city. Are we doing the best job? No, we can do more, but a lot of it, like anything else, has to do with resources and just not having a sufficient amount of them. I would just add, just to dovetail on the city attorney, the other thing I think that we're missing today versus when we were growing up is that thing called family. We just don't have a sufficient number of people that care. Family members. We have individuals that are parents by virtue of the biological act of becoming a parent, but they don't act like them. The other piece is, Councilmember Alarcon was mentioning before, the school activities. I remember this marvelous opportunity we used to call a teen post. Had it not been for the teen post, I wouldn't be sitting at this table today.
Right.
And so when I talk resources, I'm talking family, I'm talking teen post, I'm talking the type of resources where it doesn't take an enormous investment. It takes the attitude of the entire community. It wasn't just my family. Walking home from school, it was my family. It was Miss Hobson. It was Mr. James, all of whom participated in my development. And there would be community reciprocity if I didn't. And so to some degree, if we were able to replicate that today, whether it be by something that the community itself espouses or what comes out of this particular effort here in the council, we can get there if we do it in a smart way.
I would really support something like that, and if the city attorney and your city prosecutors and your neighborhood prosecutors and the school prosecutors with the police department could devise something and maybe take a couple clusters to 2 or 3 high schools, and let's really focus. And it's not just the varsity, as you know, it's also the B and C team and engagement. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to commend you, as a number of people have, on the Neighborhood Prosecutor Program, which is a great success. I was just at the National League of Cities. You had a booth there, and people were coming up and really were interested in that process and replicating across the country. So congratulations on that. Mr. Alarcon asked a question about truancy in kids.
Right.
You've got a very successful program which was going to be deleted from the budget last year.
Right.
We saved it. I'd like you to talk about the truancy program in first part. And secondly, it's a request to you to come sit down with me and talk. Mr. Garcetti established a new committee, which I'm the chairman of, that deals with business, commercial issues, keeping business in LA, and also ties in the Workforce Investment Board activities of job placement, which is a natural tie-in. I've just had a meeting with the workforce people about the issue of placing probation people, parolees, into jobs.
Yeah.
Using our federal money to do that, because it is a huge hole. If it is not filled, they automatically go back into crime, and statistics prove that. And so, as the new chair of this new committee, I would like to sit down with you, because you're very creative, and see if you have some ideas on how we can really bootstrap all the efforts we're doing already with our workforce board and with other job programs like Summer Youth, to tie into those kids that are already been in trouble, already in the system, that we want to keep out of going back, and number two, those kids that are truants that will become criminals if we don't stop it, and how we can tie that all together in a package. And if you have any ideas, I'd like to hear them. I'd also, for the benefit of those listening in the audience, etc., to talk about the truancy program, because I don't think a lot of people know about it, and how you're putting the parents also on the microphone.
Thanks, Councilmember. And I mentioned it when I answered Councilmember Alarcon's question, but our Operation Bright Future, which is a anti-truancy program, which does focus on parents and holding parents accountable for sending their kids to school. We do threaten to put them in jail if their kids are not in school. Of the 16 parents that we have prosecuted out of the 25,000, 16, all 16, not a single one went to jail. They actually got, for the most part, a year's worth of parenting classes, because that's what they needed. They needed skills on how to parent their kids. And the other thing it did is, which is seldom mentioned, but it actually made the school district money, because the school district gets paid by the state based on how many kids are in the seats every day. So as I put more kids in the seats every day that weren't truant, they made more money. Conservatively, it's close.
Can we get a percentage deal?
Well, that's what I've been asking. I've been saying, in fact, I'd love to go with members of this august body to the school district and say, look, this program makes money for you. You could make a relatively small investment, and we can make you millions of dollars that you could use for after-school programs or whatever it is. And let's figure it out, because the city is footing the bill at the moment, and it really is to the great benefit of the school district. Although it benefits us because we're taking these kids off the streets and into school. But what we really think is essential, we're in middle school now. We think we need to go to the younger grade, to 5th grade. Everyone says go to high school because that's where more of the activity happens. By then it's too late. The activity happens here, and as you get, it goes further and further away as you get older. It's too difficult at that point. Usually the child, if they've been a truant their whole life, they can't read by the time you try to bring them back to high school. So it's kind of almost a waste of time. We'd like to go to 5th grade. If we can correct that behavior early on, we'll have less problems in the later years. So I would love to figure out a way to go to the school board, and it's really a small investment to spread this city-wide and district-wide and keep our kids in class and out of harm's way by utilizing the power of parents, because parents are very powerful. So that's on the truancy. But I'd also like to say to you, we would be very interested in working with you and trying to find a way to connect individuals who are coming out of our prison system and getting them a job. We do think that's critical. And actually, Councilmember Alarcon said you got to get them right when they hit the streets. I think actually we got to get them before that, while they're still in the system, and start to transition them to a place that will get. And let's think about how we might use the creative minds in the city attorney's office to get to a place that will help us, from a public safety standpoint, get people to work.
Thank you very much, and we will be having our first meetings in January, the new committee. We're going out in the community to talk about what issues this committee should be addressing, and I think maybe we'll bring you into that process and maybe we can build some programs out of that.
I'd be very happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And do you want any motions out of that, about the school district
no,
or anything? Okay, you're working on it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Parks is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rocky, let me just ask, make sure I heard what you said accurately. You said that there was 11,000 registered gang members that are part of the injunctions?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you created a new form or process to get them out.
Right.
Now, when you get them out, do they come out of the LAPD file also?
They come. What we can only control our office. So what we say, we will not enforce the injunction against that individual if they're off the injunction.
But it doesn't take them out of the other file?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you know on the, also, just for clarity, when you create the injunction and identify the gang members, are they initially a part of the file? Or are this information do you receive it from an alternative source?
Yeah, and when you're referring to the one that
when you initiate an injunction,
it's actually they do go into the Cal Gangs file,
Okay.
which LAPD uses, but is actually held by the Attorney General's office, State of California.
Okay. All right. But the thing is, but there's no assurance that they are removed if you remove them out of the injunction.
Chief, under the current policy with respect to Cal Gang, we as prosecutors do not have access to that system. What we rely on when we develop those individuals who we are going to name in the injunction, who we're going to include, we focus on the quantity and quality of the arrests, the detentions, the FIs, the information in the search warrants. We, at one time, we used to have access to Cal Gang. We no longer have that access, and we're not entitled to that as part of both the injunction process or if we are prosecuting subsequently a case. So we don't rely on whether or not that individual has been categorized as a gang member. What we focus on is what they're doing on the street. Okay. And does what they're doing on the street both qualify them as a member of that criminal street gang, and are they committing a nuisance in the community at that time? That's the basis that we are using.
Okay. Let me just, for my clarity, is there only one gang file, the Cal Gangs? Is that the only one?
That's the only one that
you're using?
Aware of.
We're using that we're aware of. Yeah.
Okay. Now, does LAPD have a separate gang file, or is that the same gang file? Same. Because one of the things that I know I get concerned about when we throw the figures out of 40,000 and 90,000. Right. And one of the things, and Chief Paysinger said earlier, immediately after he segued into how many of them are commented how vicious that group of people are as far as crime. The general public would think all 90,000 of them are of the same level, and I think there needs to be some clarity as to the range of people that might be in the file and how they may get into it, so that we're not sending the impression that we have 90,000 people that are armed assassins in the LA County.
Councilmember Parks, you make a very good point. Excuse me.
No, go ahead.
You make a very good point. We actually track about that many, 40,000, and not all of them are as active as others.
Okay.
And I think that point has to be made, not only the 40,000 that are here in Los Angeles, but also the 90,000 or so.
Okay. So there's a range of their activity.
That's correct.
All right, and now, can they get in the gang file by mere contact with the police and their self-acknowledgement that they're a gang member? Or is there another process?
I'm sure that that they get into the gang file according to the department criteria. The manual specifies the criteria, and those criteria are based on statewide criteria for what's required.
Yeah. Because one of the things, the reason I ask that is there's always a concern about duplication. Because does the gang file positively identify them? So if you know they're in there 3 or 4 times?
I'm certainly aware that they periodically purge that, and that they are getting better. I know the department is very good about the individuals that they currently have in the file. I know that the administrator for CalGang for the county is still the sheriff, and the sheriff has been using their case management system under CalGang to avoid exactly the type of duplication that you've been speaking about.
But the key I'm looking at is, are all the people that are in the file positively identified by fingerprints so that you know, or is it by name, moniker? Is it a variety of identification checkpoints?
I'm not that familiar with CalGang to be able to answer that, Chief.
Nor am I, but to the best of my knowledge, we exhaust this, to the degree that we can, we exhaust every means possible not to create duplication.
But I'm just wondering if it's done by name and
it is done by name.
Name and contact, so they're not all fingerprints to say we know.
That's correct.
Okay. The other thing, what is the purge rate? I think, Marty, you mentioned how many.
And then after that, I can ask you to repress your button because we're just doing 5 minutes at a time. Okay, go.
I think that just as early as 5 years ago, we were, I think the system was saying that within the city of Los Angeles, you were at 60 and 70,000. And I think that there was a significant purge effort a couple of years ago that brought those numbers down. I do note that many of those individuals, because they have had no further contact within 5 years, the system purges that automatically. And I know that the CalGang administrator from the Attorney General's office has been very vigorous, especially when they limited the access of prosecutors a couple of years ago to the system, that they've really, post 9/11, have really made an effort to maintain that strictly as an intelligence file, and the information that's in there is much more discreet than it had been in the past.
Because I'm out of time, could I just ask for the two departments to look at providing us information on CalGangs as to the process that you could get in the gang a file, what the purge rate is annually, so we'll have some idea, and then how much of it is a positive identification versus a name identification.
Okay. And we'll ask the CLA to coordinate on that. We'll make sure the CLA heard those motions as well. Okay, Mr. Huizar?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I wanted to follow up on a question and an issue that both Mr. Rosenthal raised and Mr. Alarcon, and that is, and you guys mentioned the drug trade and how it drives a lot of the activities of our gangs, and certainly we take care of the drug trade, we're going to lessen the amount of people who are joining gangs and the violence associated with that. Now, why can't we have, if we're so focused right now as a city doing, with the advancement project, looking at prevention and intervention, I think we're really missing an opportunity if we don't couple all this work we're doing on addressing the gang issue without having a coherent, comprehensive, coordinated initiative with the federal government to really go after the drug trade in the city of Los Angeles. I introduced a motion earlier this year asking the LAPD to report to the council on what we're doing with what I had heard, and this is anecdotally, I didn't have any evidence, but what I had heard is the biggest drug issue in LA, which is methamphetamine. What are we doing to address the methamphetamine issue, particularly with our young people who, I do hear from parents that they have issues with their kids taking methamphetamine, that it is a bigger problem in our schools. And the response I got was there's a lot being done, but it wasn't focused on really the gang issue associated with the types of drugs they're dealing with. It was just a broad, we have our gang units, our drug enforcement, narcotics units, and we go out there and try to deal with the issue, but we're not really coordinating, and I think in what I believe we should be talking about an initiative right now, going after drugs. And again, I also want to put an emphasis or put a caution us with the drug laws that we have and the issues that Mr. Rosenthal stated, the mandatory sentences. I know we see some unfairness in that, but what is your response to the idea of having an initiative to really go after more aggressively drugs in the city and gangs as associated with gangs?
I think, Councilmember, and by the way, thank you for the question. You raise a very important and strategic point. The fact is that over the years, and even more so lately, we have worked in concert not only with the City Attorney's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and also with the DEA and the ATF on that very issue. To your question, can we work in a more coordinated way and focus our efforts in a more finite manner towards the drug issue? Yes, we can. But some of it, and I think you would agree, it has to do with prioritization, particularly with some of these gangs that are extraordinarily violent and dealing with that issue. Not to say that the drug thing isn't important, but in terms of resources and prioritizing some of the questions that we have to deal with, sometimes it's just a matter of that. I guess my commitment as it relates to your question is that we will effort to do better in 2008. As a matter of fact, it will be one of our priorities and one of our goals, one of our objectives for 2008 is work more closely with some of our federal partners on some of these tough questions as it relates to drugs.
As I pointed out before, we are working closely with the federal authorities, and especially on the issue of the sale of narcotics and the sweeps that we recently done. We have seized both narcotics as well as the cash used for the working capital to fund the narcotics trade. And so that partnership is critical for us to deal with it. But I also want to point out that even if you eliminated drugs altogether, they didn't exist, I don't think gangs would go away. They would find other ways to gather revenue to conduct their trade because it's not about the drugs, it's about the gang. And so we do have to focus on the gang as well as the drugs. They're certainly connected now. But even if drugs went away, the gangs wouldn't go away. We believe that what we've seen already, as I pointed out before, is a percentage of the revenues is shrinking. So they're finding counterfeit documents, counterfeit DVDs, protection money, extortion, every other form of criminal. As I said before, they touch every aspect of crime in this city, every aspect, and other lower risk, higher return enterprises, criminal enterprises they're seeking out, they're finding it, and so I think we have to really think that it's not just the drugs. It's definitely a big part of it, no question, and we're using our federal partners to get to that point, but it goes well beyond that.
Let me just add this one point related to that, and the city attorney is right, because just here recently we are starting to experience a proliferation of gang activity as it relates to some of the property crimes. And I've strongly asserted for many, many years in some of these areas, when you squeeze the problem, it doesn't necessarily go away, it just goes someplace else. And being smart in terms of dealing with the questions, whether it be drugs, whether it be residential burglaries, whether it be car thefts, any manner of criminal activity, we need to look at its genesis and ask ourselves, how do we stop it from the onset? I think that's the greater question.
Got it. Thank you. This is a good informational and educational session for me, because I do hear out there that if it's the drugs driving it, why don't we just focus on that? But I think another good way of looking at it, as both of you pointed out, is they're going to look for profit, or they're going to go into some type of illegal activity, whether it's drugs or counterfeit DVDs or whatever it is. They're going to be out there. But I think that's a good issue that we should discuss as we talk about what we're doing for prevention, intervention, and suppression, and that we are coordinating that as it relates to gangs as we move forward in Mr. Cardenas' committee. My other 2 points real quick is I look forward to getting a response from what Mr. Garcetti raised earlier in terms of our intervention programs. It's CDD. They fund them, and depending upon the area that you're at, some of them have great relationships with our officers. It'd be great to kind of have a more formalistic approach to that, so that, hey, you guys should be working together. Some places I think it's working better than others, so it'd be great to get a report back on that. And finally, something we haven't talked to as much today is reentry. My time is up, but on a follow-up day, I'm very interested to see what are we doing, working with the county and other agencies on reentry. Again, CDD funds reentry programs here for the City of LA. What are we doing to coordinate that with our law enforcement agencies in this city and with the county and other agencies like that? So, thank you very much.
Thanks,
Mr. Cardenas, I was mistaken. We're not holding time. Everybody has their 5 minutes to use as they wish. So Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker.
All right. If you make your answers long, I'm going to cut you off. Okay, so first of all, when it comes to the gang injunction list, in all sincerity, I want to thank you, Rocky Delgadillo and your team, for actually listening, coming to committee, coming to my office, working with us, and responding to the community by realizing that no one had been taken off a gang injunction list in the history of the city of Los Angeles, and the first injunction list started in 1993. So, again, unless you want to say before the public that we have a perfect system and everybody on that list belongs on that list, we need an exit ability from that list. And you provided for us this not plan, but an actual petition process. And another thing I want to tell the public, this petition process, if you look at it, is several pages. And again, I want to thank you for being sincere when you promised that you would make it simple and straightforward and something that people could actually work with. And I think what we have here is something that people can follow and they can work with.
I appreciate that.
And I had dialogue with you, and I made it very clear that it wouldn't be fair or appropriate that when people are put on a list, they didn't have an attorney present. Why should they have an attorney present on their behalf or go hire somebody just to be able to prove that they need to be taken off the list? So thank you very much for doing it in that fashion. But my question to you is this. We stood together, I stood with you, and I still stand with you to make sure that we get this, working on the streets. But we talked about 6 months ago, and we told the public that we had a solution, that you created a solution, and I was very glad to see it. Why did it take 6 months between then and today for us to start really telling the community, if you're on the list, this is the process to get off?
Back then, we thought we were making it very simple for people on gang injunctions to apply to get off. You could just send us an email, you could send us a little note, you could write it on a napkin, you could call us, and you start the process. And what we've learned since then is that in government, if you don't have a form, nothing happens. And so we created a form that all of you, I hope, are going to help us deliver to exactly the people we want to get off of the injunction or should have never been on it, and talk to us and get people in the queue. And so in that process, we wanted to consult, obviously, with all of you, and in particular yourself, Councilmember Karnes, and we appreciate your passion in this process. I mean, it's been great. It has been very helpful to get us to change really 180 degrees from what our agency used to be to get to this point. So, we weren't reinventing the wheel, but we were inventing it. This is brand new. This didn't happen before. And so that's the reason for the time. And we wanted to get it right. We wanted to do it right. And I think with your help, we've been able to do that and get it right. This will be available on our website, too, also in Spanish by next week. We think it's a good product, but we also think that if it needs to change over time, let's change it. Because as people start to fill it out, they'll say, well, I don't know how to answer this question. But as you know, they're pretty straightforward questions. They're not difficult. And really what we want is, as you know, when gang members are trying to get out of the gang, it'll be the hardest thing they would ever do in their life. So we want to make it simple, and we want people like yourselves and people in my office to encourage them to get to that point.
Well, I want to thank you because I can only imagine how hard it is for attorneys to reduce a document from an inch and a half down to a few pages.
That too.
So thank you very, very much.
We're trained to do it by the weight, yeah.
Because I don't know too many attorneys who are on gang injunction lists, so it needs to be in a format where they can actually do it, feel comfortable that they did it right, and then sit before your team and say, look, I don't belong on here. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
To LAPD, I don't have much time, so I need to ask you this quick question. Do you believe or do you want more intervention and prevention going on in the city? And if so, would that be a big complement to what the police department is already charged with?
Yes.
So intervention and prevention goes hand in hand, arm in arm with what the police department is trying to do.
Absolutely it does.
And with all due respect, there's different ways in which we do intervention prevention. You're not saying that give the police department intervention prevention programs, give them to where they need to be so that the communities can have them, and then we can work together?
The key is having them. The key is access.
But what I'm saying is, along with the police department and having patrols and having your CLEAR program, et cetera, and all these other issues, suppression as well, having intervention and prevention in tandem with what you're doing is complements what the police department.
Absolutely it does. And as I said before, without prolonging the time, enforcement is one thing. But these other important pieces really is the way to solve this puzzle. And I think for years we've missed out, and now's our opportunity.
My last point, Madam President, is, so let me ask you in a more specific term that we use when we talk about law enforcement, we talk about communities, is intervention, prevention, and also suppression, in conjunction with what police department is charged to do, is that ways in which we can actually improve dramatically on public safety?
My best sense, having been in this business for 30 years and having arrested and booked and supervised arrest and booking of tens of thousands of people during that time period, I would strongly assert to you that the prevention aspect, the intervention aspect, the education aspect, combined with everything that we're doing is the key that unlocks this door. Keeping our young people from traveling down that path from which there is no return.
But what's important, I need to hear from you, does this term apply? What you just described, is that together a way in which we improve public safety?
Absolutely it is.
Okay, thank you. Because unfortunately, public safety is the term that us as cities, we as cities, apply for grants. If there's not a nexus to public safety, then very likely we can't access that grant.
And we've talked before, and I think you understand where, as an organization, as an institution, we're trying to take this thing, because it has to be understood that although we talk in those terms, we have to think in our minds and believe in our hearts that we have to, it's necessary to apply these principles, apply the resource. If we do it smartly, not to apply for the grant, but if we do it smartly in conjunction with the law enforcement principle, much of what Rocky's doing right now with this piece, this is part of what we're talking about. Prevention and intervention, helping people understand the road and how we get there. I think that's the linkage that we have to create.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. If you want to press your button again. Ms. Hahn, you're up next.
Thank you. Well, I just also wanted to agree with Councilman Cardenas about the city attorney's incredible willingness to dive into this area, which had never really been looked at since its inception in the early 90s. And I know you personally came out to Watts for a lot of meetings, and I really want to thank you, as he said, for really listening to the community. And I also want to thank you, Rocky, for the way you have really taken the idea of being the prosecutor, and you've taken that to a completely different focus by the work you're doing, particularly at Markham Middle School. The City Attorney's Office adopted this middle school, got donations to make it possible for all these kids to have uniforms, tennis shoes, has worked to fund their getting to the school, getting home to the school safely. I mean, that's really, you really put the money where your mouth is in that particular instance, and that really was good for me to see, because I've even had a different opinion of the City Attorney's Office in terms of being just, the prosecutorial arm. And your neighborhood prosecutors, we love them, and we think they've helped to do an amazing job working with the senior lead officers and really helping to turn some tough areas in the city around by working together. So I really want to thank you. And this exit strategy is really, it's so important, I think. And, we went from an exit strategy that was very difficult. No contact with LAPD for 3 years. Must keep a job for 18 months. Must publicly renounce.
Right.
Criteria that were impossible in certain areas of the city to not have any contact with LAPD for 3 years was just one of those that was really dooming those people who were on the list to being forever on that list. One of the things that I know you heard, particularly in Watts, once this form is filled out, I'm assuming it's the city attorney's office that then will review it. As you know, one of the things we all heard, and I didn't know how you're going to coordinate with maybe CDD or LAPD, is that once we know they're exiting, then we also know they're going to be vulnerable, and they're going to be at risk. Worst case scenario, death. Best case scenario, just kind of lost and not having those wraparound services that we know will keep them from being back in a gang. What's your thinking on once you approve their exit, once you approve their literally getting their name off the list, acknowledging they're no longer a member of a gang, what's your suggestion on what you do with these liberated people who are in our community? Because I think that's going to be again, we've never done this.
Yeah, right.
This is kind of a scary time.
And we're going to try some things, and they may not work. But we're going to put our best judgment forward. We have actually a couple of examples now. You have mentioned it before, but we have an intervention program when our office is prosecuting gang members at the earliest stage, when they're just starting to enter the justice system. We offer them a chance to go to this job training program called First Chance. It's a pilot program, so there's about 30 kids in it. But we do have gang members that are part of an injunction who have left the gang and are working in jobs that are giving them a better life. What the important part of it is it's a case management system. So there's somebody there, an adult, to give them some feedback and push them and call them, on Tuesday morning, say, did you wake up on time and go to school or go to your job, and all those things. And I think our First Chance system program has been very successful, and we would use that. And as I've said before, anybody that gets off the injunction, I will personally find them a job. So I'm invested on a personal level too, and I know the prosecutors in my office will be as well.
Yeah, it might be a lot more than you think, though.
I hope so. I hope there's a line outside my door.
I hope so too.
But then I'll come to you and say, come help, and because it's a team effort here, and that's really what it's about.
It's a team effort, and as you know, I believe there's nothing that can stop a bullet more than a job either.
Right.
But as you know, jobs are scarce. We fight for them during the summer. I fight to get 500 jobs in Watts during the summer. So, and I fight hard just to get 500 jobs. So,
and as we discovered at Markham, and as Councilman Cardenas pointed out, when a public safety insurgency, if you will, comes in and asks that certain things be done under the guise of public safety that has not been traditional public safety, like an after-school program, or getting somebody a job.
Right.
It has a little bit different impact, and I think that we're discovering that now. And so let's use that to our great advantage and go to our friends in the private sector as well as in government, try to find the jobs available for individuals who want to get out, because it's critical for us from a public safety standpoint to get those individuals out of that life and into a better place, and a job is critical to that.
Thank you.
Have you run this by some of the? Have you run this by some of the focus groups?
Well, part of the reason why it's taken a little while is that we have done that. We've gone to the community. We've worked with lots of different people all across the board, and again, we've even said, as it's now presented, that it can change. It's not set in stone.
Right. Because if obviously it's not working. Anyway, thank you very much for all your really hard work. Marty, good job.
And thank you very much, Councilwoman Hahn. And thank you to our city attorney and to Chief Pasinger, who is here. He earns the frequent frequent sitting miles or something. But thank you for staying the entire time, and thank you very much to the City Attorney and the entire team from the City Attorney's Office. We will now transition to our preventative work, and I want to thank again our departments for their patience and ask the Community Development Department to come forward. That will be followed by our Recreation and Parks Department and our HRC, our Human Relations Commission, to say a few things. What we will do is ask CDD to come and present for about 15-20 minutes. Rec and Parks we have down for about 15 minutes as well. And I think what we'll do is we'll have the Human Relations Commission follow that and then do all of our questions and answers right following, unless there are very urgent items that people want to ask right away. We can do that between the presentations. So again, thank you everybody for your patience. And we will turn next to CDD. Sharon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members. Thank you very much for this opportunity to come in and talk to you about our prevention and youth development programs today. And per the direction we received for this hearing, we will not be talking about our intervention programs today, but
right, and we appreciate that. We know that the department's doing quite a bit in intervention.
Right.
Will you identify yourself for the record, Sharon?
Yes. Sharon Morris. I'm Assistant General Manager at CDD, overseeing our family and human development programs, which includes youth development. So the mission of CDD is to strengthen families and create jobs. Our youth and family programs are delivered exclusively in low and moderate income communities, as are most of our programs. And those programs that are funded by the Community Services Block Grant and the Workforce Investment Act youth programs are limited to clients that meet poverty guidelines. Last year, our department was reorganized to align our youth services divisions with our family services division, which we did because, of course, young people are part of families, and we felt we could get better synergy and coordination with our programs by doing that reorganization. Our biggest challenge is, of course, diminishing resources. That dictated that we begin to use more creative ways of delivering our services, while the growth in poverty in this area is going up exponentially.
Can you quantify that for folks, what diminishing resources means? Can you quantify that at all?
Well, yes, we depend to a great extent on federal grants. Most of our money comes through the Community Development Block Grant, the Workforce Investment Act, and the Community Services Block Grant Program. And those have all received tremendous cuts over the last few years at the federal level. In fact, this year, the President has vetoed the bill that contained this Community Services Block Grant dollars. And the Congress so far has failed to override that veto, but we remain hopeful that it will be restored at another time. But that'll be about a $7 million direct hit to us if that money is not restored. So last year we served about 130,000 children and youth in our various programs, and with a total of about $46 million across the board. We also receive for our bridges and work source programs some general fund dollars, which, as you know, is also diminishing for us. So even with these harsh fiscal realities, we're encouraged. We see young people rejecting gang culture. We're able to provide summer jobs, and we've had some great success with our Learn and Earn program. I want to emphasize that CDD programs are not limited to kids that are considered at risk for joining gangs. Kids growing up in poverty are at risk for many things, including hunger, neglect, family violence, substance abuse, failure, lack of self-esteem, and we attempt to address all of those issues. So I have with me three of our program directors. Lisa Salazar, here next to me, will be talking about our youth employment programs. Delphia Jones will be talking about our family services programs. And we will begin with the Bridges program with Zeta Davis.
Thank you. Please.
And before she begins, we do have a handout, and some of you may want to follow along with the handout. It's much more detailed than we'll be able to discuss with you here.
Okay, colleagues, and that has all been distributed, so we have that on our desks. Thanks. Please.
Zeta Davis with CDD. The LA Bridges program is the city's gang prevention and intervention program. The gang prevention component offers middle school youth positive alternatives to joining gangs. The gang intervention program works with hardcore gang members. It also offers gang-related crisis response, peace-building activities, referral services that connect individual gang members to jobs, education, and training. But today the focus is on gang prevention. Okay? The Bridges Gang Prevention Program has really three major themes, and these themes help to reduce the risk of young people joining gangs. The first one is it promotes learning, because youth who are doing well in school are less likely to be truant. And as the city attorney's office said, gang members are typically truant first. It promotes family, so that parents and legal guardians get the support that they need to care, structure, and discipline their youth to keep them on the right path. It also promotes community engagement, because a young person that is connected to school, his family, and his neighbors is less likely to disrespect that community by spraying paint or with trash, putting trash in it. And so over time, that young person can become a leader in that community and help that neighborhood to grow and thrive. Right? Our target population is also important. It's a very specific population that we try to keep from joining gangs. It's about 10 to 14-year-olds, so middle school youth and their families who attend LA Bridges middle schools. They can attend the school or they can live within a 2.5-mile radius of the school. It's the middle school community that the Bridges program serves. We deal with very high risk, very high at-risk youth who display specific characteristics that may lead to gang involvement. Some of those characteristics are multiple suspensions or expulsion. They have several school transfers. Opportunity transfers is what they're called. They have constant truancy, failing grades, negative or explosive behavior. They also deal with family-related issues like substance abuse, domestic violence, and a lack of parental controls. So that's an example of the kids that are in the Bridges program. The way we provide the services is with community-based organizations. We contract with several organizations who also partner with other community-based organizations to provide services in 27 middle schools throughout Los Angeles. LA Bridges provides predominantly services after school, but it's a year-round program with services available throughout the day if needed, on Saturday on occasion, and it's also available during the breaks, so spring, winter, and summer breaks. Now, while the service providers try to address any unique needs in their community, they also provide core services that exist at every site. And so some of those are case management, individual and family counseling, tutoring and homework assistance, anger management, parent education, recreational activities, and safe passages. Now, Safe Passages is a critical component of the LA Bridges program because it helps youth focus on learning instead of the fear of being harassed or bullied on their way to or from school. So it also provides an adult presence along safe routes for the youth to travel. It's currently supported by well over 100 volunteers as well as paid staff at each of the 27 middle school campuses, and then we're also doing it at 4 high school campuses at this time. So the Bridges program, as all CDD programs, faces some strategic challenges. For LA Bridges, it's about serving more youth. Specifically, our service providers are challenged with reaching those youth that are not in school. So some of those kids that have been transferred or on an opportunity transfer, they've left one school, but they haven't been placed in another school. And so our program is challenged with reaching out to those youth and their families and bringing them back in so they can get the services they need to become stable. Another challenge that we face is working with our 8th graders once they've moved on to high school. There are many reports that highlight the number of youth who stop going to school before reaching the 10th grade. And so we're working with our service providers now to find ways to strengthen our 8th grade transition plan for all of our youth. All right, so even with these challenges, LA Bridges has served over 6,800 youth last year and is on track to reach the same number or more by the end of this year. Okay? LA Bridges is 10 years old this year. And so about 2 weeks ago, Sutter Middle School in Canoga Park celebrated the 10th anniversary. They did this with 300 LA Bridges youth and their families. And so they were able to talk about how hard it was or how difficult it was to begin the program because no one really wanted to put their kids in a program they thought was fostering gang behavior because it was a gang program. And so it was exciting for us to see the article in the Daily News where they talked to these parents who had seen their kids go through the program and develop a number of skills and become successful. And one example of this is a 8th grader who graduated in 2003. He's now a sophomore at Whittier College. And this is just something that he had to say about the program. He said that it was a safe place where he could talk about his problems, that he had a strong relationship with his counselor. He said it kept him busy all the time with all types of activities, and that it contributed to his path towards college. Okay? And so now, right now we're going to talk about one of the ways that CDD bridges the gap between 8th grade and high school with our summer jobs program. And Lisa Salazar is going to take us there.
Thank you, Zita. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Salazar, and I'm the director of the One Source Youth Opportunity System. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about all of the youth workforce development programs and initiatives through the Community Development Department. The One Source Youth Opportunity System is the umbrella title for all youth workforce development programs and is part of the city's larger workforce development system, which is comprised of 18 adult-serving WorkSource centers and 13 youth-serving OneSource centers. This year, the OneSource system will connect over 13,000 youth ages 14 to 24 to jobs through the support of nearly $19 million that directly fund youth workforce programs and through the leverage programs and services of its system partners. To give you some comparison in funding, it was not that long ago when the federal government supported these job programs. In 1999, the city of Los Angeles received $24 million just for summer jobs. Today, that is zero. The OneSource system provides youth workforce development through two major program streams. One is the federally funded Workforce Investment Act. The second is the Hire LA's Youth Campaign. I'll discuss both of those in my presentation. The OneSource Youth Opportunity System is made up of 10 Youth Opportunity Centers and 3 Youth Opportunity Movement Centers located throughout the city of Los Angeles. A detailed list of the 13 OneSource centers is in the packet before you on page 12. This year, our WA-funded OneSource system will serve 3,000 youth ages 16 to 21 years old who are predominantly at-risk, disconnected youth. When I say disconnected, I mean not in school and not at work. These are youth from low-income families living in the areas of the city in most need. Registered youth will receive 12 months of intensive services, which include but are not limited to one-on-one intensive case management, job readiness skills, basic skills remediation in reading and math, CASE and GED prep, certificated vocational skills training, internships, and entry-level employment opportunities. The OneSource system operates under the Malcolm Baldrige performance principles and maintains performance metrics, as well as a balanced scorecard which provides regular performance tracking and monitoring. The WI performance measures are presented to you in a table on page 7. These performance measures are the metrics given to us by the U.S. Department of Labor and are the performance measures that we are evaluated on an annual basis. The second major program stream of the OneSource system is the Higher LA's Youth campaign. The campaign started in 2006 under the leadership of the mayor and the city council to increase the number of youth summer jobs from 3,000 citywide in 2005 to 5,000 in 2006. The OneSource system and its partners were successful in meeting and exceeding that original goal by connecting over 7,200 youth to entry-level employment opportunities. The document before you outlines 8 of the current initiatives that are being employed to achieve this year's goal of 10,000 jobs. As you will see in the Higher LA status report on page 9, the campaign includes the participation and collaboration of the business community with the leadership from the Los Angeles Area Chamber, who have pledged hundreds of unsubsidized employment opportunities, the Los Angeles Unified School District, and several city departments such as Recreation and Parks, Department of Public Works, LAWA, and the Harbor Department, who have pledged entry-level positions and paid internships for our youth. The campaign has grown significantly, not only in terms of sheer numbers served, but in scope to expand Higher LA's youth campaign into a year-long campaign to connect young people to jobs. The document before you also includes a status report of where we are to date in relation to the goal of 10,000 jobs. As of today, I'm happy to report that we are 92% of the way, or have connected 9,294 youth to employment since July this program year. The mayor has set the bar even higher for us in program year 2008 by stating that next year's Higher LA's youth goal is 15,000. The great work of the OneSource system cannot be fully represented in this brief overview today. However, I would like to mention a few of the innovative programs and collaborative partnerships. One is our Students for Higher Education that serves probation youth exiting Camp Gonzales. The program connects these youth to intensive case management services. Students are then enrolled at Los Angeles Trade Tech, where they complete their high school level of education and take certificated vocational skills courses. The program has reduced recidivism while supporting these youth during their transition back into society. The Students for Higher Education is funded through the County of Los Angeles with funds created by the Assembly Bill Schiff Cardenas, 1930. The program is delivered by the Youth Opportunity Movement in Watts in partnership with the Los Angeles Community College District, LA County Probation Office, and the Community Development Department. Students for Higher Education was also cited as a best practice in the Advancement Project Report. In terms of system building and leveraging resources, the Community Development Department has worked very closely with the Los Angeles Community College District in creating the Workforce Development Academy. The Workforce Development Academy provides state-recognized certificated skills training to our youth job seekers at no cost. Their education and certificated training are paid through the Community College District, and the youth are supported with case management, mentoring, and supportive services through our OneSource system. Thank you for this opportunity today to provide an overview of the OneSource Youth Opportunity System. And of course, the success of our youth is only possible with the support of their families and the community. To discuss the wraparound services that support our youth and their families, I would now like to pass the mic to Delphia Jones.
Delphia Jones, Director of Human Services and Family Development with the Community Development Department. Through Human Services and Family Development, we execute the Human Services Delivery System, which consists of Family Development Network contractors and Neighborhood Action Program contractors. The Family Development Network provides supportive services to city residents to strengthen at-risk families and individuals, and to assist lower-income persons to become more economically self-sufficient. The city partners with 12 family development network providers located throughout the city. Each is a collaboration of agencies with the lead agency and at least 3 additional funded partners. Residents may visit any FDN throughout the city. And in your package, we do have a list of all of the family development network contractors and their partners. Family development networks provide one-stop services for families. Families receive case management plans and are referred to the appropriate services to provide services both inside and outside of the collaborative. Among the core services provided are case management, employment support services, mandatory linkages with the city's work source centers and one source centers, financial literacy counseling, youth advocacy program, and information and referrals. Families are referred to other services such as drug and alcohol abuse counseling, child care, health insurance, and mental health services. We fund the Family Development Network contractors at $9.1 million per year. We serve over 6,000 individuals per year. Of that number, about 2,000 are youth. Also in your package, we do document the outcomes for individuals that go through those programs, and we have those specific outcomes for the 2,000 youth listed for you. The other program that I mentioned, the Neighborhood Action Program, funds single organizations serving special community needs or identified gaps in service in communities, especially with emphasis on youth. The CDD currently funds 76 different NAP service contractors, and those contractors and their activities are also listed in your package. NAP services range from food distribution, independent living assistance, services for the disabled, after-school programs, mentoring programs, parenting classes, child care, medical and legal services, as well as case management and family development. Our Neighborhood Action Program contractors are funded at $6.5 million annually, which is an 11% decrease over the last couple of years. They also have served over 12,000 clients. And in terms of youth, they've served over 6,000 youth. Also, the outcomes for the Neighborhood Action Program contractors is listed in your handout. And finally, I'd like to talk about the youth and family centers. There are 7 youth and family centers strategically located in 7 high-needs areas throughout the city. The centers house programs that offer educational advancement via ESL classes, computer training classes, tutoring, recreation, mentoring programs, dance classes, college preparation, and career guidance classes. 4 of the centers offer a continuation school or other alternative education programs administered by the LAUSD or the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Each center provides a variety of after-school programs, including homework assistance. Working in partnership with the fire department, the youth and family centers will provide community emergency response training to 200 residents in low-income areas. Key staff members of the youth and family centers have already received this training. Training is supported by a grant from the state. Youth and family centers also serve as local emergency assistance centers. Youth and family centers will also provide training on traffic safety to low-income residents. Over the next 1-year period, the youth and family centers will provide 112 traffic safety classes and distribute 7,000 car seats and bicycle helmets to families. Youth and family centers provide support for Cash for College, Big Sunday, and the LAUSD Parent Summit. The current budget is $1.9 million, a reduction from a high of $2.5 million. YFCs serve over 100,000 children, youth, and their families on an annual basis. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much. That concludes our formal presentation. I hope you've been able to see some of the really nice slides that we've been showing of kids that are involved in our programs, and we'll be happy to take questions.
Great. Okay. So since we only have two people on the speaker queue, why don't we go to some comments first, and then we'll get Rec and Parks up here in a second. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Sharon, and thank your team here as well. A percentage of young people are we serving in the targeted area? How many more could you serve if there was funding?
I think we have capacity in our programs to probably double the number of kids we're serving if we had more funding, to hire the staff and fund the agents, our partner agencies at a higher level.
And is any of the areas that you have, and for years, because you said you had your 10th anniversary there in Canoga Park, I believe it was mentioned there?
All of our 27 middle schools have been involved in the program since the beginning.
And is there, when's the last time we expanded from 27 schools?
It never has. It started with 27 and we're still there.
Right. Does LA Unified have any complementary type programming for young people in this way?
So LA Unified has the Beyond the Bell program at all of their schools, but in terms of working with the target population that we serve, no, I don't think there's anything that does exactly what we do the way we do it with our youth and families.
Well, I know yesterday in committee, Mr. Alarcon, myself, Ms. Hahn, we discussed the relationship between Los Angeles Unified School District and the city, and I know Mr. Rosendahl in his remarks earlier to the city attorney referenced that. We're trying to forge a better joint use partnership. So maybe at some time in the future when we reschedule this, we could ask you to come at Arts and Parks or Education Neighborhoods, which Mr. Alarcon chairs, to discuss that relationship and to push it, because it has expanded. The city has expanded its middle school program, and as told by many people, that is the toughest challenge. To get through that period, you have a greater success with the areas of that focus outreach. I just thank you for all the dedication. I'm fortunate in the sense that we have a district that has a situation where there's been more community support, but we need to get more all around the city. So I think that's key to try to do that. And how much of this material is on the website for the city generally?
The information about our programs is on our CDD webpage.
Right. Is it in brief so people could kind of get it and then go deeper? Because sometimes you get lost in a long website.
Yeah, in fact, we just went through a process of streamlining our webpage so people can get to the services that they're interested in. As you know, we have a wide variety of services within CDD, and we designed it so if you're looking for a youth program, you can find it much easier.
Yeah, I hope I don't miss anybody who's here, but I'm proud there. Mr. Smith right here is Sharon Morris, a graduate of John Marshall High. Equally as I'm proud, Mr. Garcetti in the rear, if you stand up, Lieutenant Russell Wong, John Marshall High, and I don't know if there's any barristers in the room, and Kevin Reagan from Eagle Rock High right there, okay. But the contribution that we make is important. I say that because I think public service is so important. And Sharon, it's great to see you, and Russell, it's always great to see you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're very welcome, Mr. LaBonge. For the record, those were the second and third high schools cited today. Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker. And he will be here shortly. Why don't we ask Rec and Parks to come forward in the meantime? Well, if you guys can sit tight just in the front row here, because we probably will continue to interact on the preventative piece. And we'll ask Rec and Parks to come forward. Let me thank our staff from Recreation and Parks. It's always tough being in the afternoon when we're doing these full-day meetings. We're just not sure how excited and how much enthusiasm there'll be in the front half, so we appreciate your patience.
We're just happy to be here.
Good. Hope you're able to get a cup of coffee or something.
Well, good afternoon, President Garcetti and council members. My name is Kevin Regan. I'm the Assistant General Manager of Recreation and Parks for Operations. And I'm here today with several of our staff members from Recreation and Parks, so I'd like to go ahead and give them a quick opportunity to introduce themselves. Why don't we start with Carl?
Carl Cooper, Principal Recreation Supervisor with Class Parks.
Marilyn White, Acting Superintendent, Griffith Region.
Anna Galbraith, District Supervisor, Griffith District.
And Gregory Thomas, Youth Development Coordinator, Nickerson Garden Recreation Center.
Well, once again, thank you for asking us to be here today to present. I am here today in lieu of our General Manager, John Muckrey, who was unable to attend. However, John did ask me to make a few comments, so I'll do that in my report. First off, I'd like to let you know that John has committed the department and its staff to being an integral part of addressing the city's gang problem. We have routinely attended the meetings of the Ad Hoc Committee on Youth Development and Gang Violence. We also have been a part of providing safe passages for youth to get home from school safely. The Department of Recreation and Parks has a great story to tell, and we're in a key position and play a major role in providing programs and forming partnerships to address the prevention and youth development issues that the city is facing today. We are currently working on several initiatives and collaborations with many organizations and individuals, such as Connie Rice, Coach Pete Carroll, the LAPD-led San Fernando Valley Gang Task Force, many nonprofit intervention groups, Bridges, County Probation, the Watts Gang Task Force, several city departments, as well as with the council and the mayor's office. In this city, we have over 400 parks, over 179 recreation centers. These rec centers are in communities and they're tied to the community. Our employees that work at these rec centers, many of them are working at centers that in communities where they actually grew up. We are the community and cultural crossroads of the city. And let's also not forget that along with all of our prevention programs and youth development programs, we are also a major employer with over 2,000 full-time employees, 10,000 part-time employees, and 15,000 registered volunteers. One of the ideas that we recently put forward in the area of job development was a program for at-risk youth to engage in a smart irrigation program. This is a program where we would hire youth from the local communities to work on a crew to put in smart irrigation systems throughout the city's park system. Not only would that provide youth development, mentorship, internship, and job skills, but it would also help the city in reaching some of its water conservation goals. Initially, some of the funding for that program was held up in the UB. However, we are moving forward through committee and council right now to get those positions available to be hired, and we do have about $1 million of DWP funding that's going to go towards that program initially. I'd like to talk just a little bit about one of our signature programs, which is our Class Parks program, and a component of that, which is a internship program where folks from the community, children from the community that are between the ages of 13 and 18 actually get paid a stipend to engage in the youth internship program. So just a little bit about Class Parks. Class Parks is an acronym that stands for Clean and Safe Spaces. And in reality, this was a program that was born of gang violence in 1999, and the program actually started in the year 2000. And just to let you know a little bit about how the program started, there was a very tragic shooting in the valley. It happened at a park known as Sepulveda Park near Kester, near Sepulveda and Kester off of Parthenia. There was some gang members that afternoon who had gone on a crime spree. And that crime spree not only resulted in a triple homicide that took place in the parking lot of the park, but it also resulted in several beatings, a carjacking, a pistol whipping, and robberies of several liquor stores, culminating with these gang members driving down the street right at Sepulveda Park, seeing 4 kids that happened to be sitting in a car in the parking lot of the park. These kids were not involved in any gangs. They were getting ready to go out on a date. The gang members pulled up next to the car, jumped out, threatened the kids, asked them what gang they were from. The kids tried to get out. They couldn't. One of the gang members stuck a semi-automatic handgun in the window of the car and shot all 4 of the kids. 3 of them died. The Parks Department followed up on that. We formed a task force with LAPD, with park rangers, with our park maintenance staff, with our recreation staff, and we looked at what we could do at that particular park to try to solve that type of problem and hope that it would never happen again. Well, what we really did was came up with a formula that we applied eventually to 47 parks citywide, which was kind of a multi-phased process. Go into a community where a park may have been possibly neglected over years, in an underserved community where drugs and gang violence was a norm. Clean up that park, essentially take it back and give it back to the community. We did that in a number of ways. We did a lot of physical improvements. We did a lot of physical cleanup. But single thing we did on the advice of LAPD and park rangers. We took away hiding places for narcotics. We took away hiding places for gang members. We took away certain apparatus that was only being used by gang members and people who had recently been paroled, and we turned it into a children's play area. We started a teen club, and that became an integral component of the Class Parks program. We started, reinitiated the Park Advisory Board and put teenagers on the Park Advisory Board. Within a month or so of doing these improvements and working with the LAPD to clean up some of the crime, we had turned that park from a park which many community members had said they were afraid to go to, into a park that was embraced by the community, with children playing and enjoying the park the way it should be. Today, the Class Parks program is in over 47 parks citywide. It's a program based on connecting youth with their communities. It's a program that is meant to build strong, resilient youth who have a healthy vision of their future. We base this program on 40 developmental assets. And these assets are grouped in 2 major types. There are external assets and there are internal assets. And these assets have been shown by a group called the Search Institute, who researches youth development, that if individuals don't gain somewhere around at least 18 of these assets somewhere throughout the years that they're growing up and developing, they'll never really be able to achieve their maximum potential as an adult. We teach these youth development assets, and many of these assets have to do with kids having a foundation, having someone in their life that shows them that they actually care about them, someone that they can depend on, someone that's going to mentor them, someone that's going to guide them, someone that's going to tell them the difference between right and wrong. The Class Parks program provides that. Class Parks program provides a lot of incentive for youth to participate. For example, if kids sign up, they routinely come to the program and they participate. We have actual criteria that they have to meet, and if they meet this criteria by their involvement and their participation and doing well in school and all the other things, then they're rewarded. They're rewarded with trips to places like the beach, to Disneyland. They get to go river rafting. We have a surfing program, mountain climbing, hiking, snowboarding, you name it. It's a great program. We have about over 8,000 registered kids in the program since the year 2001. We have right now currently active in our teen clubs. These are kids that come every day. over 3,000. And let's not forget that there's also a drop-in component where, kids don't just have to be there every day. They can drop into the teen club as needed, as they wish. So that's kind of an overview of the program. I think that in terms of youth development and diversion, that's one of our biggest programs. But as John Muckery often says, everything we do in recreation and parks directly touches the community. Everything we do can be seen as youth development in one way, shape, or form, whether it's our sports programs, whether it's our cultural and arts programs. The list goes on and on. I have a couple other folks that may want to say a few things.
I think Mr. Labange wants to ask something, so
a couple questions.
jump in. We'll see if we can supplement that in a second. Okay.
Did you finish your
I was going to talk a little bit about our internship program, but that's fine.
You could answer that in this question here, but where, and you've noticed, and you're a veteran of many years of service to recreation and parks, have you noticed where we have had an intense impact that we've made a difference? Could you cite some examples?
Well, sure. The example that I mentioned probably one of the most graphic, I think, and dramatic was at Sepulveda. I was personally involved in that. However, I'd say, another place that we really had a huge impact with this particular type of program was at Humphrey Park in Pacoima, Nickerson Gardens in South LA. We've seen big turnarounds at parks like Rancho Cienega on the east side. All over the city, wherever we've implemented this type of program. We've heard from the police, we've heard from the city attorney, and you hear the same thing over and over again where folks say, we can't arrest our way out of the problem. What we see is if you bring a kid in between the ages of, say, 11 and 17, you give them an opportunity. You show them that they're valued and there's something in their life that they can look forward to. It makes a huge, huge difference. I tell the story about the day that I went to the Class Parks program in Pacoima at Hubert Humphrey Park and spoke to a 13-year-old boy who lived in Pacoima his entire life, had never even been to the beach until he went on a Class Parks trip. This is a kid who hadn't been 10 miles from his house in his entire life.
Well, I think what's so important, too, out of parks or schools is the program that we supplement. All of us do. Our Department of Transportation funds to take trips, field trips. And I know how I, as a child in the city, benefited by going to the Arboretum, Cabrillo Museum. We live next to Griffith Park, so it was easy to ride our bicycles there or hike there. But all that is so important. I think I got an idea, Mr. President, because a lot of, whether it was CDD and their presentation or the team that we have here, is that sometimes in our committee as Chair of Arts and Parks, I'd like to hear from all of you maybe in a more focused way as we approach the new fiscal year. There's going to be tough times, but there's some very, as Mr. Muckery likes to say, Rec and Parks touches everybody, and it certainly does at some point in their life. The other day I was on Pan Pacific Park, which is where my son plays football. It was a Saturday morning, and I looked over here and the field was filled over here, and I looked over here and the field was filled over here of soccer. Looked down there and people were sitting at the tables. Looked down there. I called the director over to congratulate her on her work, Ms. Fisk. But moments later, a local resident came up who was quite concerned about the lack of enforcement at night and some of the late night activities. I know General Services is doing a better job, and we've got to work on that aspect. But on one hand, you had this great public park and all the activity that was going on there. And on the other hand, you had sometimes the community, and there's a statement that was said, it wasn't made up by me, if you live next to a park, a public park, you got to expect the public. How many problems do you have related to parks in that area, the quality challenge? And if you could be brief, because I want one more question after that.
Well, I would say this.
What's our good neighbor policy in working with our neighbors?
You mean in terms of if someone lives right next to a park?
Right.
Well, I think your statement is very well taken. If you live near a park, you can expect that there's going to be activities. We make every effort in the department to mitigate those activities as much as possible.
Right.
I mean, some of the areas we're really careful in is in terms of like lighting, for example. We have state-of-the-art lighting that directs the light away from residents and just puts it right on the fields. We work to locate the activities away from residents at night as much as possible. In some cases, parks are just surrounded by
Right,
homes.
the field. I think we want to look at that. And also, General Simmers, I know I talked to Chief Newton and Chief Torres. There is a synergy, and I know Ms. Gruhl, you led the effort to create that Office of Public Safety, which is starting to fully work when they're doing that. We just need a little help at some of the parks like at Pan Pacific. And Marilyn, I want to thank you for your efforts in Griffith Park and the recovery program and your leadership in getting the teams of all the people together. And all of us in the city have been helping in that area there. But each and every one of you, a park is an absolutely wonderful place to have a good time, and it should continue to be. There's nothing like and they don't call them the playground sets now, a universal playground. There's nothing more inspirational than seeing a universal playground all full, kids playing, having a very good time and enjoying it. So this is a very important component. I want to thank you, Mr. Reagan, and your general manager and your Vicki Israel and the team that you have there set up, and Regina Adams, everybody trying to focus, and Mike Scholl. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bond. Mr. Weisar.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The class parks, what funding is used for that?
The Class Parks is a general funded program.
General funds. So it's all City of LA, generally funded programs?
That's correct.
And we have them at 47 sites, but obviously there's a lot more need for them. So how do we determine what parks they go in?
When the program was initially started, we looked primarily at census tract information. We looked at really the low to moderate income levels, utilizing the federal guidelines to determine exactly where to place these parks. We also looked at statistics for violence, violent crimes. We looked at other statistics. We looked at statistics for really high levels of youth as opposed to adults within a particular community density level.
Certain criteria. So
Right,
is there a list that you have that says, should more funding be available, we will put in more class parks?
Absolutely.
So there's a park waiting to say, if we have more funding, these 3 parks or these 10 parks are the next on the list to go on there.
We absolutely have already done that background work. We know exactly where additional class park, what communities additional class parks would be needed. Okay. We also, just to let you know...
it's not based upon what council member is able to tell you, hey, give me a class park. You have a list.
In all actuality, in all honesty, we did try to make sure that all communities were served with class parks when we initially did the 47. However, not every council district has a class park. Okay. We put the class parks primarily in areas where we believe that the youth really, really needed these services, and where they may not have been getting those services in any other way.
And what about the quality of these? Do they depend upon the quality of the personnel that we have at each park, and how do you judge the performance of each of the class parks?
We have spent an awful lot of time developing actual standards for how we operate class parks. So while class parks are independently operated by recreation directors and rec coordinators at the individual sites, they function under an umbrella of guidelines and regulations and standards, performance standards that we've developed specifically for this youth development model. And we've also had external evaluation done on the program. I will say, though, in all honesty, there is some truth to the statement that the individual director can make a huge difference as to the success of the program.
2 final questions. One is on the class parks and the fact that they depend on general fund dollars. Is it pretty volatile from year to year depending on how much money the city gives? Is that a concern? For example, the last few years that we've been cutting from our budget, have you cut services at different parks? And if so, the opposite to my first question is, how do you decide which parks to cut if in fact you do?
Right, and it's a very good question because we're just going through that exercise right now. We just completed an exercise to cut an additional 8% from the department's budget next fiscal year, which in all honesty is going to have a huge impact on our ability to deliver service to the city. But I will say this, in past budget years, we have often been presented with the need to come forward with a budget reduction package. The department has made every effort to make those cuts in other areas and keep class parks whole. So, as John, as our general manager, has said in his words, let us manage the department and with a target, and we'll make the right choices. We have done that. It's been tough. But we've done everything we can over the years to keep that funding in class parks rather than cutting class parks. And to be honest with you, in terms of just getting the exercise done, because class parks is a big unit, it would be really easy just to cut it. But we've really struggled and suffered in other areas to keep that program in place because we believe it's a critical program. And the program can't survive outside the Parks Department. It's integral to the department.
I certainly see a difference in my parks when we have an event or an activity, the additional resources available through class parks that are there, that it gives a different tone of what the city is doing to provide services in those areas. My final question is, given the programming and the funding you have available to fund prevention, intervention, or at-risk youth, would you rather just get funding to serve all youth, or do you think there's some value in saying, as a city, we're now focusing, I'm not sure if it's a trade-off, but would you rather have dollars that are specific to at-risk kids that will purposely keep kids away from gangs, or do you just want dollars to service all kids, and you think in doing that you'll be able to do gang prevention itself?
I mean, that's a really good question. I think that is the question, because while we don't target every kid in the city as being at risk, if you think about it, all kids are at risk for something. If it's not gang activity, it might be teenage pregnancy, it might be drug abuse, it might be violence, maybe not gang-related violence, other types of violence. So all kids, we can't let kids fall off the grid. We can't let kids slip through the cracks. We have to address every child and provide opportunities for every child in every socioeconomic class in every community across the city. It's our mission and it's vital. But I do believe strongly in what we do in class parks, and I do believe that model needs to be replicated across the department, and I do believe we need to create more class parks. We've often said, folks that are in the department, we've often said class parks should be our standard. That's what we should do at every park. We're not funded for it, and we can't do it today, but we would love to get there.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you both to CDD and to Rec and Parks for your presentations. I know they come late in the day after long days, but a couple things I wanted to just say, and then a couple questions. One, I appreciate the background, Sharon, that you gave us on when I asked kind of what we've seen in terms of cuts. I think it's very important for us who have all decided that one of our three main focuses in this council are going to be on youth violence this year, along with transportation, kind of housing and homelessness. Those were the big three that things that we came to on our retreat. That we're really deciding to put more of our resources in. I think we didn't ask you this specifically, but we have more of our own dollars stepping up for Bridges 1 and 2 than we ever have. More of our own dollars going into LA's Best. More of our own dollars going towards job training. And yet what we're seeing at the federal level and the state level to some degree because of those federal cuts are record lows from the recent couple decades. We are, the $7 million in community service block grant monies. I don't know if the statistics are exactly right, but it's somewhere around a 40% cut, I think, to community development block grant monies in the last few years, and our WIB money has been cut even more than that. I think it was like 60% or something in the last 6 or 7 years. That's really important for us to communicate to our constituents and to the people out there, because that's also their government as much as we are. A government that has prioritized other things. We're able to fight a war in Iraq. We're able to rebuild that country, and we are literally cutting the most important programs and funding, which have had bipartisan support. Nixon increased block grant. Reagan increased job training dollars as well. Not you, but the other one. Though you would have, I'm sure. We've seen across the board the ability for this country to come together on saying these are good domestic programs that are tried and true, but we're really playing defense at the same time that we want to go on the offense locally. We've implemented the policy in the City Council that 15% of the equivalent of whatever we add to our police hiring monies needs to go into intervention and prevention programs for anti-gang programs. So I think I want to congratulate this body and the mayor for actually stepping up. But I do want to put that context out there because I think it's very important for our constituents to realize just how difficult a time this is for us in government when we add $1 and we see $2 go away. In terms of Rec and Parks programs, I wanted to thank Rec and Parks this year and our chairman of the ad hoc, Mr. Cardenas, who helped us get some of the funds for the At the Park After Dark program that we did in Glassell Park. This, simply put, was something that allowed us to keep the park open during those key hours in the summer when we were experiencing a lot of youth violence. And I got to tell you, we had so much pushback. The police said, "Are you crazy? This is going to be a magnet for violence." And literally, the police department resisted us opening up that park. Folks who were there, and I know there are people from multiple council offices as well as departments, saw that you had people who would be tagging a wall instead had canvases to be able to express themselves. There were people learning, hip-hop, dance, and music, playing basketball, skateboarding, playing baseball at night, soccer, and it was wonderful. I mean, it is a risk to bring young people together always, but it was a wonderful program. And wondering if you can speak to what your experience was with that. We do have limited funds, so people say, why would we be sending it there as opposed to using it for something else? What sort of capacity would the department have? Because we did it for pretty cheaply. But what sort of capacity would the department have to, as we develop some of the zones that I know Mr. Carr is going to be speaking about from the mayor's office shortly, to add that sort of service and that supplement, especially in those summer times when it's hot and when kids are out there and when violence occurs, to be able to expand that sort of a program?
Well, absolutely, we believe in that type of program, and I can ask Anna Marie to speak a little bit about the program itself and how successful it actually was. But those types of programs, I agree with you, are the key, and the department is very capable of managing and operating those types of programs. Of course, we need the partnerships, and I believe that the LAPD actually plays a big role in these types of programs as well, late at night, and serves as a role model as well for the kids.
And sorry to interrupt you, I actually cued something in my memory. It was because we had that a couple times LAPD was able to make some very strategic arrests. Not that they were looking to go there to do that, right, but they saw, where some folks were gathering who were looking to cause some violence. They made some arrests, found guns on people, probably prevented something from happening. But even if we hadn't had the After Dark program, those kids probably would have been there looking to, cause some violence. So It was something that helped the PD, I believe, as well.
It really does. I mean, we've had experiences over the years with a lot of late night programs. One of the standards was late night hoops or midnight basketball. Right. But, if you're going to have those types of late night programs, it requires the proper supervision, and the police, like we say, play a major role, because if something does happen to occur, they're right there ready to deal with it. Anna, do you want to talk a little bit about the success we had last summer in the program?
First of all, I want to say thank you for actually helping us put this program on. And I think one of the unique components of this whole program was that it was a partnership with two other nonprofits. And that's really what made it work. We worked as a unit. Recreation was able to provide the recreation components. We had swimming, we had sports, we had, the traditional recreation programs. But on top of that, we were able to bring in nonprofits that had expertise in other areas, i.e. we had Aztec Rising that was able to not only help with boxing and handball and physical fitness, but they were also there to do intervention and be able to counsel and mentor the youth. Mm-hmm. So I think
and that was done with existing CDD funds. I mean, if memory serves me correct, which
Yes.
yeah, like say yes, say yes.
Yes, it was.
And I mean, this is a classic moment because for all of us, we've invited you all up here separately, but I think for all of us, we know that the way we serve our constituents is when PD is involved, when General Services is involved, when Rec and Parks is involved, and when CDD is involved. If we're looking at youth prevention programs, and the last piece, which I know the Human Relations Commission is going to talk a little bit about, but our schools. If we integrate those 5 entities and actually get those working groups, to think about this too. I mean, one of the things I guess I'd just like to say, and then we'll send this for a report back. If we can have the CLA work with, the CDD and Rec and Parks on that model. And see what we can do in terms of what other agencies, PD and General Services, come to mind just for the safety components. But I think you're the 2 strategic ones. And look at the places where we've already invested money in our youth and family network, where we've invested money in our class parks. We've already, in some ways, done a lot of the work that I know Mr. Carr is doing in helping identify what are those needy areas. We already know them because they already have a class park, because they already have a job center or a YO program or whatever it is. If we can ask the CLA to help us kind of point to where those are, I think we can begin to stitch together across these departments a way to replicate them, because usually the way we do it is, okay, Rec and Parks, just expand that program. And then you have to figure out, talking to CDD, where the funds are. Or we say, CDD, expand that, and good luck with the safety stuff. I hope you can get in touch with the police department and get more patrols. But what we should be doing as leaders, I believe, is bringing those folks together, convening them. And so maybe as we conclude today, we'll talk a little bit with the mayor's representative about that as well. But that may be a good way to replicate that. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very
part
much.
of the presentation. Our next is by Jeff Carr. Is that correct? Human Relations Commission. I'm sorry. Welcome, and if you wouldn't mind giving your name for the record. And
Hi, it's Patricia Villaseñor, Deputy Director of the Human Relations Commission.
Michael De La Rocha, Policy Advisor for the Human Relations Commission.
In being aware of the time constraints, I'm just going to let Michael take it to discuss the program that we were initially invited for.
Okay. We're going to be talking about the Joint City and County Juvenile Justice Task Force. It's a multidisciplinary partnership involving a number of city, county, community-based agencies, namely the county's probation department, Children's Planning Council, Department of Children and Family Services, the City and County Human Relations Commission, and like I said, a number of CBOs, communities and schools, Friends of the Family, Urban Education Partnership. Bless you. It began in 2005 as a way to prevent youth and their families from becoming further entrenched in the juvenile justice system. In short, what it does is it coordinates, sustains, and provides resources and prevention and intervention resources and services in the San Fernando Valley. We've launched 2 community strengthening initiatives in the Valley. One in the Van Nuys area and one in Pacoima. There are 3 to 5 year community building initiatives working with the schools and the communities themselves. In terms of Van Nuys, we're working with Grant High School and Madison Middle School. The reason why we selected these schools as well as the ones in Pacoima is they have historical history of tension and violence between different communities there. In Grant, we're specifically working with, and I want to make this point, the natural leaders and elected leadership at the school. By natural leaders, we define that by the young people that have the most influence on the campus. That could be the shot callers, that could be the tag gang leaders, or what have you. But we've seen, not only here in the city, but nationally, working with those youth with the most influence, they can not only identify potential conflicts before adults, but more importantly, mitigate it more effectively than adults can themselves. In terms of that, in the last year and a half, some results from that initiative in terms of working with the school staff as well as the agencies I've mentioned. The youth themselves, in conjunction with the JJTF, have averted at least 10 potentially large-scale school-wide conflicts. They've contributed to an over 50% reduction in school suspensions. Those young people themselves, ages 14 to 18, worked at the middle school and trained 75% of the middle school on conflict resolution and human relations. They've also successfully engaged the parents themselves. As you know, in that area there's a large Armenian Latino community, and the young people themselves were able to bring their parents to the table and guardians and do actual trainings with them. And last but not least, we all know when you have a safe and healthy community, your academics improve. Those youth that were involved in the Grounds Coalition have a 97% academic graduation rate. In terms of Pacoima, we went with the same philosophy of working with the community and providing technical assistance. And what's really amazing in terms of Pacoima, working specifically at Pacoima Charter and Maclay Middle School, is that we, working with the, once again, administration, identified 35 to 40 of the most at-risk families. We started working with the parents and guardians themselves, and they have really been the driving force and voice in that neighborhood. What they've done thus far is they've created their own group called The Village. They created an educational theater piece using art to educate other parents on how to better raise and parent your own child. They had a retreat in which over 150 people, as well as a number of agencies, came to the table to talk about the issue of respect, because there's a lot of respect or lack of respect in terms of parents and youth in schools, law enforcement and communities and what have you. They've also came up with a comprehensive community assessment in which they looked at the youth, the families, and the agencies and asked, what are you fearful of, but what are your solutions? And last but not least, they came up with a community-wide cleanup campaign. In terms of ending the presentation, because I know time, I think the main strength of the Juvenile Justice Task Force is it's consciously trying to break down traditional silos and fragmented service delivery in terms of the city and the county, and more importantly, working with the community residents themselves as a grassroots model. Traditionally, government has always been top down, and this approach is actually going in first and actually asking the community residents themselves, the youth and the families, what do you see as your assets, but what do you see as the solutions? And then we go out there and try to provide that governmental assistance, whether it be on the private sector or on the public side. So that's pretty much what's going on. In terms of future challenges, I guess it would be three. One is obviously structurally. There's a lot of issues in terms of jurisdictional boundaries with the city and the county. I mean, we've all heard stories of if there's a homicide, depending on what side of the line the body drops on, the city or county, the appropriate agencies will come. The overwhelming majority of the youth who are working with in the San Fernando Valley are in county entities, whether that's the probation department, whether that's Department of Children and Family Services, and we really need to figure out a formal institutional way to link with them, because all the youth that are on the probation are coming out to city schools and utilizing city services. And lastly is financially, if the Human Relations Commission as well as the Juvenile Justice Task Force had more funds, we could actually go in there and do a more comprehensive approach of doing this kind of work. We've seen that in order for something to really be effective, the community itself has to sustain it and have a buy-in with it. So with that being said, I think more than anything we provide an approach and a model to how to really successfully build community, not only in the Valley, but you can take this region-wide, since it is a regional issue, not just a city issue as well. So.
Thank you very much. I know there's been some questions on Councilmember Cardenas for next record.
I want to compliment you and your team for doing so much with so little. Can you tell us quickly what compensation do you get from the school districts when you go to a school site and calm things down and get involved with the school district and the issues on their campuses?
None. All our compensation comes from general funds through our budget year. We receive no outside funding.
So basically, your budget comes from the City of Los Angeles, right?
Yes.
The general fund. And about how many school sites do you engage with directly, say in a given year or what have you, roughly?
Roughly anywhere from 6 to 13.
6 to 13 sites a year?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you go and say hello? When you show up at a site, I mean, what kind of interaction do you have? What kind of activity do you engage with?
We found that saying hello doesn't really accomplish much. So what we do is we say hello and what can we do for you to help mitigate the conflict on campus. And also, it's not only about engaging students, but it's also engaging teachers, administrators, as well as including and remembering the parents. So it's a more community-wide approach to the issue.
In terms of the specific 4 schools that I mentioned, we've had tremendous success. The problem is, how do you get that institutional change? We've been able to do it because you have so many different entities at the table using their own funds, but there hasn't been that mutual give and take with the school district that would help to do those institutional changes that were needed.
Would we have a better relationship with the district? Would we be stronger in our ability to do more if we actually had a formal relationship with the school district?
I believe so, yes.
Definitely.
It would make our jobs easier. Because right now, we have to wait until we're invited on campuses, even though that we identify a school of need or a community of need, and parents and community members have identified that different schools may have issues. We cannot go on campuses unless we're invited and if we're welcomed by the administration. So if there was a formal agreement between the city and the school district, I'm sure it would make it much easier for us to provide our services to not only the school but the community at large.
So if there's a school administration that might be in denial about how serious their issues are, then you don't participate.
No, we're not allowed.
Okay.
We have no jurisdiction.
No, so that the public understands what the Human Relations Commission does on these school sites. Whenever you see a shooting at a school on TV, whenever you see on television where the helicopter showing a bunch of police cars converging on a school site because something very serious happened, the Human Relations Commission of the City of Los Angeles goes and they engage and they get involved with the community and the school, etc. And that's how serious the work is that you do, isn't it?
Yes.
Give me an example of one of the more notorious events. Just at least tell me the high school that you've been engaged with after one of these events, like I described it. Everybody saw it on TV, it was some kind of shooting, everybody was concerned, they interviewed parents and children and teachers and administrators, and everybody was pretty much scared and upset and all that. Give me an example of one of the names.
One example would be with this collaborative approach with the other agencies I mentioned. We went into Taft High School with a comprehensive violence prevention initiative and approach and model. And with that being said, is what we did is start working actively with the parents, those youth, those natural leaders, as well as the families, as well as providing the teacher training. Because we're noticing a lot of times throughout the schools and the community that the young people are modeling the behavior of the adults that they see. And there has been a lot of need for cultural competency work within those schools. So with partnership with the school district, we went in there and tackled all those different elements to really create. And they haven't had any violence since then. But like I said, we've had to pull out because there's other areas in the city that we had to go and work at.
But to give credit to the school district, that particular high school committed to the process and that they welcomed us on campus and became true partners for the year and a half that we were on campus and in working with them. So it was that particular administration at that school that committed. So, it was a true partnership.
But I think we were all fortunate that that administration recognized the value of this partnership. Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to the activity that you do, can you briefly tell us what category does it fall into? Prevention, intervention, or suppression?
Prevention and intervention, but we look at it more as community building. We don't like to categorize ourselves as intervention or prevention. We look at the broader community building scope. But in reality, it would be...
I said we would basically, our role is to facilitate. In terms of specifically intervention, because of our relationships, we know who to go to, those agencies that really do the hardcore gang intervention and have the license to operate in that community. So we don't try to replicate, we actually try to build an infrastructure where we can have collaboration with the intervention agencies, the prevention agencies. And our role is really to facilitate that process of bringing those different groups to the table.
So you're part of what you do is you broker positive outcomes.
Exactly.
Okay. I'll push my button again. I'll go ahead and push it again.
Thank you. No, you're actually, if you'd like to keep going on, I will go ahead and give you another. There's no one else on the queue.
All right, thank you. In order to be fair to the other departments who came forward, I'll go in reverse order. Park and Recs? Anybody here from Rec and Parks? Aha. All right. Well, then I'll just have to give them some instructions to report to committee. How about CDD? Okay. Can you come forward, please? Thank you. My first question has to do with Bridges 1 and 2. What is the, let's use a figure that we as Americans like to use. What's the dollar amount of investment annually for this year in Bridges 1 and Bridges 2?
So it's a little over $9 million, $9.6 million for prevention, LA Bridges 1, and $3.7 million for intervention, LA Bridges 2.
Okay. Now, are those figures based on what the department has identified as what the need is, or is that just based on what you've been budgeted? And are the two different?
It's based on what's been budgeted for the program almost since its inception.
Okay. Now, is the need greater than that?
Yes.
Now, let's be serious for a minute. Is the need like a little bit more than that? Is the need easily double, triple, quadruple that? If we really wanted to address what is identifiable as the needs throughout the city of Los Angeles?
I don't have an exact figure, but the need is much greater than what we're able to provide based on the current resources.
Let me give you an example. We just got a report in the last year and a half, and it identified, and I'm sure this figure is relatively solid, about 90,000 young people under the age of 18 who are either at any given time out of school or out of work. About 90,000.
93,000.
Okay. Let's move on to how many jobs we're trying to assist and facilitate for that population in the city of Los Angeles. Have we been providing the funding necessary to reach that 90,000?
No, Councilman. What you're citing is the 1 out of 5 report that states that 1 out of 5 youth here in Los Angeles, out of the population identified here in the city of 500,000 youth between the ages of 16 and 24, about 93,000 or 1 out of 5 are completely disconnected from work and employment. Our programs right now are slated to serve about 13,000 youth, and that is a combination of in-school, out-of-school, ages 14 to 24. So no, we're not able to do that.
You know, if I go back to Bridges 1 and 2, I would be willing to state for the record that that's easily the ratio of the lack of funding that we're providing for Bridges 1 and 2 based on the need. 90,000-ish, 13,000 we're trying to address with the resources we've been able to put together. I think when it comes to prevention necessity in the city, intervention necessity in the city, easily we're at a ratio of 13,000 versus 90,000, or 1,300 to 9,000, or 1,000 to 10,000. I think, in my personal opinion, I think the ratio of investment that we have in intervention prevention programs in the city is easily a 10 to 1 inadequacy. And I'm not saying that means that when we have a program, the program's inadequate. I want to make it very clear that we're inadequate. And I'm not talking about you, the bureaucracy of the city, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. I'm talking about us, the policymakers in the city, because the fact of the matter is, do you allocate your budget, or do we allocate your budget? I'm not saying do you put together a budget. I'm saying who allocates the dollars for you to use? You allocate your own dollars, or do we allocate your dollars?
Right. It comes through the city budget process.
Now, through the city budget process, who is the body that actually creates and makes the budget?
That would be the council.
That would be the council, exactly. The reason why I want to point that out is because I don't want anybody to ever assume that when we're speaking to you, the people who are trying to implement with what you have, at least from my vantage point, that when we hear you tell us that you're serving about 10% of the need, identifiable need, that's your fault. But what I do want to make the public to understand is that when we are talking to you and we do talk about that 10%, what little we give you, that we want you to be efficient, we want you to be effective, we want you to be innovative, and want you to be honest with us about what our shortcomings are, and what your shortcomings are, and how we can make it better. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And I hope that we can move forward, all of us, in being fair. But I just want to let you know, because you've been before the ad hoc committee on this issue before, you'll be there again. And if you weren't listening earlier at the very beginning of this presentation, at the beginning of the day, we talked about how prior to the next budget process, we want to have our intervention, prevention, and suppression expectations, definitions, and understandings in order before we do the budget. And that means in a short 4 or 5 months. So that means that you're going to be before us more in the next few months. We're going to ask you a bunch of tough questions in the next few months, and we're going to expect you to tell us the real answers, the truth about what we need to do.
Okay.
Please don't sugarcoat it. Please don't tell us, well, I think we will do fine. Come on. How can you do fine with 10% of the money that you need to address the other 90% of the issue? It's not fair. It's not fair for us to expect that of you. And at the same time, I just want to let you know in front of everybody here and the people of Los Angeles that we want you to just tell us the way it is. Don't sugarcoat it.
Okay.
And if we can't find the money, then it's our job to tell the public, we know the issue, we've identified the issue, we know the magnitude, relatively speaking, and this is what we're going to have to do to get there. Thank you.
Okay. Our last presentation tonight is a very patient Reverend Jeff Carr. If you'd like to come forward from the mayor's office. And this is a chance, colleagues, also, any motions that you haven't submitted, and when we summarize, I know Mr. Cardenas has some, I think I have a couple probably as well, but if there's any motions folks would like to submit in terms of direction for the CLA to work in bringing package back to our ad hoc committee, this would be a good time. Of course, you can do that after the fact as well, just in communicating with the CLA's office, but this would be an appropriate time to do that as well. So I want to thank Reverend Carr for his good work and patience, and with that, turn it over to him.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcetti. It's really good to be here this afternoon with all of you, and I know it's been a long, arduous day. You've heard a lot of people talking, and so I'm going to do my best to be brief and then give you an opportunity to ask some questions and then allow you to dismiss yourselves so you can actually get off to other places. First of all, for the record, I'm Reverend Jeff Carr. I'm the director of the Mayor's Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development. And I think, as most of you know, I began my post on August 1st of this year and have been tasked with implementing the city's gang reduction strategy, which was introduced by the mayor last spring. And just as a reminder, the primary goal of this strategy is to establish gang reduction zones in specific parts of the city that disproportionately suffer from gang violence, and to saturate these communities with prevention, intervention, reentry, and suppression resources in a comprehensive manner. This strategy is based on success we've had and experienced in Boyle Heights, a community that has experienced a 44% decline in gang-related crime since the inception of the Department of Justice six-city pilot gang reduction program, which was established nearly 2.5 years ago. We've identified an additional 6 target areas to date, in addition to the Hollenbeck-Boyle Heights area, where we'll focus our initial efforts. And these 6 areas, for the record, are Foothill, Pacoima out in the Northeast Valley, in the Newton area in Southeast LA, the Northeast Cypress Park area, Hollenbeck, Ramona Gardens, the Southwest Baldwin Village, where we actually had a press conference this morning to announce the establishment of the CLEAR and the gang reduction zone. And then lastly, in the 77th Division, where in all of these communities we have actually some of the highest levels of gang violence in the entire city of Los Angeles. In addition, we are collaborating with the U.S. Attorney's Office, which has received a $2.5 million grant to establish a gang reduction zone in the Southeast Watts community. And one of the linchpins of our strategy is to hire a program manager for each of the gang reduction zones who will be responsible for coordinating services in these targeted areas and communities. Over the course of the last 3.5 months, since I've been here, we've reviewed hundreds of resumes and conducted numerous interviews to identify and hire individuals who we think are the best fit for each community. And I'm pleased to tell you that these are folks who know our gang reduction zones and our communities intimately, because they either grew up in the gang reduction zone areas or they've done community organizing, and they're capable of connecting the dots between community members, council offices, and other elected officials, and the existing resources that we need to connect from both the county and the city, from community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, in order to successfully monitor contracts with a pulse on grassroots concerns. So we're going to ensure the money that we put out in these gang reduction zones, that these program managers actually, I wouldn't say it's traditional contract management, but they're going to be so enmeshed in the life of what's going on in these communities, they'll know how these funds are being expensed. And I'm proud to, I think they've come here, introduce some of the folks who are part of our team here. Alicia Avalos, who's the program manager for the Northeast Cypress Park area. Eduardo Garcia, who's the program manager for Hollenbeck Ramona Gardens. Miguel Leon, who's the program manager for Hollenbeck and Boyle Heights. Tony Zepeda, who will be working in the Newton area. Angela Carter, who will be in the 77th Division. And then a gentleman named Guillermo Cespedes will be joining us next week as the program manager in the Baldwin Village area. And we're actually still interviewing for one final area out in the Pacoima foothill area. And I'm also pleased that we actually have a student worker. I don't know if Serena is actually at a hearing. A young woman who is from Homeboy Industries is a student worker in our office. And she's not only helping us with administrative tasks, but as I tell Serena every day, she is helping us keep it real and make sure that our policy is actually based on what's going on in the streets instead of us sitting in City Hall and trying to cook things up. And she's very articulate and very willing to share her opinions about what she thinks about what we and all of us here in the city are doing. In addition, Charmine Premji is a policy analyst, and then our associate director in my right hand is a woman named Mildred Lopez, who is in Atlanta, actually, these last 3 days to talk about the gang reduction project with the 6 cities around the country, who has been the project manager of the Boyle Heist project for the last 2.5 years. And we hope and expect to have our entire team hired and in place by the end of the year, which will be good news for me and for our office. In order to accomplish our mission, I've spent the last 3.5 months attending community meetings in almost every council district, listening to the concerns of parents, young people, advocates, and neighborhood councils, and engaging folks in conversation to determine our course of action for this work. And actually, according to my staff's tally yesterday, I've had 89 of these meetings out in the community since I've been here in the last 3.5 months, which I knew I'd been busy, but I didn't realize it was actually that many meetings. I've also been out at the scene of gang-related homicides at all hours of the day and night, speaking with law enforcement personnel, community residents, gang intervention workers, and family members. And tragically, I've probably averaged visiting one gang-related homicide scene every week since I've been on the job. I've met with many of the members of this council, the city attorney, the controller, relevant general managers, who many of you heard from them today, the Human Relations Commission, the Commission on Children, Youth, and Families, Superintendent Brewer from LAUSD, Sheriff Baca, members of the Board of Supervisors, and members of the state legislature. I'm also participating in a really, I think, important and forward-looking effort that is a countywide task force that's chaired by the new county CEO, Bill Fujioka, who is no stranger to us here in the city, that is working on a countywide level to try and connect the dots between the county and city services, and also looking at piloting a target approach that really mirrors our strategy and would potentially overlap with some of the gang reduction zones that we've identified in the city. We're also part of a 13-city network initiative in California that's working to reduce gang-related violence and victimization through cross-city peer learning, identifying and implementing best practices, and advocating state policy changes to support local practices. And actually, the week before last, I had the privilege of being in San Francisco to meet with some of our colleagues in other cities and mayor's offices and city councils who are actually trying to tackle this problem in their city. And there's a lot of really good stuff that's happening in other cities in California. I think the chance for us to network with those cities is going to benefit our work. And then, thanks to the help of relevant council offices, we've conducted a competitive bid process for contractors to conduct resource mapping and needs assessments in all of the gang reduction zones that will help inform our efforts and target our resources. The Advancement Project, The Advancement Project, Lodestar Management, Cal State LA, and the Urban Institute will be identifying and collating data as well as conducting focus groups, surveys, and interviews of key stakeholders in all 6 of our new GRZs, and we hope those reports will be completed sometime in February. And over the course of the next number of months, our office will continue many of the efforts I've described earlier, but we will also be focusing our efforts really in 5 key areas. First of all, based on the resource mapping and needs assessment being conducted in each of the gang reduction zones, we'll be developing and issuing an RFP for additional resources to be invested in prevention, intervention, and reentry services. As I mentioned, we hope these assessments will be completed in February, and the RFP will be shortly issued after that. Secondly, we are also developing a vision document that will articulate the principles and assets that we believe would be present and necessary for gang membership and violence to be in decline in these gang reduction zones, and what the financial resources are going to be necessary for this vision to be realized. Thirdly, this vision document will coincide with the controller study of the city's current anti-gang service delivery system and will help shape our analysis of how the city is currently spending its dollars and allow us to make budgetary recommendations for reorganizing and reprioritizing our current spending. Fourthly, we're working with a team of local researchers and experts to develop outcomes and metrics for our work in the gang reduction zones and an evaluation system that we plan to put into place at the beginning of this effort to track our progress and over time determine what's working and what's not. And lastly, we'll continue to work with the gang intervention worker community and law enforcement to build on the definition of hardcore street gang intervention developed by the Gang Ad Hoc Committee by developing a professional code of conduct and ongoing training for workers, protocols and feedback loops between intervention workers and law enforcement, and performance standards for this important peace-building effort. And finally, I would like to thank members of the Council for your warm welcome and support I've felt from all of you, especially Councilmember Cardenas and members of the Gang Ad Hoc Committee for the work that they are doing to ensure this issue does not fall off the radar screen of our city's agenda. All of you, both in public and in private, have made it clear to me that you believe that reducing the epidemic levels of gang membership and violence in our city is one of the most pressing, vexing, and important issues we face, and have offered your support for my efforts. So I look forward to continuing our work with all of you in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll recognize Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Jeff Carr, for the presentation, and also I want to thank you for hitting the ground running. But my question to you is, are you a marathon runner?
I am indeed.
Good, because that's what we're engaged in right now.
Absolutely.
We're engaged in a marathon on an issue that, in my personal opinion, the city of Los Angeles has been engaged in these sprints. Sprinting to this issue, sprinting to that issue, getting involved around this particular school, getting involved because of a particular shooting. But yet at the same time, what I think is what we need is we really do need us as policymakers and people like yourself who are going to be implementers of what's going on, and for us to work on how to collaborate and to be able to do this long term. Because unfortunately, this is the kind of work that no matter what we do, you're going to go to another homicide. Mm-hmm. You are. No matter what we do. No matter what we do, there's going to be gangs. No matter what we do, there's going to be juvenile delinquency. No matter what we do, the school district isn't going to be as cooperative as we need them to be. Those are just some examples of, in this marathon, the kinds of things that are going to continue to plague us and going to continue to be part of why we're going to have to continue to work harder, do more, and try to be more efficient with everything that we have, because we're never going to have all the dollars we need. We're never going to have all the staff that we can train. We're never going to have enough interventionists. We're never going to have a prevention program at every single school, at every single park. It's not going to happen. There was an advancement project report that talked about billions of dollars in order for us to get to a true 100% wraparound facilitation within the city of Los Angeles. When it comes to wraparound, is that one of the main features that you would describe, Jeff, as what we're trying to do with the gang reduction zones? Is trying to put together as much, not complete, but as much wraparound services as possible.
Yeah, I think you make a good point that one of the challenges in this is that we don't have, honestly, all the resources necessary to do everything that we need to do, and particularly everything that was called for in the advancement project. But I think the advancement project report did point out that with the resources we have both in the city and the resources that are being spent in the county, that has not been stitched together in the most effective and strategic way. And it's why I think taking the approach of trying to do that in very specific geographic targeted locations and to demonstrate in those target areas how we can begin to stitch together the pieces from folks who are already here this morning testifying, how we can look and take and build on what Rec and Parks is doing and expand on that, how we can build on what CDD is doing, connect in the various folks within the city and the county together in these targeted areas to see if we actually get some benefit and effect from that. I mean, the truth of the matter is sometimes it takes more effort and more money to collaborate than it does to just do things on your own. But hopefully we get a higher return on our investment in terms of reductions of violence, reductions on recidivism rates, reductions in the number of young people who actually are joining gangs or actually who are actually getting out of gangs, increasing those numbers. So I think doing that in a small targeted way is a much more strategic way to do it than to start with the 468 miles of the city and the 88 cities in the county.
Well, not only do I agree with you that it's much more strategic, we're just being honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
We don't have all the resources necessary today to be able to address every single area that actually deserves or should have a gang reduction zone in it, in that community.
That's right.
But one of the things that I think that we need to understand about ourselves, would you say that the gang reduction zone process that we started this year, actually it's a process that was started in Boyle Heights, correct? And we're basically, not duplicating, but we're basically using that as the basic model and expanding on that in 6 different areas in the city, correct?
Yeah, we're trying to use the same principles that were in place in Boyle Heights to take that to other parts of the city, obviously being sensitive to the uniqueness of every community.
Now, so that people understand that we're not kidding ourselves, is crime going to stop in those gang reduction zones?
No, actually, I mentioned this morning where we announced that there are clear sites, and one of the key pieces of this is actually the community law enforcement clear. I can't remember what's clear.
And that's a suppression
It's a suppression
program, right?
effort,
Okay.
exactly. And there are a number of those that have been going for the last 10 years in the city. Interesting enough, when I first got here the first month, I went to an executive committee where they discussed some of the results. Where is crime at for the last 2 years? And in most of the clear zones where we've done this coordinated suppression efforts, we've gotten about an average of about 20% reductions in gang-related violent crime. In the Boyle Heights clear site, where we infuse the gang reduction program with prevention, intervention, and reentry resources from the federal government, we've actually gotten 44% reductions over the course of the last 2 years. So we've gotten double, in essence, the reductions in violent crime, in gang-related crime in that area. So it says to me that we may not know everything what we're doing right there, but we're on to an idea that really is important for us to spread throughout the city.
So what I interpret the objective that you just described is we're going to have safer streets, not completely safe streets. We're going to have a reduction in crime far and above what we've had in those areas in the past. Right?
That would be my hope and my expectation, indeed.
That's our objective. That's our expectation. we're going to have better communication, more efficiencies, so that when we look back, we're going to realize that we got more bang for our buck in those areas than perhaps we've been doing in our isolated fashion, sprinting here, sprinting there, that we have done in the past as a city.
If I'm doing my job, I hope that will happen. That's what I expect.
I'm not trying to say sign on the dotted line. If this doesn't happen, you know, it's your job. That's not what I'm getting at.
It is my job, though, I think, actually, to do it. So I'm confirming that.
But what I am trying to make sure that we let the people of Los Angeles understand is that we have a realistic expectation, but that expectation is not a weak expectation. That expectation is a demanding expectation. That expectation is not going to be easy to achieve.
Right. I also think it's important, as many people have said, you know, we've spent 25 to 30 years trying to figure out how to deal with this problem. And in some ways, we're in a more difficult spot now than we were 25 years ago. So this problem didn't develop overnight. It's very complex. There's a lot of moving parts in what contributes to these kinds of levels of violence, and young people who would choose to be involved in becoming involved in a gang. So I think it's going to take some time for us to begin to sort out all the different factors, to test some things. I think it's why the evaluation and working with the research folks to really try and tie our efforts to see whether or not those legitimately determined that they actually impacted and were driving the results is a critical piece, so that we can determine 3 to 5 years from now whether what we're doing now and put into motion now actually had the intended impact that we hope.
I think I need to help clarify. You described very accurately what's happened over the last 25 to 30 years. We've gotten to where we are, and then we're going to try to provide solutions and really get a handle on this, a real handle on this, and turn the corner on these matters. But it's not our expectation that we're going to take 25 to 30 years to get the solutions. Much, much shorter time frame.
Yeah.
Much tighter time frame than that.
Okay, call Mr. Wizarna.
Thank you very much. And so your responsibilities as the new gang czar is to oversee these gang reduction zones. Is that it, or will you oversee everything that happens in CDD or any other anti-gang initiative, program, etc., in the city?
Well, as my 8-year-old son would say, with all due respect, Councilman, I'm not the gang czar.
Okay,
I'm the Director of Gang Reduction and Youth Development.
That's right. Excuse me for that.
We're not in a war, and I'm not any a historical czar that didn't meet with very good ending themselves.
And you corrected me before. Sorry about that. It's been a long day. I just
that's okay.
got up and spoke
there's
with
other
the
members of the council who they love to address me that way as well. So, you know, I'm responsible for overseeing these gang reduction zones. That's a primary responsibility right now. But also in the mayor's office, my job is to really help drive our policy in terms of what we think we need to do to reduce gang violence in the city of Los Angeles. So since this is a new position in the mayor's office at a deputy mayor level, you know, we're still determining in terms of city departments and who would supervise departments and how that will all get worked out in our office. But I think right now, in terms of getting the gang reduction zones up and running, you know, that's a pretty big task in building a team and then looking at things like the city budget for this next year, developing a vision document for how we address that. Right now, I've got my hands full between that and trying to be out in the community as much as possible.
And that was a prelude to my other question, which was, what's the next step? Now that you're there in that position as a deputy mayor, we've got the 12 gang reduction zones moving forward. Let's say a year from now they're up and going. It sounds to me from your answer that the next step, I was interested in hearing what are the next steps. So it sounds to me from what you're saying, you're still developing the strategy. There is no strategy yet as to how we're going to coordinate internally within the city how we address the different programs, funding that we have for anti-gang initiatives.
Well, obviously,
youth development initiatives and prevention and intervention programs.
Well, obviously, we'll get some, I think, hopefully some really valuable information from the Controller's report that will come out in February that will give us a sense of where we're at right now in the city. And I expect our office to actually react to that report, to make some recommendations about how we think we ought to move forward. I think also some of this, we're creating a system that doesn't exist right now. Whether it's a new department or a virtual department, we've got to figure out a way to how we start connecting the dots. I think from the mayor's perspective, the fact that he's appointed me and we have one central person who has direct accountability to the mayor and the authority of the mayor to be able to act from his office, I think that gives us the ability to begin to start pulling things together, maybe in ways that haven't happened before, because there was not one identifiable person who was really the sort of the focal person to try and bring together this issue.
And do you envision a time when the person in your position or you will oversee all the different programs within the city with?
You mean in terms of administrative oversight, like a department?
And coordinating the different, watching for the funding, making sure we don't have duplication, et cetera, all the issues that the advancement project pointed out.
I certainly would hope that our office would be in a coordination role at the very least, in terms of ensuring that we're not stepping on, different departments aren't stepping on each other's toes, that we're making sure that everything is moving in a cohesive way. I look at it like this, is that, if we have a boat, first of all, we need to get everybody in the boat, and then if it's a rowboat, we got to try and make sure we get everybody rowing in the same direction at the same time. And I think having a single person who's trying to think systematically on a macro level how we do that in the city, and then how that interfaces with the county as well, is something that will serve the city well in terms of moving in that direction. Whether or not there's a new department, all stuff, I don't think we're at a point where we're ready to make any kind of recommendations like that yet.
And this is helpful for me and I think the public, because as a member of the ad hoc committee, along with Mr. Cardenas has set out some timelines and some benchmarks as to the direction we're going as a committee. And I want to get a sense also where the mayor is going with this, because I think we have to work together as well. And I think your position could go down several paths. One is, I'm just going to be in charge of the GRZ zones and that's it. Or it could be, yes, everything that happens in the city that has to do with youth development is going to pass my desk, and I'm going to coordinate with everyone along with the GRZs, and I think that's the overall direction you're going in.
Yeah, I don't think we want to just manage, a dozen gang reduction zones. I think we need a more centralized, maybe a central address would be a better way to think of it, where all of these things flow through to enable us to ensure that it's all moving in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. Mr. Garcetti for the first time, and then we'll close with Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Reverend Carr, for your testimony and for introducing the team to everybody. And thank you, colleagues, for what's been a very long and productive day. This is hard work. It's hard work to have these discussions. It always feels like we don't have enough time to get in. We were going to do the whole issue of public safety today, if you could imagine us trying to do policing, emergency preparedness, homeland security, and gang violence all in one day. I'm glad that we kept things more focused. I think one of the biggest things that we've heard today, and the importance, and I think something that you're modeling in the mayor's office, Mr. Cardenas is modeling for us as our chair of the ad hoc, is that we really have to continue to push ourselves to work across boundaries, literally across our departmental lines, across geographical lines, and across our branch lines, too, of legislative, executive. There's too much at stake for us to kind of look at this from our role out instead of from the community in. We've, I think, been as impacted as any group on the City Council directly by gang violence. We've seen that. We had public testimony of people saying, get out there, get into the community. I can't think of a group of 15 individuals that's in the community more in an immediate way, whether that's a call in the middle of the night and you roll out to scenes, just as Reverend Carr was talking about, whether it's dealing with the aftermath of a community, whether it's, as Mr. Huizar, I know, had earlier this week, a lockdown at a school because of violence. We know and we see and we feel every single day what the impact of this violence is. I also like that we're beginning to see two things. One, a vision that is beginning to emerge of how we can pick the projects that have worked, whether it be a Rec and Parks initiative, whether it be a job training initiative, whether it be the saturation of an entire community, but that we're going to try to cluster these together in a geographical way. And I know Mr. Cardenas has been working on that as well. But that we're also thinking about it of how do we transform people? How do we allow people to get off of gang lists? How do we figure about re-entry and jobs, which I know Mr. Parks has worked a lot on, in job training around LAX to include folks that are getting out of prison for the first time, or maybe not the first time, but who are coming back to the community and usually are the cause for violence spiking up again. As we look at that, there's two things that I wanted to close with. I know, and I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Cardenas to sketch some of that out. One is our timeline as a city council, because each time we've done these meetings, this is only our second one, but it's our testament with the community to say we aren't just going to have these discussions. We're now going to tell you what the next steps are. When you can expect things to roll out, we'll coordinate that as well with the mayor's office wherever and whenever we can, because that's the way that we can make good policy. Every piece of legislation the mayor needs has to come through here, and every piece of legislation we pass needs the mayor's signature. So it's not only a friendship but a mutualistic understanding that we have across those branch lines. But we also have some exciting things for this coming year. Ballot initiative that Ms. Hahn has been pushing. We want to make sure it's designed right. We want to be as ambitious as possible, right at the threshold of passing something, because it's clear we need money, and we've always shown that we're a self-help city, even when the federal government turns us down, even when we see cuts at higher level. We have shown our way, whether it's in housing, whether it's in our parks program, whether it's our clean water program, we step up. But in knowing what that timeline is going to be like with the ad hoc and the rollout of the gang zones or violent zones, looking at how we can begin to do that gives us hope of what we can envision. And I agree with you, Mr. Cardenas. We often say we're going to end gang violence. We know that that is a laudable goal, and it always should be the goal. But if we can get somewhere to reducing gang violence, 50% from where we are today, that would be a huge impact. The amount of lives we save, the amount of communities we can transform, and they do have kind of a nice snowball effect that if you begin to do that in one part of a neighborhood, you can see in the next block over how it can be done as well. Because, to quote the mayor, make no mistake, this is going to be a block-by-block undertaking. And every time we transform one community across the street, there's another one that's going to be waiting. So I want to thank all the departments that were a part of this. I want to thank you and the folks from the mayor's office for being a part of this as well, our city controller, who I know is very focused on this, and our city attorney, who spent a considerable amount of time here, along with our police department, our CDD, Rec and Parks. Be entrepreneurial, colleagues. If there's any last motions, throw them in right now, but I think Mr. Cardenas is the only person left on the queue. But make sure, as we ask the CLA to forward this package, to fold into what Mr. Cardenas is working on and what the mayor's office is doing, that you get that stuff in, because this is the moment in time to take those models that we heard at the beginning and to see what we can do to finally grow them until we have a city of peace. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Cardenas, to close.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank everybody who presented today, and especially the people from the public who came and made their comments as well. And I think it's very important for people to understand that on this issue, we've never had a hearing where the public hasn't spoken their mind. We've never had a hearing where the public has not come forward and been part of the debate and the discussion and the awareness that we need to have in order for us to do good work. So once again, I want to thank the public for being here as well. And I know it's been a long day, so thank you. All of the staff, especially Jeff, again, I don't mean it as a light compliment. I mean it sincerely. You've hit the ground running, and you and I have talked, and you have much, much, much more to do and much more growth and understanding, and that's the kind of attitude that you need to have, that anybody in your shoes needs to have. So thank you for your level of commitment and interest, and also your level of energy as well. With that, again, I want to remind everybody that as far as the ad hoc committee on gang violence and youth development is concerned, it is our intention to do the bulk of the mastering of this business that we've been talking about all day and been trying to work on for the last few years, is to get this done and into a place where in the next budget year of the City of Los Angeles, we have a different model across the board. We have definition across the board. We have expectation and outlines of how we're going to collaborate across the board, that we will have ways in which we're going to measure activities across the board, where we're going to start to fund and implement training across the board. Now, whether it's training about the people within the city for us to relearn how we're going to move forward, or it's about interventionists having a place to go to professionalize their responsibilities as well. Across the board, we're going to come up with those matters, and we have a short time frame in which we expect to do that, and that is by spring of next year. So we have about 4.5 months, give or take, to finish all of this. The good part about it is We are chock full of public record and reports to the committee and the council. We have work that's been done in the mayor's office and departments that we're going to be closing out and pulling together in order to meet that demand and that expectation. So I do expect that we will do that. And I would be remiss if I didn't include the fact that Laura Chirk, our city controller, she's actually doing her forensics right now, and her expectation, the last she's communicated to me, that she'll have that done at the beginning of the year. So the timelines and the time frames for all of the work that we've been doing collectively and separate is going to be coming together at the beginning of 2008. And it's something that I think people are going to need to understand, that this has never been done anywhere in this country to this degree. This has never been done anywhere in this country with this kind of concerted effort and this kind of collaboration. Case in point, we pulled a group of community people together along with some of the staff within the city, and we came up with just one simple component as an example of what intervention activity really does mean. For those of you who are not involved in these matters of prevention, intervention, and suppression, that means nothing to you. But to the people so far around the country who've been trying to grasp at this for so many years, when they have read that simple document that spans only a few pages, they have been blown away at the work that's been done in the city of Los Angeles. So once again, my compliments to everybody so far to get us to where we're at. Take a deep breath, because we have a lot of work to do, and we're going to start consolidating a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of expectation in just a few more months. And with that, Council President, I'd like to give some instructions to report backs to the committee. Okay. My first instruction would be to LAPD to report to the Ad Hoc Committee on Gang Violence and Youth Development, hopefully before the break of December, on the following programs: the Academy Magnet School Program, Deputy Auxiliary Program, Explorer Program, Gang Impact Teams, Jeopardy Program, the GREAT Program, GREAT, I'm sure everybody thinks all the programs are great, Juvenile Impact Program, JJCPA funded programs, and Police Activity League. In addition to that, to instruct the LAPD to report on the target population, age range, income levels, enrollment requirements, and methods that the department uses to evaluate and measure their successes. Also to instruct LAPD to report back to the Ad Hoc Committee on Gang Violence on the following prevention programs and the status. The DARE anti-gang program, where is this program? Has it changed? Is it under a new name? Have they folded it over? In addition to that, the middle and high schools, juvenile units in each area station, the programs, again, do they exist? What are they called? How are they being implemented, if they still exist? The school cars program that's been going on for years, we'd like to know, where is the status of that? Is it still considered school cars, or is it folded into some other activities? Also, otherwise known as J cars, juvenile cars. What are those like? What are they called today? And how are those programs being folded out? Also, to instruct the LAPD to report on a detailed program budget, not before the break, to include administrative costs, including all sources of funding, uses of funds, and overall history for the youth development programs, such as new or ongoing year-to-year initiation, etc., and how we're pulling those together, and where the grant expectations are, and when those grants. For example, do these grants require renewal? Are they 3-year grants? Which are single-year grants? And what the sources of those funds are. In addition to that, I'd like to instruct the Chief Administrative Officer to report to the Ad Hoc Committee on Gang Violence and Youth Development Committee on relative to the 12-month detailed staffing and administration costs for the 8 clear, otherwise now known as the gang reduction zones in the various areas of the city. And then also to report on the total number of positions, description of the positions for each of the LAPD officers and/or programs that are run by the LAPD, the City Attorney's Office, and the Gang Reduction Coordinator. In addition to that, report on the source of funding of the Justice Assistance Grant, otherwise known as JAG, Juvenile Accountability Block Grant, otherwise known as JABG, Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention, OJJDP, Congressional Mandated Award, CMA, Six-Site Comprehensive Anti-Gang Initiative, we call it the Six Sites, general fund or other sources of funding on all of these programs, and also to report to the committee as soon as possible for them to let us know when they could report in part or in whole on these requests. That's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcetti, Board Secretary.
Formally move to send all of this to the ad hoc committee on youth development and gang violence without objection.
No, without objection, and that'll be the order. No further business on this item?
Yep.
All done? Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Madam Clerk?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
And that clears the desk, Madam President.
All right. Members, are there any announcements?
Hey, Tony.
Any announcements? Are there any adjourning motions? All right. Yes, please rise for the adjourning motions. Any adjourning motions on this side? Okay.
Mr. Parks?
Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. A request for adjournment in memory of Andrew Robert Colby, passed away November 18th. Andrew Robert Colby, president of Colby Honda and Colby Cycle Sales, passed away November 18th in Tarzana at the age of 75. Was a well-known automotive businessman and entrepreneur. Born August 20th, 1932 in Yonkers, New York. His family moved to Pasadena, later to Altadena. He joined the United States Coast Guard and served for 3 years after high school graduation. He met and married Barbara during his military service. Was a devoted husband, father and son, and a beautiful friend. He will be greatly missed by his family and friends. Survived by a wife of 54 years, Barbara, 3 children, David, Valerie, and Nancy, 7 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. He's also survived by 1 brother, George Colby. May he rest in peace. Andrew Robert Colby.
Thank you very much. There are no other adjourning motions. Oh, Mr. Parks, I'm sorry.
Yes, let me just give an update. Yesterday we adjourned in memory of retired Commander Homer Brune. We were advised today that his services are going to be Saturday, December the 1st at Holman Methodist Church at 3320 West Adams at 10 a.m. The interment will be at Inglewood Park Cemetery at 720 East Florence in Inglewood immediately after the services, and the repast will be at 12 noon at the Amundsen Recruit Training Center for LAPD at 5651 West Manchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. No other adjourning motions. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?